Morning, welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious Tuesday morning. It's not raining again, which is a bit of a marvel, isn't it? We have got a fantastic day for you. So if you were with me yesterday, we've got a special Sewing Street staff takeover week. So we had the lovely Ian Munro yesterday who brought all of his favourite items with him, and he gave us a few special offers yesterday as well, so that was really good fun. But today we have got Hayley Marshallsay, who's our chief head of everything.
Head of everything.
Hayley is head of everything. So we're hoping, Hayley, that you're going to bring us some little bargains as well.
Yeah, well, we jam-packed today.
Jam-packed.
But I did walk in and said, oh, I'm not sure if I've got enough.
I know.
And you were like, there's loads.
There's loads. I don't think we'll even get through it all.
I'm not finishing my breakfast. I'm getting a demonstration ready.
That looks like a little pile of 2 crisps.
It is at the moment. And it's soon going to be shattered crisps. And we're going to hoover them up.
Fantastic. And we've got 2 other guests as well today. So I'm going to go through the menu in a minute. But should we go through our early birds? Because Hayley's in today, we've got 2 early birds.
Yeah.
Special ones. Well, actually, it was one that I loved and one that you loved.
Well, we only put this in last minute, didn't we, yesterday? Because this kit is incredible. But we've had it on the show before. And I always think, why doesn't it just completely sell out in a second? Because
it's amazing.
It's so good and it's such good value. So we kind of set ourselves a challenge, didn't we? So we knew it was great value, but we thought, how can we let everyone else know it's such great value?
Well, also it's kind of in plastic and it looks like that, and you go, oh, what's all in that as well?
Yeah,
anyway.
it's a bit industrial, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
but yesterday I went through, because I know it's good value and it's great. I quite often put it onto my Amber Mate shows because it's a good pack.
Have you got the open one?
I have under the desk. I have an open one under the desk. But I had a look yesterday to have a look around to make sure that our price was great, and I could not find it cheaper anywhere.
No.
So this is a pack of 3 items, and there are other places that sell it as the pack of 3. And also you can buy them all separately. And whether you buy the pack of 3 or separately, it is still amazing value. In fact, I've got Ben to draw me up a little price comparison just to show you how fab it is. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
Because I think also a lot of people might already have these.
Well,
so
yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think also rotary cutting can be a bit intimidating for people who've never done it.
Yeah.
And they think, oh, I've got to buy all this stuff and I don't know what I need to buy. But it's all in one pack.
Yeah, and it's kind of everything you need to either start you off or have something to take with you.
Well, if you go to a workshop, it's really good for that because they don't always have everything there.
Yeah.
Or you're going on holiday.
Yeah,
you want to do a bit of rotary cutting, or you want a second kit, because sometimes people like to keep their rotary cutting mats and rulers and buy their machine. Maybe you're doing FPP and you want to do just a little bit of cutting. So it's brilliant because it's got everything. I mean, it is called the Premium Quilt
Making
Kit.
Yes.
But actually it's rotary cutting. So in the kit you get the mat. There's the mat, 17 by 11 inches. It's a nice size. Nice size if if you're cutting blocks, you're cutting half square triangles, you want to do some strips. Obviously, it's not your full-on table. You're not going to be cutting half meters of fabric with it, but for your smaller strips, and it's Alpha. Now, when I first started sewing, many, many moons ago, my first cutting mat, in fact, the one that I've still got is Alpha. So I really like this brand. It's really good quality, and I can assure you it lasts, because mine's quite a few
I remember
years
we
old.
Started sewing quarter actually, and somebody, I can't remember who it was, but they just said, oh, Alpha, you can't go wrong, brilliant brand.
Alpha, yeah, you just can't. And I've got the same cutting mat I have had for many decades, and it's Alpha, so I can guarantee. It has inches all on there. It's got the 45, the 30, the 60-degree angles, and you've got then the smaller markings on the other side.
And metric there.
And metric on here. It's self-healing. I mean, it's just a brilliant brand.
Yeah.
You then get the rotary cutter. This is your standard 45mm rotary cutter. Now, the fab thing about rotary cutters is that all blades fit all cutters. So as long as you buy a 45mm blade, doesn't matter what brand you buy, but you can buy any blades. You can get bigger and smaller cutters, but this is your like Goldilocks one. This does everything. This is your quilt cutter.
So you get one blade with that, don't you?
Yes, it comes with the one blade.
Yeah.
It has got a safety catch, so you just pull it down and then you can push it back. So very good. And you get a ruler. Now this is made from Perspex, so it's nice and safe. It's the frosted ruler, which basically means, now my original Olfa ones, they didn't used to do this. So that means it doesn't slip. So they've moved on, but mind you, this was many, many years ago. So when you got it on the mat, it's hard to move because it's got this frosted advantage. So it just means it's got a bit of grip. 6.5 inch square. This is perfect for trimming half square triangles. So
what would you pay for each one? Because this is what amazes me. So we're at $39.99, which is quite a good price already. It
is. If you bought them all individually, that's a really good price. It would cost you about £55
individual
to buy all items individually. So at $39.99, that is a great price.
Did you have your little chart that you did?
Yeah, have you got my little chart?
I mean, you can do it yourself. You can just, jump on the internet, do a little Google.
I went to 3 or 4 different shops. I priced them all individually, and it comes to about £55 if you buy all 3 individually. I then went to various shops to see how much they cost as a pack. So are we going to have a little special price on this today,
So we are
Hayley?
going to have a special price.
Special Hayley price.
But we're already super paid with $39.99. So when we... Oh, what's this one? Okay, so that's one of the best.
That is one of the best ones. I found it at $54.99, $42.99.
And the $50.99. I think Ben's got one to show. So so when we...
There you go, look, $50.99. And that's exactly the same kit you can see from the thing. That was $50.99.
So obviously when we buy things in, this is branded, you can check like for like. So we always come with a price which we know is really, really fair. So $39.99 any day is absolutely fantastic.
Yes,
it's an early bird. We've already totally established how good $39.99 is, but the birds
and
just
it's your
crazy
special
prices,
day.
And it's my special day, so we want to do some really, really fun prices. So we're actually going to go to $24.99.
No, that's amazing.
I know.
$24.99. Well, because I spent yesterday evening going through all the prices, I have not seen it there anywhere.
No.
What
we can't do it for $24.99 normally.
No, but I mean,
it
is fab. So even if you're thinking, well, I've already got a cutting mat, I just want a smaller one, or I want an extra smaller rotary cutter, or I want another ruler, then you've got all of that for $24.99. Take it to your workshop.
And see, I haven't got a room, so all my stuff's in a cupboard, and I've got a massive cutting mat, but it's a lot of effort to get it out if I want to do little things. So actually, something really super handy. Yeah,
that you can just get at. It's also really good if you know someone who says, oh, I'd love to get into quilting. And really, unless you've got all of this, it's going to be hard for them. And I often say to people, you don't have to use a rotary cutter. You can draw the lines in pencil and cut along them. But we know that takes 10 times as long. So this is good. If maybe you're just beginning to quilt, you've done a bit of sewing and you're thinking, I'd like to get into rotary cutting, this is a really good place to start. It will get you used to the tools. Before you know it, you'll have a big cutting mat, you'll have 5 different rulers, you'll have 3 cutters. Not sure why I've got about 5 cutters. But it is actually useful. So when I do FPP, I have a separate cutter because I'm cutting paper. I have one for card that everyone in my house seems to use, and I have one for fabric that I hide. So, because otherwise other people use it. So it is really useful to have multiples of these, but this is brilliant for your blocks.
It's brilliant.
Are you kidding me? That price is insane, Lucy in Lincolnshire. I know, Lucy, it is.
Lucy.
And I know that for definite because I've gone through all the websites. $24.99. $24.99.
I'm not surprised it's going. I'm not surprised it's going crazy. I mean, even just one of these, you can pay what, 15 to 20.
Just for
and I think as well, you've got Olfa.
It is the brand.
It's not kind of an imitation.
No, this
for a better price. It's the real McCoy at the imitation price.
And it is the rulers that I have. They are absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And honestly, my cutting mat is over 20 years old.
Is it?
Over. And it still works.
You don't do a lot of cutting, though,
no, I don't do much sewing, so that's probably why. But they are really good, and it's all
fab.
When you get your kit, it all comes like packaged like this. So you've got, it's all the proper stuff. It all comes separately packaged. They haven't given you sort of inferior quality items. They've taken them off the shelves and put them in.
Yeah.
Fab. So brilliant present for somebody.
On?
You've got a friend who wants to take up sewing.
Keep checking out.
Please keep checking out on that one. It's extremely busy. Look at that. There's one. £14.29 just for the cutter.
Yeah.
And we're giving you the mat and the ruler and the cutter. So this is your extra one. This is your starter set. Yes. This is what you can move on for. So treat yourself. Yes. But please keep checking out. We are extremely busy.
Fab.
Right.
Should we move on to
and
some
number
stuff?
two.
Are you coming
Should
with
we
me?
move?
So
I'm
not
going to
on
move
my
to your
own?
desk for early bird number 2. I'll try not to eat your crisps.
Early bird number 2.
They look quite nice though.
So, I mean, this has been on the show again before, but it's
You've got one of
brilliant.
these, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got one.
Hayley's got one. She loves that. I haven't though. So tell me, Hayley, why do I need one of these?
Why do I need one? Well, this is the thing really. So you don't think you need one until you realise how often you use it.
Okay.
But my son's 11 and he does a lot of football and he plays on AstroTurf. So if anyone's got knowledge of that, it basically means that they come in, kick the boots off, and there's tiny black rubber bits everywhere. Literally everywhere. And before I'd get like the big kind of hoover out,
big one out the cupboard.
Yeah, and do it that way. And I thought, I don't need one of that because I've got a big hoover, it's fine. But actually, it's just the convenience of having it.
Yeah.
Like it is so light. It weighs less than 1 kilogram, which is pretty much the weight of a hairdryer. You know, it's super light.
Yeah, no, that is really light actually.
And it's got just enough suction. Now it's not gonna be the best vacuum you've ever owned.
Yeah, you're not gonna hoover your house with it.
It's not your kind of full-on house. It lasts about 20 minutes, but it just does what you need it to do.
It's really good for your sewing space as well, isn't it?
Yeah, all your threads.
Oh, I know. I spend ages on the floor with my vacuum cleaner, picking all the threads up.
Yes,
yeah, brilliant for DIY.
Exactly, little things like DIY. Obviously, pop into the car and doing it quickly.
Good for the car.
Yeah. So this accessory is fantastic, and you kind of can get in all your creases.
So it's cordless.
It's cordless.
Rechargeable.
It's rechargeable. It's got a charging stand. Plug it in.
So you haven't got to put batteries in.
No batteries. It's a rechargeable lithium battery.
Wall-mounted charging base.
Yeah, it takes 4.5 hours to charge. And you can pick up obviously dry bits and anything liquid as well. So
like wheeze. You know,
we joked that yesterday, didn't we? And you're right.
I'm going to get the dog to do a wee. I went, that'll be interesting. I'm going to get your dog to do a wee.
I'll film picking up the wee. But yeah, should we turn it on?
Yeah. So if you've spilled water on the floor, or you've spilled crisps on the floor.
Yeah, like that. I mean, I don't need to pick much food up in my house because my dog literally is the hoover. But there you go.
Oh, so satisfying. That's the handy crevice tool.
I've probably jammed it there.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And then that is great. So that's the crevice tool.
That's the crevice tool. I use that for most things. I do use that for most things. And this is the liquid tool. That is
amazing that it picks up liquid, isn't it? So when you've spilt something, you're like, oh, I'm going to quickly get it all
it's
up.
almost like a squidgy sponge. That doesn't pick up liquid, but it kind of sucks it up really, really well. Oh, look, I've got another.
You've got another one. Do the other one. And what about emptying it?
That's Becky's lunch.
Yeah, so that's it. Sorry, Becky.
Thanks,
Becky. It's fine because we can empty that out for you.
So yeah, I think I've got a cat and a dog. Obviously, pet hair on the sofa. That's true. Absolutely no problem.
And on your clothes.
Yeah, on your clothes.
You could hoover yourself with that.
Obviously, anything to do with children. Dropping anything. And then of course really practical in your sewing room because
I would use that for my ironing board because I'm always sewing on my ironing board. There's always little bits of thread and then I put another piece of fabric on and it's covered with thread so I can get a little hoover. I usually scrape it with my ruler.
That's it.
But
and
that would be perfect.
It's super easy to just manage. We need so yeah, to manage it you literally take this out. Oop, that's a bit dirty, but you can wash that. It's just your filter, you can wash and dry that. And then this comes out, and then you obviously tip everything out, and I just swill it under the tap and let it dry on the draining board, and done.
Oh, that's brilliant, done. So that you can actually wash.
Yeah.
And the filter is washable as well.
Yes.
So, what's the price on this one then, Hayley?
Okay, so already phenomenal at $34.99. if you divide that price by times you're going to use it,
it's like
it's
half
really,
a p.
it really is a no-brainer. But we're going to go to $29.99.
$29.99.
Yes.
Price crash. I'd love one of these just in the car.
Yeah.
There's always stuff in my car.
You could actually keep it in the car. You could actually
I've one
leave
for
it
the
in
car, one for my sewing room.
Yeah.
And actually, do you know what a great present? You know
But
all
it's
those
super
people
light,
that
it's
are
super
difficult to
light.
buy for?
Yes.
Who wouldn't want one? Men, give it to them for their
Yeah.
car and for their tool room.
And they're going to think
subtle hint. But you know,
fortune.
you give that to somebody for Christmas,
Yes,
they'd love it.
They would. And also, Beldray do plant a tree
They
for
plant
every
a tree?
product purchased.
Do they?
Which is nice as well, isn't it?
Wow.
There we go.
Yeah, these are good. This is a good present. So at $29.99, ideal for a present for somebody as well as yourself.
Yes.
It's a very attractive. It's the copper edition. So it has
Yes.
nice little copper knobs
Yes.
on it. But I think everybody would find a use for this.
Yeah, it's super practical. It really is, yeah.
And you've
It's
used
brilliant.
it, so you know.
I love it.
Hi
yeah.
all, I just wanted to say I've got a Beldray. I use it all the time in my craft room, wouldn't be without
Yeah.
it. From Margaret in West Sussex. Thanks,
Definitely.
Margaret. Well, this is what I'm thinking, 'cause I haven't got one. But I would use it in my craft room because I have to get the whole hoover out and I have to get down on my hands and knees and to get all
Yeah.
the thread off. And actually, if you pick up stuff that you didn't want to pick up, like buttons, you can just take them out.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, super easy.
Going up the stairs,
Brilliant.
going into little marks, when you don't want to be bothered to get the whole hoover out.
That's it.
Did it? Oh, right. Ben's saying his flatmate used his very expensive vacuum cleaner to clean out a plug. Actually, because it's a wet and dry one,
you
it
could
would be
actually
really
do
good
that.
for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, yes.
What a fab idea.
Fab.
So ideal. So put that in your basket, get it checked out. Now, don't forget, if you haven't shopped with us before, the P&P is only paid once a day. It's only $3.95.
Yeah.
Now, the way it works is that your basket will close at midnight. So don't keep it in your basket because somebody can take it out. You need to check out. But you can check out once, 395 times, doesn't matter. You will only be charged $3.95 at the end of the day. Also, when we reduce prices like this, if there's anything that you've put in your basket at the full price, don't worry, whatever we reduce the price to, that's what you will be charged, and the basket will close at midnight.
Yeah,
so
and the price goes back up.
And it goes back up
yeah.
again. So it's only $29.99 until midnight, and then it will go back up again.
Yeah.
We won't be doing this deal tomorrow. That's if we've got any left, because they are flying out at the moment.
You've got a guarantee as well. How long is it for? 3 years.
3 year guarantee.
guarantee.
That's fab. I mean, this is a really when you're thinking,
it's just brilliant product.
Well,
it's just super useful.
And you're thinking presents.
Right, we've got
There we
loads to
go.
show you, haven't
Right,
we?
let's get on to the menu because Hayley has put quite a lot in this hour, so we've got to get through it all. So coming up today, we have Team Takeover with Hayley. We'll be going to that in just a minute. At 9 o'clock, we've got Yvonne with us, and she is doing Village Fabrics Christmas. We have got a brand new kit with her, and she's also brought back some of her previous Christmas kits. They're they all are, but we've got a brand new kit from her today, the lovely Christmas tree. She's going to be demonstrating how to do that. So if you want some little Christmas make, perfect for you. 10 o'clock, Katharine Wright's with us. She is going to demonstrate the most beautiful Kaffe Fassett quilt. It's absolutely gorgeous. We've got the sample somewhere.
What?
The quilt. I was looking for it. We'll hang that up in the next hour, and I'll show you. It's an absolutely beautiful quilt, and she's going to be showing us how to make that. At 11 o'clock. Still reading. 11 o'clock. Yvonne's back with us. She's got more fabric kits. She's got a brand new rail fence cushion kit that's beautiful. We've got extra wide backing as well. At 12 o'clock, Katharine Wright's going to be back with this new book to us, 2-colour quilts book. Amazing price. It's the By Annie's collection. Absolutely amazing price. And we've got some kit bundles to make those quilts. Again, really good price. So,
You're still reading?
I'm finished reading now. I've had quite a lot to read.
You did actually.
I did have quite a lot to read. So, Hayley, should we show you've got a special slide.
Have I?
Yes. Shall we show your special slide?
Oh.
So name, Hayley Marshallsay. Job title, Sales and Planning Manager.
Yeah.
That's changed. I thought you were Sales Manager.
No, I've always been that.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I do change my title occasionally.
Yeah,
don't I?
I thought you were just called
when I
head
get
of
bored of that
everything.
one. Yeah.
Hobby cycling, didn't know that.
Yeah, so I fell off, didn't I? And
I didn't know you
my
were.
chin open.
Favourite celebrity, Tom Hardy, with you on that one.
Yeah.
He is
Do you know
lush.
he was really local to where I live, and I
Really?
didn't know until the day after. Oh, it's honestly.
And you didn't go along and see him?
No, he was
he
in
filming?
a restaurant close. He'd been to like a judo event.
Oh,
He must do
okay.
martial arts and judo, and he was in a pub which is 10 minutes from
You
me.
could have
I
gone
know,
and sat
I
next
know.
to him.
Yeah.
What a shame. And favourite cake, clotted
Oh,
cream?
I mean, how do you even answer that
Yeah,
question?
I know. Well, you could say, where do you put your cream, where do you put your jam?
That's true.
Because that is very controversial.
So I try not to put butter on because it's not necessary, is it? Although
No,
it is
it's
nice.
nice. It is nice.
And then
bit
I
of
do
salted
jam,
butter.
then cream.
I do.
Jam
yeah.
and cream. Ben,
Sorry,
right,
sorry, we're
come on,
discussing.
Ben, let's go.
Where
Right,
would you like
let's
to start?
with Tula, because everyone knows I love Tula because I've made a cushion. I don't make many things, so when you make one thing, I'm quite proud of it. You know. So I thought I'd bring my
Absolutely.
cushion. There's my cushion on it. It's Delphine's gorgeous pattern with Tula. But I love Tula, like her fabrics, her designs, they're really, really unique.
I mean,
aren't they?
this
They
is a
just add
beautiful quilt
Yeah.
kit, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we couldn't find it, so someone's in trouble.
Someone's got it.
Who's
Who's got it?
shout at?
Hanging up in their house.
Someone's got it, yeah. So we haven't actually got the kit to show you, unfortunately, but it's absolutely gorgeous.
Well, it's what I love about it. It's quite a simple kit to make because the pineapples are one piece with the corners cut off, and then you've just got the triangles for those. But each of the pineapples uses a different print.
Yes.
So it's a real showcase of Tula fabric.
it's
so
fab,
if you
isn't it?
love bright fabrics, you love Tula, this is a showcase.
And it's
Single
a
figures
huge
of this.
quilt.
It's
a
huge,
huge
so much
quilt.
in it.
Shall we get the fabrics out really quickly? So we're at $199.99, which is exactly where we should be on a quilt like this.
Because that is a really good price. Remember as well,
How big is it?
it's 72 by 77.5 inches, so that's really good. A nice double bed size. It would fit a king size bed with a less of a drop, but it's a nice double bed.
And what's special about this one as well, if you follow Tula, she actually designed this one. So some of the Tula quilts that we do bring you are Tula fabrics that someone else has designed. She's actually designed this one herself.
Oh, okay.
So I love that.
It's
I
beautiful.
follow her on, on Instagram.
Are you a fan?
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. I love her. Yeah, she's really unique. So,
and what the good thing is as well is once you've got this and you've made it, you've got the instructions, so you can use your own fabrics to make another one.
Yes.
I mean, the fabric's beautiful, but it
So
really
the
is.
Daydreamer collection, the fabrics. This one's gorgeous with the. Is it a jaguar?
I'm not very good at animals. I was never sure there's a jaguar or a cheetah. But it is a brilliant
It's
way
either a
of
leopard
using a
or-
larger piece of fabric. Look really lovely in a cave as well, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
gorgeous.
And then you've got the instructions. So the instructions are great. I mean, look at all the detail in there. It is a real, it's a lovely pop of colour for winter.
Yeah.
So it's quite a simple. You can see how the pineapple is broken down there. It's fairly simple quilt to
And
make.
even Tula's plains
And I love those
are gorgeous.
because they coordinate them beautifully with all the fabrics.
Good enough to eat.
I love Tula too. I haven't got the
love
quilt in my
Tula.
room. From Susie. This would be a great summer tweak in winter. Susie, you
That's
sure?
where it is.
Because we will be visiting everyone's house later on today. I know, what a lovely quilt to make in winter. You've still got time. Get it now. Make it for someone for Christmas.
Right, so we are limited on this, really limited. Single
figures.
And we're going lower than
Are we?
$199. So start confirming
Look
now.
at all of those fabrics. Right, what are we going to drop it to then?
So we're taking this to $179.99.
Wow, £20
£20
off.
saving today.
Remember, this is available on split pay as well. So if you'd rather spread the cost of your payments, we can split it into 3 equal payments of $59.99. So for less than £60, you can get this home, you can get started on it, and then you can spread the cost interest-free and pay over the next 3 months.
I got my
Interest-free.
new glasses on split pay
Did you?
recently. Yeah.
Did you?
I didn't intend to, but when it's there and it's available,
You think,
kind
well,
of
why
think,
not? Why pay for it
wouldn't I?
now?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to cost you anything.
No. Well, I went in. I said I need one pair of glasses, and my budget's 150. That's it. and I ended up leaving with 2 pairs of glasses and I spent 250. And I was like, what's just happened?
What just happened? That was a bit like my second
But it
sewing
was on
machine.
split pay.
And I said, I don't want to spend any more than £300, and I came out £750 later and said,
What happened there?
What happened there?
Yeah.
And that was my second sewing machine, not my final one. But it just sort of happens, doesn't it? So what a great kit. If you're thinking, I want to brighten up a room,
Show
you
the
could use it
picture,
on your bed, use it as a hanging, make it for someone. Lovely present as well, because it all comes packaged in there. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Are they all going, Ben?
Yeah, be very quick with that.
There's more in baskets than we've got.
So do check out. Remember, it doesn't matter how many times you check out today, you will still only be charged $3.95. Please do check out. Otherwise, somebody else will just have it, like me.
Yeah, and we won't get it again.
No, that's it now.
That's it. If you watch regularly, I think you already know that the quilt kits come in.
Yeah, and they go
that's
out.
it. All we have is
we
all
don't,
we have.
We don't repeat them.
Yeah, and sometimes we get it wrong. We just don't buy enough.
No,
we?
I know.
You know.
Most of the time.
Most of the time, they're gone.
Right, next.
So we'll stay with Tula. So the other day, if you watched the manager's specials the other day, we did do a naughty price on the Tula design roll.
Did we? A naughty price?
So I thought, should we do it on this one as
let's
well?
go naughty
I mean, we
price.
absolutely shouldn't. This is what I made my cushion. Have you seen my cushion that I made?
Bring it in. So this is a layer
Do we
cake,
need-
which means it's 42 10-inch squares, all obviously Tula fabrics.
So what do you think? Because I pieced that look.
That's beautiful. That's not bad, actually.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I can see that all
Well,
matches
this is a
lovely.
5-inch charm pack, so I didn't have to cut it, so that helped me a little bit.
Well, doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah.
You still, it's the piecing. And these are all fabrics on this charm pack as well.
From the same collection.
That's beautiful.
Thanks.
Look, do you want to see the front of it? I'll put it on there, look.
I've messed the front up a bit because I didn't have any Bonder web.
Look at that. How lovely is that? Well done, Hayley. I think you could make
Thanks.
another one now.
Thanks.
I think you could make another one.
Took me about a day.
So you get 42 10-inch squares.
Yeah.
And we're going to reduce it.
We are going to reduce this one today. We shouldn't be. Today is all about bringing our favourite products on, which are already price brilliant. But obviously we have to do a few little
Well, I know,
tweaks,
but we
don't
also go,
we?
Hayley, can we reduce it when we're on air? And you are on air, so we just ask you now.
We're going to go to $36.99.
$36.99?
Yeah.
$36.99, that's amazing. That is amazing price. And, well, we're very low in stock on this.
I bet there is one of these open, isn't there?
We'll have a look in a minute. See we've
That's
got one.
good, isn't it?
$36.99. No, right, we've
And
got
the price,
loads in baskets.
obviously the price of fabric is going up all the time. And for half meterage, you will see a lot of prices now at $7.99 on the channel. We've held off as much as we can, but I mean we can't buy this in and
No,
sell
that's it now, isn't it?
$36.99.
So here it is. There you are.
Open.
You can have a look through.
Lovely.
So you get the beautiful flamingos.
So really, you're getting 4.
Well, I always
5-inch
say
charm
shouldn't
packs,
really
aren't
say
you?
that on air, but it is much better
It's
value to buy a
incredible
10-inch
value. It
because you
really
get
is.
4
Yeah.
times as much.
So you spend a bit more, but I wonder, you remember that thing? Why do I feel like doing that? And it's gonna, turn out like that.
Is it?
I don't know why. I must have done it on something.
I've never done that. That's magic.
Here you go, magic.
Magic. So you get 4 times as much fabric as if you bought a 5-inch charm pack, but it isn't 4 times the price.
Yes.
So sometimes a 5-inch is lovely because that's just the size you want, but it is an amazing price. But look at the prints in here. You get these beautiful butterflies. It's all bright. It just gives you a bit of cheer.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It does.
Winter cheer.
Yeah, definitely. So my whole living room is like a pastel pink and cream.
Right.
And then I've just got this
Beautiful.
cushion adding colour. Oh, I've dropped coffee on that.
And I bet it looks really stylish.
It does.
People go, oh gosh, Hayley, you're so clever.
Yes.
When they come in.
And it only comes out, I made that.
Yeah, I made that.
I made that.
And they went, we hadn't even noticed having to take my shoes off, Hayley. I made that. Less than 20 left, $36.99. We're not going to do it at this price again because it's going to sell out.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah,
got
take
loads
advantage
and
of
loads
that.
of you in your
Should
baskets.
we move on to the threads?
If
We've
you
got some
don't want to
Tula
miss
threads as
out,
well.
then you need to get checked
It's
out.
not a Tula error. I just had to bring Tula because
Yeah,
I do
well,
love
it's nice
Tula.
to have that,
So
isn't it?
these are brand new this week. Aurifil threads, gorgeously gift packaged again. If you did want to give them as a gift. Have you seen these yet?
Yes, because I was thinking you could give one pack to somebody and then keep another.
You could, and keep the box yourself, because it's so nice. You could.
And don't forget, you get 1,300 metres on these spools. Now, normal thread is about 100, 150 metres. 1,300 metres. And often with Aurifil, well, I always used to think, oh, it is expensive, but it isn't. Not when you look at it a price per metre. And the difference in quality is amazing.
So you're getting all of them.
So you get your 4 1,300 metre spools that are like cream, light grey, dark grey and green. Question from Wendy. I've just ordered at $44.99. Will I get it for $36.99?
Yes,
yes,
Wendy.
you definitely will.
Definitely.
When the basket closes at midnight, you will all be charged the lower price.
We don't obviously crash the price a lot on this channel, but we'll always charge you the lowest price that you see. Yeah, and it just means you can be in quick. You don't need to wait. Yeah,
because I think people wait and think, oh, it's going to crash, or I'll wait and I'll keep it in my basket.
So we are going to crash on this. Talking about crashing the price
again.
So even if you're confirming now at $99.99, which is where we should be, we're going to $79.99.
Wow.
So you're all going to save £20.
That's fantastic.
On this.
And this is going to last you for a long time. I've had a reel of this in my sew machine for about 4 projects now, including a full quilt.
Yeah.
It lasts, because they're such big spools, they last ages, and then you've got these gorgeous colours as well. Beautiful.
And it is a lovely thread to work with. It's not actually, as you said earlier, it's not actually too expensive when you work it out.
No, it isn't. When you work it out per metre, it's a long staple Egyptian cotton, and because of the long staple, it means it doesn't bobble in your machine, so you don't have to keep taking the bobbles out and rethreading. It's beautiful to work with.
And the colours obviously are incredible, just like Tula's fabric.
If you're going to do a bit of top stitching or quilting, use a colour. Yeah. Always
right,
nice.
should we
moving on?
Take advantage of that.
I'll pack
again,
those away.
$79.99.
And you move on to the next
There's
one.
so much to get through. Then this pack is a pack of 50 weight, again, variegated.
So that's your normal
and you get
weight that you'd use for piecing, quilting, sewing, all sorts.
What would you use these for?
Well, I love the fact they're variegated, so I would use them for either top stitching or quilting, because I want to be able to see them.
5, right,
because
there's definitely one
beautiful.
missing, because you're meant to have 10.
I won't put one in my box, have I?
No. There's one missing from this. This is our studio.
Don't worry,
Someone's obviously...
Don't worry. Someone's got that, along with the pineapple quilt.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just making sure
I
I'm keeping my box.
10. You do get 10 spools.
You will get 10, but because they're variegated, they will look lovely if you're doing some quilting or top stitching. But they'll blend into your fabric better.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
That's what it looks like if you're not missing one. Oh, I can see what colour we're missing now.
That is your price. We can't do anything.
$33.99. So you've got 10 50 weight spools in all those lovely colours for $33.99. Get it in your basket and get it checked out before it goes.
Even the packaging's gorgeous, isn't it?
I know.
You know.
And we like that.
We like gorgeousness.
We like packaging. Right. Next.
So much to show you. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we haven't done those yet, have we?
So I've hidden this. This is actually brand new. So I can't even say it's some of my favourite backing because it's brand new. I haven't even seen it before. But I think the point is I love the extra wide backing. I love the prices we can bring on it as well.
Well, it's so much easier to use. It's great for backing your quilt because you haven't got to join it. But remember, it's not just backing fabric. Brilliant for homewares. Yeah. Brilliant for dressmaking. It's 100% quilting weight cotton.
Should we hold one out? That doesn't feel like it's extra wide. I think I've sent the wrong one up there. No, that's the wrong fabric they've sent up there.
Okay.
I thought it was. You meant to have this in the blue. No, okay. Well, we'll try and find that for another day. Right, so.
Should we hold it out?
Yeah, let's hold it out. So I love this because, doesn't it look like patchwork?
It does, doesn't it? But I like the fact it's neutral. So it is great for backing, but also think about dressmaking and homewares. Cushion backs. Yeah. If you're making and selling at fetes or for charity or if you've got a little stall, it's ideal for that. You get loads of cushion backs out of that. So it's a very neutral beigey colour, but like patchwork.
and it's 274 centimetres wide, which I think we worked out the other day was about 2.4 of your normal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's about
fabric.
2.5 times your width.
So if you divide, Ben,
what's that in inches?
If you divide £12.99 by 2.4, you pretty much get the price.
Yeah, so it is amazing.
So, what's the inches? About 80. 541.
Right, so 541 for a metre.
For a half metre.
Okay.
Which is incredible, isn't it?
Amazing price, absolutely amazing price for that.
You can use it for dressmaking as well. It hasn't got to just be quilting.
No, and it's really good. It is good for
homewares.
homewares. But remember, because we call it extra wide, but it just makes life easy because it's so big.
Yeah, yeah. But we are going to do a special price.
Are we? So
Yeah,
$12.99 for backing, extra wide backing is a good price anyway.
Already brilliant, definitely.
100% cotton.
Yes. And it's really lovely. We haven't done this kind of design
No, I
before
like
where
this.
it looks like it's almost been
It does, and it's
mosaic.
nice, I think, particularly for a quilt
Yeah.
backing, to put something neutral on it as well, isn't it?
So Ben, can we go to $10.99?
You know, the rest of this team takeover this week, everyone's going to be copying you and wanting
I
to
know.
tell them no.
I know,
Say
we're not
no.
meant to be doing.
I know, just say no,
Let's
because
get
this
some
is my
detail.
game. This is my game. I'm the only one that's allowed to. Although I think we did do a few little sneaky crashes with Ian yesterday.
Did you know?
Yeah, yeah. I said she won't be watching.
I wasn't.
That's all right then. I said she'll never know.
It's amazing. I'm in at 8, don't you think?
I know. I'm really. No, she was in even at 7:30. 7:30.
So yeah, brand new today. We did have hundreds of this. So what we've learned as well, because obviously I work very closely with the buying team, what we've learned is with extra wide, a lot of it, we get on air once, it's sold, it's gone.
Yeah.
So we kind of said, well, let's buy more of each one.
Well,
and
the thing is with this
try
is
and have it a bit
because
more.
also the way that this works is it's sold by the half metre, but if you want more than a half metre, it'll be cut to order. So say if you're making a double bed size quilt, you'll need 2 metres. If you're making a king or a super king, you'll need 2.5 metres, but it will be sent to you as a whole piece. So just put 4 in your basket, you will be sent a 2 metre piece. Any of our fabrics are say 0.5 metres afterwards, that means that they will be sent as cut pieces. So if you get yourself, I'd say get yourself 2.5 metres, that'll pretty cover everything. And I then use the offcuts for the other things when I'm doing a cushion back. Yeah. It's ideal for that.
Definitely, yeah.
There we go.
Super duper.
So you'd get, if you were thinking like a cushion back is about a 40 centimetre square, you get 6 of them.
So Ben, what's $10.99 divided by 2.4? It's what, sorry?
457 for half.
So when do we do patterned fabric for
we just don't. Yeah, no, we don't.
We just don't.
So that's amazing quality, and it is lovely, isn't it? I love the tonal range in it, and the fact you've got all the squares. But it's quite nice. It's not too definite, so it's easier if you need to join pieces together.
Lots of people multiplying.
Right, loads and loads of got there. Don't forget, it will be sent to you as a cut piece. Once the order goes into the warehouse, they will cut it. 4 units is the most popular because that's your 2 metres.
Oh, there you go.
You need to, if you think about your quilt, you need to add on 8 inches all round to the finished size of your quilt, and your backing fabric needs to be at least that size.
Now, this is Starlet White Extra.
So is that the same as this, but in white?
It's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. It's got the stars.
So I wonder if we open it up.
It almost looks like it will glow in the dark, doesn't it? It's almost got that kind of...
Well, I wonder if we put it single layer, so whether we'll be able to see the stars. It's so wide, it's quite hard to do that.
So it's completely white, and then you've got tiny little
well,
stars.
I can see them, you'll be able to see them, so it's not plain. Oh no, you can.
Ah, there you go.
It's a white on white. It's the really useful fabric, this then, not just for quilt backing.
That's like stars when you're stranded on a boat in Australia on the sea. That's what you see, that kind of stars.
Is it?
Yeah,
really?
Real.
Never happened
like
to me.
Like a blanket of stars. It's crazy. You've never been stranded?
But on a boat in Australia? No, never. No, but if you were, that's what it looks like.
It would, that's what it looks like.
But isn't that lovely for dressmaking as well?
We are going $10.99 for all of these today.
Do remember as well this extra wide backing, brilliant for making duvet covers because it's wide enough.
Yes.
So if you want to make your own duvet cover, absolutely perfect.
And it's 100% cotton as well.
Yeah. So you could use this for the back of one.
Night
Lovely pillowcases, bedding, tablecloth. make beautiful Christmas tablecloth.
Yes, it would.
If you get yourself 2 metres, that's more than enough if you've got a really long table. That's a lovely Christmas tablecloth.
Yeah.
Bind the edge in a nice red.
And I don't think we've done white before.
No, not really. I haven't seen white before.
I haven't seen white, no.
Oh, the stars come out really well there, but that is a beautiful Christmas tablecloth.
They're really subtle stars, aren't they?
Yeah.
To the naked eye, you can see them, but they're subtle as well.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, yeah, I'm thinking tablecloth for that.
Yeah.
Measure your table, see how much you need and pop it in your basket. But it's selling fast, so don't wait too long. Do you want to do your blue stars?
And we do the blue stars, yes. So these are called Oberon.
Oberon. King of the Fairies.
Is that a word you've heard of before?
King of the Fairies.
Oh.
Married to Titania.
Oh, you
Midsummer
know
Night's
so
Dream.
much.
A little Shakespeare lesson.
So it's 108 inches. You asked about inches earlier.
Oh, yes.
108 inches, 274 centimetres.
Should we open it out again?
Yeah, let's.
So we can see the glory.
Let's.
So this is like a navy blue background.
Oh, this is starlet. Sorry, you're right.
So this is a navy blue background, and then you've got royal blue spots on it, and then little white stars all over it. Look at that. Nice dress. And you see, you wouldn't need much for a dress. I was just thinking, actually,
out of what we've shown, that would go with dressmaking the best.
And you wouldn't need very much.
Trousers.
Measure your dress patterns out, see how much you need.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need very much.
Yeah, lovely.
Perfect.
Just really, really good value. If you need a big piece of fabric,
really nice for curtain lining.
Really
so rather than putting a plain curtain lining on, how about using this? It would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Very good, very good. Fab.
$12.99
so
for
it is, sorry,
for
it is going to $10.99 again.
But going down.
Of course.
$10.99 for half a metre. So think of all the things you can do with that. Honestly, that is 6 cushion fronts.
No, we haven't got the sew line pens either. So I'm going to get those found.
Oh.
They're not here.
They're not here?
No.
They were a fantastic offer. What happened to them?
Never mind, we'll get them. We'll get them.
We will get them. We can put them in later.
That's quite off-putting, that corridor.
I know, and what people do as well, Hayley, is they stand up there, there's a corridor up there, and then they look at you, and you end up looking at them.
Yeah, and it's distracting.
I know.
Right, let's do some. Have we done all the wide? I'm not sure what they are. That's a kit, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a body kit. Let's do the Liberty. Let's do all the deals, and then I've got to stop doing deals because it's naughty. So
what have we got here then?
These are both collector's home.
5 half metres, or are they fat quarters?
Fat quarters.
Fine, so you've got 5 fat quarters in each one.
Yeah, it's the latest Liberty collection, Collector's Home.
Oh yes, the one that's from all their sort of old collections.
Yes, I think it only launched in September or very end of August.
Yeah, we launched it with Susie.
Get them out.
And it's sort of part of their collection, but also it's about things that people that they collect as well. So there's prints from all different eras, some from 30s, some from the 40s. You've got some real 80s, 90s. So it's their kind of.
Are you undoing it properly?
Well, I'm trying to, but it's taking too long.
It's absolutely adorable. The colours are beautiful. This one, oh sorry, I scratched you. This one is adorable. I
love this colourway.
They've made it really, really versatile. Like the colours are so
well, it's pretty, but it's quite muted as well, isn't it? So it all tones together really nicely. So these super bright,
but you can just tell that's going to go with everything, can't you?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So you've got 2 packs in a bundle, so they should be $37.98.
Oh, okay, so you're getting both of them.
You're getting both of them. We have got the chance to get this on its own after, but this one's only in the bundle today. And we're going to take £5 off the price.
Oh right, so both of them. So you get 10 Liberty fat quarters. This is their newest collection. They've taken prints from previous collections across their archives, going back many, many, many years. But then they've put them into the colour palettes. So although they're different prints, you've got this lovely, quite a cool
neutrals. That one's called Pavilion
but then this really beautiful bright one as well. So both of these. 10 fat quarters, Liberty, $32.98. When do you ever get a Liberty fat quarter for £3.29?
Well, they've never been discounted before either.
No,
never.
First time ever.
No.
So you're paying £3.29 for a Liberty fat quarter. Amazing value.
Is that what it is?
Well, it's 10 for $32.98.
Oh yeah, it is.
So
£3.29.
£3.29.
That's low.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
That is super
But they
low.
are beautiful fabrics. I love these. Look at this one. Should we open one up?
Yes.
So you see, a fat quarter is 20 by 22
I think
inches.
as well with Liberty, having a little bit,
Look at that.
having a little bit of lots, you're
Yes.
going to get a lot from it, aren't you?
Well,
you
often
know?
with Liberty, you're doing small pieces. You can do bits of
Yeah.
applique or patchwork, but
Yeah.
you are getting 10 of these pieces, £32.98, and that price is a one-off.
Yes.
That's a Hayley special, never to be repeated.
No, we can't repeat that.
And
Definitely not.
once these have gone, that's it.
Yes.
We won't be buying these
and
anymore.
these are really limited anyway because it's the last few.
Well, also, we
In
need
the
to leave
bundle.
space for new collections all the time. So once we've sold one collection, it's time to
Yeah.
get the next one.
Beautiful,
Right,
isn't
I'll
it?
leave that with you because we've got to move on.
Keep checking out on
What
that
would you,
one.
do you want to do your Tim
And then we've
Holtz
got this
quilt?
one. This one on
Oh,
its
that one
own.
on its own.
Okay, we need
We've
to
only got
race
15
through.
minutes.
Right, so we'll quickly put this one on. So they're $18.99 on the road.
Right, okay.
And that's the Brights. Oh, no,
So if you want just the Brights one on its own, $18.99. There's just
Yeah.
5 fat quarters in that one.
right, so I've bought another quilt kit.
Well, because it's behind you, I think we should talk about
we
it.
have to do this one, don't we?
Love Tim Holtz.
Love Tim Holtz.
I do. Love him.
And doesn't that just stand out?
Yes,
it's
so
gorgeous
striking.
for autumn, winter.
Yeah, it is.
You know, and definitely kind of for him or her.
Yeah, but it is quite nice that it could be a masculine quilt. A lot of the quilts,
Yeah.
you think, if you were making one for like a male in your family or your son to put on their bed,
Yeah.
it's quite nice to have something. But it's lovely if you
Yeah.
wanted to use it for a picnic.
Stunning, love it. So yeah, so I just wanted to put that on today because I absolutely love it, and we're limited now.
And the fabrics are beautiful. You've got, well, Tim Holtz does this
Yeah.
beautiful thing where he mixes and matches all these fabrics. We've got maths equations in there. We've got type blocks. We've got skulls.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Katharine
Look at the
earlier, and
detail
she
here.
demonstrated this quilt
Yes,
when it was on there, and
when-
she said you get loads of fabric left over.
What date did she demonstrate it on? It was.
Oh, I don't know. She didn't say that. She just said you get loads.
It was a couple of weeks ago or last week. It was really recent. It
Well-
was when we did our Halloween day, which
Oh,
was
okay. I don't know.
last Friday, I think. My mind.
But she said there's loads of fabric left over as well.
yeah,
It's beautiful, isn't it? So you've got everything in here for the quilt front. Let's find my glasses.
23rd of September. There's a demonstration.
If you want to see.
How big is it?
It's
finished?
183 by 183 centimetres. A really good size quilt. That's going to fit on your double bed. But it's the sort of quilt that you could put in your car to keep to go on picnics because of it being darker.
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
if you love Tim Holtz fabric, it's beautiful.
So yeah, so just had to bring that because I loved it. And
Yeah.
it is going to sell out soon, and we haven't got anything else
I know.
like it.
It is a bit of a one-off,
unique.
isn't it?
Yeah.
159.99, and also it comes in a really nice box, so it's very giftable as well. Oh, okay. It's very giftable as well, and it contains all the fabrics from his Regions Beyond collection.
Coming in.
Actually, we match quite nicely with this quilt, don't we?
don't we? Yeah.
In our monochrome.
Definitely.
Right, next.
So yeah, take advantage
Next.
of that. Right, so I had to bring this on.
Well, this was your idea, Hayley.
It was my idea. So again, if you've watched us for a while, we often do the pin badges for special occasions. So we came up with a concept of actually having a little pin badge flag.
Yeah.
Where you can obviously save them all on. So I'm sure lots of people have actually got these already. And
Well, we talked it through, and I said, "What do you want on it?"
Where's the kit?
Where is the kit? Oh, I think you've got it over there. And Hayley decided how she wanted it to be laid out with all the hexagons,
Yeah.
and then we created the kit.
So the one we've got available is a slightly different colour. So it's the Sewing Street green.
Because it was in 2 colours. In the kit, you get the dowel.
You
as
get
well.
the dowel. Now that was
That took
a
some.
whole conversation
Yeah,
in itself.
that
Can we
took quite a long
get
time.
dowel and get it cut down and post it? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So you get the panel and that, and full instructions. Thank you, Rebecca Reed, for writing the full
That's fine.
instructions of how to make this.
So you've got the front of the banner, the back of the banner, the instructions, a handy stick to point at people.
Yes. And
you,
it's just a super quick make, and it's only $6.98.
and you can label it with my pin badges. I made this made with love. You can put any pin badges on it, really.
It's good, isn't it?
And you get and it comes with the back as well, and the front, and the stick
Yes.
to point at people.
You could put plain fabrics on the back and have 2.
You could, yes. Indeed. Just cut round it and use that as a pattern.
Yeah.
£6.98, fantastic price.
Yeah.
Loads in baskets, please get checked out on that. It's the sort of thing I'm not sure whether we'll repeat.
Well, we might repeat it
possibly
when we do an next pin badge.
But get it in your basket now, and then you can put all sorts of things, and you can put any pin badges on it. Right, moving on.
Yeah, so grab that. It's only £6.98. It's fantastic. Right, what I've done, I've bought some of my favourite kits. So I work on the planning team. Myself, Ian, and Jess. We've got a new lady starting in a week's time as well.
Have you?
Yeah,
oh,
called Kerry.
Oh,
so
really?
Breaking news, yeah. So Kerry's joining the team soon. And what we do is we talk with the designers and we get all the shows planned. And it's kind of a beast that keeps wanting more and more ideas, but we love to bring new things every day. Obviously, Delphine is fantastic, as are all our guests. Now, this is a different colourway.
Look at that.
So Delphine, bless her, she comes up with an idea and she kind of sketches it with a pen, and it looks nothing like this, but you get the idea.
You get the idea. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it?
So this is actually made all from one barley pop, pre-cut barley pop.
So this is kind of buttermere, but in the winter.
It's in the autumnal winter, yeah.
This is more winter, but the one that you're giving us is autumn. So you can create this scene, but in autumn colours.
Yes. There you go.
$49.99. So what do you get in that?
So you get the barley pop. So you get the full barley pop, which you won't even use. I don't know what. You won't even use a quarter of it, will you? Really?
No, probably not.
40. I think there's 40 strips in there. But 40 fabrics, 2 sets of 20 different designs. So you've got 40 strips in there, 2.5 inches. You've got your white.
You get half a metre of white fabric.
Backing, and then your full instructions. Okay. And, you know, Delphine's instructions are absolutely
they are, and I've
incredible.
used them, so I can attest to that.
And you can watch the show back. When was that show, Ben?
It's got all of the templates that you'll need to do it. And I think in autumn colours, it would look amazing, wouldn't it?
17th of September.
Right, so if you watch that back and you want to create your own, and it is very easy, because when you look at these designs that Delphine does, you think, oh, that's really technical, that's a work of art. Because she breaks it down, it's actually really achievable.
Yeah. I think that's the magic of...
of her, it is. Her designs are fantastic.
Of making in general, isn't it? You know, you can follow instructions and make something. Should we stay with Delphine and do the clocks?
Yes.
So we've only got the one available, which is this one. So you get the clock mechanism, which, we do challenge our buying team.
We want the clock.
So we had to, my watch is going on. We had to get a sample first, which took weeks, and then we kind of said, we want this many, and we've ordered this now 3 times, and it just sells out like that. It just goes.
Wow, it is beautiful then.
So you've got the clock mechanism, you've got the exclusive panel, which was drawn by Delphine, and then obviously digitised by our team. I think Lou worked on this one. So on the panel, you've got the 2 circles on this one, so you can choose which one you want.
Oh, okay. So can you make 2 clocks?
You can make 2 clocks. You'd need to get another clock mechanism.
But you've got all the pieces. So you've got the owl on one side, you've got all of the numbers and all of the applique pieces, and then on the other side, you've got the
stag.
The stag, and that's got the number. So you would need another clock mechanism to make 2.
Yes.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, or you could just put, you could make one as a hanging picture next to the clock. So that's the owl, and all this is just appliqued on from the panel. You can put as much on or, Lisa as you want, and then obviously Delphine's done some beautiful embroidery on the top of this.
Absolutely stunning, aren't they? Yeah, so you could have one as a picture and one as a clock. Would look lovely.
Super. And again, brilliant value, because just $14.98.
Yeah, $14.98 for all of that.
If you're looking for gifts to give, if you like to give a personal gift.
Well, also, a lot of interiors now are quite neutral. Yeah. So this will go in most living rooms, won't it? Or a bedroom, but it would just a lovely thing to have.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, do you want to... let's run it through. So with the backing fabric that was missing, which we did the beige in. We've got it in navy.
Okay, that's the
There
navy
you go.
one.
So we can go to $10.99 on that as well, and that's brand new
Oh,
today.
I like that. So it's the same as that beige one. You've got that patchwork and sort of scrolly effect,
Yes.
but it's in navy. Exactly the same, but we just haven't got any here.
Let's do these two quickly.
Yeah, okay.
I keep forgetting.
One at a time.
So this
Got 4
is,
minutes.
This is. Do you know what it is? Charlie's scaring me to death. Okay, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. But, and I feel
I know, it's
Charlie,
pressure.
Charlie, you need to say it a bit less scary.
You've got
Thanks,
4 minutes
lovely.
left, Hayley, but don't worry if you go over.
That's
Everything's
lovely.
fine.
You're saying it nice now. 4 minutes, Hayley.
3
So
minutes now.
love this. We were trying to find the sample, but we couldn't find it. So again, everything goes walkies here. But this is Amanda Little's Easy Reach makeup bag.
Yeah, it's
Have you
really,
seen this?
it's really clever. She demonstrated it on air with me.
It's fantastic. There will be some photos actually in Amanda's file, but it opens up.
So it's got, it starts as like a cube, well not a cube, but a long cube. I can't think the name of that. Cuboid, and then it unzips, to make it like almost flat, but
box,
with edges,
isn't it?
like
It's
a little
almost a box.
Well, you can
But
see
there you go.
there's the picture.
There you go.
Really good. That's the pattern only, $9.99. So
Yeah.
you can use your own fabric. So
Yes.
it's always good to have something to use your stash. You need 1/2 metre of main fabric and 1/2 metre of lining and 1/2 metre of fusible fleece.
Yeah.
So really good stash buster that is.
Brilliant size, brilliant design. Sells out all the time
Yeah,
when we
lovely
feature
pattern,
it.
$9.99.
Would highly recommend that one. Love that. Should we move on to
Yes.
Wendy's? And this one, the foldable tote. Now this was on the show only last week with Debbie Harris. I wanted to show some photos on the Facebook page, but I forgot to tell everyone. So if you go onto the Facebook fans page, Sewing Street Fans, one of our customers has made this in about 6 or 7 different fabrics.
Oh, wow.
And it's brilliant. It's really brilliant. And the concept's super simple. It's just a bag, a tote bag, shopping bag, and you can fold it away and it clips shut.
Yeah, which is brilliant.
Which
Because
is
you just pop it
brilliant.
in your handbag.
Yeah.
And again, stash buster. So some of us have a few fabrics in our collection.
Some of
and
us,
it's
yeah.
nice to have a pattern that you can use to make them.
Yes. And Wendy gets complimented on her patterns
All the time, yeah, because they're really
All the
very,
time.
very
She
clear.
spends so much time going through, making sure it's all absolutely perfect, all really, really clear. Yeah.
She even shows you how to put the snap fastener on. You need a metre of fabric for it. Any fabric. Well, preferably a cotton fabric, otherwise it won't fold up very well. But any colour, any print.
There you go. So yeah, so that's one of my favourite patterns as well. We have to do these, don't we?
Right,
Have to.
okay.
So Sally Ann Harrison is a fantastic quilter, fantastic designer, and she sent me a picture of this quilt pattern, and I just thought, wow.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's Liberty dresses.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I thought, wow, like the concept, the idea is fantastic. I've never seen anything like it personally. And I said, yeah, we absolutely have to have that. So we did. So that image you see now is actually from the other kit, the handkerchief kit, which we'll show you shortly, and that's exclusive to us.
Okay.
So this one is the Liberty option. No, I've got the wrong one, haven't I? That's the Liberty option.
Right. Yeah, so if you want to make it using actual Liberty fabrics.
So you've got your 5 Liberty fat quarters.
For the
which are all
dresses.
gorgeous, yes. Which one is that? That is, doesn't say it on very helpfully. It looks like Collector's Home, doesn't it?
I think so.
But it just doesn't say which one, but it's definitely Collector's Home collection.
And then you get Liberty
white on white fabric, which is your Wiltshire
Shadows.
Wiltshire Shadow Liberty. So that's for your backing. And
So you
then
get a metre and a half of that, and then you get. Oh, that's Nature's Jewel.
That one's called.
And so you get all of the dresses
all
will come out in Liberty, and there is even Liberty fabric for the background for $49.99.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So each of the little dresses, you make the dress, and then they're all surrounded
She's
in little things.
also got a QR code you can scan, or you can go to the YouTube link and you can watch how.
Okay.
So she's done a tutorial how as well, which is brilliant.
It's so sweet, isn't it? What a lovely hanging to put
Super sweet.
Put in your sewing room as well. Gorgeous.
So that's the Liberty option, which is just $49.99.
Right.
And then we've got this one, which again, you know, we've worked really hard to get something that's just super pretty and exclusive that you can't get anywhere else.
So you get 1.5 meters of ivory.
So this,
and then look at this.
This is based on an old-fashioned vintage handkerchief style.
Wow.
So here's all your little handkerchiefs there, all your little squares.
Oh, they are. You
so
can
if
just
you show
imagine what this would look.
If you show that photo again, I think it's this one, isn't it, with the little,
oh, okay.
the little poochy, posh
They are
poochies
just
on.
like vintage handkerchiefs, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
So actually, what you could do is cut these out and have them keep them as handkerchiefs.
You could do.
And then these
you
are
could
the
do
little
whatever
strips.
you want, and that's your strips for your windows on the quilt.
Oh, isn't that picture lovely? I love the
Gorgeous, isn't it?
with the little dresses
And it's
made of
only
handkerchiefs.
$39.99.
Only $39. So
It's
you're getting
only $39.99, which again is incredible value because that, yeah, I mean that would be 25 on its own, and then you're obviously getting your
and you get 1.5 meters of ivory,
ivory.
the whole panel, and the instructions. $39.99.
Yeah. And we're
I
out
think
of
you've
time.
run out of time,
No, there
Hayley.
are some sewline pens. We've got the Buddha, the Delphine's Buddha kit
Yeah.
as well. So we'll run that through. That'll be on the website. And we have to try and find these pens because we've got some brand new sewline pencils.
Yeah, they are absolutely brilliant. If you want to mark on darker fabrics, which are obviously raisable pens
do you want to
with.
just show the picture?
So
May
if
as well
you want
show
to mark, I use them when I need to mark like navies and blacks, so my erasable pens don't work. These are mechanical pencils. We have them in white and we have them in yellow, and they are fab. So
They're
if I'm marking...
Do you know? They're ceramic.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're really good. So they mark ever so well. They don't, because they're ceramic, then don't scratch the fabric. They mark it nicely.
Yeah.
It's like marking with a chalk, but it marks more clearly.
So for the first time ever, we've got them available in pink, and we have got them in yellow as well.
Okay.
But again, price. You know, we could have done
Yeah,
these
look at
for
that price, $13.95 as a price comparison.
But we wanted to make them super affordable, so they are going to be $9.99.
And they are fantastic for marking darker fabrics. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So we've got a pink one and a yellow. So you just depending on what colour that you want you're marking with, but it is ideal. And then the mark just brushes off.
Yeah. You've got a rubber on the end as well, haven't you?
Yeah, they're brilliant. I use mine all the time. I love it. And it does come with
the yellow one.
Some extra chalks, whatever they're called.
Refills.
I was thinking what they are. They do come with extra refills.
Yeah, the
as well.
refills are $4.75 for a refill.
And ours comes with a pack of refills as well.
So yeah, we wanted to play with them, but they're not here. But you can still get them.
They're in the
today.
warehouse.
Yes.
They're probably in a
Right
van.
then, that's me done.
Well, thank you very much, Hayley. Thank you for your choice. It was a very lovely choice, very mixed.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to everyone who's managed to get the early bird of the vacuum cleaner and the cutting mat. Please do keep checking out. There are loads of you with it in baskets.
Who's on tomorrow? Hayley Bryan.
Hayley Bryan will be with... Who's presenting? John's back tomorrow, and Hayley Bryan, who's our head of marketing, will be here at 8 o'clock for the special staff takeover. Well, have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Get back to your scheduling.
Well, I'm off on a Thursday. Don't work Tuesdays and Thursdays, so going home now.
Whatever.
I'm joking. Thanks, bye everyone.
I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and it's all about the Christmas kit. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but My favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. So we have got Yvonne with us. Morning, Yvonne.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
How are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. It was a bit dark first thing this morning.
It was a little bit. I don't know, someone's turned the lights off.
They have. They absolutely have. It's been a long time since we've...
It is. I said yesterday I haven't worked with Yvonne for ages. I've seen you here and there when I've been in.
I keep turning up, don't I?
Yeah, but I haven't worked with you. Lucky me.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
We have lots of
we have got lots of things as well.
Haven't we?
We've got 2 hours of Yvonne now and at 11 o'clock with lots of things. And we've got a brand new kit from you.
Yeah, we always try and bring something new along to
Shall I
to
show
the
you
show?
a brand new kit?
Go for it. Go for it.
Look at that. How beautiful is that? Gorgeous, isn't it? Village fabric, star, Christmas tree hanging. So tell me about your design for this. What was the idea in your head?
Well, do you know, it was a Christmas card of about 10 years ago.
Which you still have?
I don't think I do, to be honest, because it got itself, you know, it sort of stuck in my mind, and then... And I think it was in pinks and greys or something. It was way back whenever, you remember they tried Pink Christmas?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And I thought, no, trees aren't pink. Trees are definitely green. So the concept of stars and trees and Christmas, you know, it all fits together quite nicely. And I started on the back of an envelope. Now, anyone that knows me, it really is the back of an envelope. And then it moves on to a slightly bigger piece of paper, and then I start cutting things out. There's never actually a plan before the thing is made. And once it's made, then it's possible to start taking photocopies and doing some proper calculations.
So this is a lovely little wall hanging for that little space at Christmas, isn't it?
I believe so, and the thing about it is everyone's is going to be totally unique to them.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Because no one is going to put those stars on in exactly the same way
well,
as
and also
someone
at
else.
Christmas, when you're hanging up all your decorations, you've always got a little wall that you can put it on.
There's a little sort of
Actually,
entrance.
it'd be quite nice on your Christmas table though, wouldn't it?
Well, if you made 2 of them and put them top to top, you could have a little runner, couldn't you?
Well, you could, but I'm thinking, you know, little table mat, just look nice as on your Christmas table.
Absolutely.
Tell everyone not to put the sprouts on it.
I was going to say there's
but it would be a very nice
the
festive
spillage element, isn't there?
So you have created these complete kits for us.
As always, we try to make sure that we supply the amount you need, so you don't have to go and buy fat quarters, fat eighths, bundles
and
of
all
things.
Of that. So in the kit you get full instructions. Yvonne will be going through this with us in a moment, and she's going to demonstrate exactly how to make it. But in here you've got the templates, you've got the instructions, it's all in there. You've then got the backing fabric. I love this because it's not white, it's white on white. It's got a print.
Yeah.
Lovely print, and that's used in the background.
A little scroll in that background, so it's not
like
flat.
An ivory colour, but yes, it's got that little dimension to it because it's got the scrolls. You've then got all the other fabrics that are used for the trees and the stars. So you've got browns, greens, reds. Some of them, like this one, has got a bit of metallic in it as well. But they all cut specifically so that you've got enough. You've even got the dark green fabric is here to use for the binding of it.
Yeah.
Now you will need extra fabric to back it and for wadding. You can either use that from your stash, so that's why we haven't put that in. But if you want some calico backing fabric, we have got that by the 1/2 metre. So we'll just put that in. Yes, SXLJ57. So we've got that. So if you need some calico backing fabric, it's only £2.79 for 1/2 metre. I mean, you might have some in your stash, but if you need some for this, then that's that. And also, you will need a little bit of wadding. Now, this wadding is ideal for any of Yvonne's makes because she's got quite a few kits that will be quilted.
Yes.
So it's ideal for that because this is a lovely cotton wadding, but it's a small piece. Crib size, so just $10.99, but it's a lovely quality cotton wadding.
It's a great thing to have in.
It is nice to have,
isn't it? You just need small pieces.
Yeah, so this measures 45 by 60 inches, 114 by 152, so it's sort of 1.5 metres really.
Yeah, but it's big enough to do most projects.
Most of
you're going
hangings.
To get, well, 6 or 8 cushion fronts out of that, or a number of smallish wall hangings, but equally it's long enough that you would get a table runner. So it's a sensible size buy so that you can take a long piece off it, and the pieces that you have left will do square projects.
Perfect. So if you want, and it's a nice quality because it's a cotton wadding, so if you need some, pop that in your basket. So we've got other Christmas kits that Yvonne's going to be showing us later, but we're going to start first with the demonstration for this one because it's a brand new one. So where do we start, Yvonne?
Well, as always, as I say at this point, do what I say in the instructions. Don't do what I may have done in the process of getting to these instructions, but read through the instructions. Whenever we do any applique work, we always use a slightly bigger background piece of fabric than the finished piece would be, so that whenever we are manipulating it, it's under the irons, under the sewing machine, if it distorts in any way, you've got the ability to trim it back up and have a nice square finish to it. Now, this particular piece of applique work, it's not difficult. It's a little fiddly. It's definitely a little fiddly. I won't say anything else, but it is a matter of putting one piece on at a time. There's no overlapping of pieces, so it's not a complicated applique. In the instructions, obviously there is the picture that is on the front, so you can see what you are aiming for basically. Then you also have a full-sized template sheet in here, and this is where you need, well, what I've done, the way I make these things is you put the pot on. You start at the pot. Start with the pot, yeah. It's one piece with straight edges.
So we need Bondaweb.
You do need Bondaweb.
So I do have Bondaweb.
Well thought of.
I just suddenly remembered.
Yes, because we don't include the Bondaweb in the kit.
Now this pack is enough to do it, more than enough to do it.
Yep.
So if you haven't got any Bondaweb at home, just this small pack will be absolutely perfect to do that. So pop that in your basket. It's just $2.99. If you've not used Bondaweb before, all the instructions are in there of exactly how to use it, and you will be converted. It's an amazing product. It's like double-sided sticky tape for fabric.
It is really. And if you do buy this, I would take it home and take it out of its pack.
Right.
Because it is better if you can roll it so that you don't have any creases in it. So if you have a kitchen roll inner, just take it out, wrap it around that, just let the creases come out.
Okay.
And it'll keep
Perfect.
better. So I'd forgotten all about the Bondaweb.
Well, I did, despite the fact it was on my desk.
I was so interested in getting this pattern out here.
But it was on my desk, but I forgot as well.
Yeah, well, ladies of a certain age and all that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. So you have your full-size pattern sheet. You're going to start at the bottom and work your way up. That was how I found was the, keep it simple, So measure, it's about an inch and a half up from the bottom of your background piece, and that's where your pot's going to go on. You have options whenever it comes to how you're going to stitch everything in place. The Bondaweb is a layer of glue for the back of the fabric, and that will stay in place for about 18 months if you don't stitch around it. It also helps seal the edges so that you're not getting a lot of fraying. So if this is going to be a disposable kit, which I hope it's not, I hope this is something that's going to come out year after year, you don't have to stitch around every piece. But I have stitched around the pot. You can stitch around the pot using a blanket stitch, using a satin stitch. In this particular instance, I've actually used a gold thread.
Okay.
To just give it a bit of a
Oh, well, that's quite nice.
Glitzy.
So you can just have a little go and see what stitches you fancy doing with it.
Yeah, because this is Christmas. Nothing's too much at
Nothing
Christmas.
is ever too much at Christmas.
So,
and it's $16.99 this kit. It's a fantastic price.
So pop the bow on. The bow has 5 pieces to it.
And you've got the red fabric in the kit for that.
Oh, absolutely.
Nice.
So that's the only thing that I would say is the way round you need to do it. I think you need a red bow.
Yeah, and and that little brown piece of fabric, the check one, is perfect for the basket.
Yes.
Is the pot.
Yes. So the pieces, the red and the 3 greens are all exactly the same size. That means you can put whichever green bit you want behind it, whichever star. Yeah, it is simply a matter of doing the big stars first out of the fabric. You're going to trace. We have an additional sheet here. This is your placement diagram, and you could of course use this to trace around each of the templates.
Yeah, I guess you could put that on a light box, couldn't you?
Yeah,
and then put your fabric on top.
But equally, we have a sheet here that has perhaps cleaner lines on the. There's a bit more contrast here, I think. So this is put your Bondaweb on here, draw around, create each of your shapes, and decide how many of each particular star that you want. That's
well, it's nice, isn't it? For people like me who wouldn't want to have to arrange it, I would trace your layout. But for other people who like to do that, more creative, well, they could then sprinkle them where they want. But I would trace it. I'd want mine to look exactly the same.
Oh well, look. if you just do that...
Oh, actually just traces. Erasable pen.
Well, I don't... for me, I use this. I decide on which stars I want. I draw my stars onto my Bondaweb. I apply my Bondaweb onto the back of my fabric. And there is quite a little bit of take your time cut out because some of these shapes are quite delicate because you're cutting the centre out.
But that's how you get that lovely, it's almost a 3D effect, isn't it?
Yes. And I would, I'm going to just peel that off the back because I've applied the Bondaweb to the back of the fabric, and there we go. Trying not to distort the shape. There we go. And I would pop that on the top there. Now you choose which of the green fabrics you want for that big star. Yeah. And if I were at home, what I would be doing at this point is I would have all of this on my ironing board so that I don't have to.
Right, and then so you have it all. It's
So
actually, you
just-
can see through it really well. You don't need a light box at all, do you? Fantastic.
Yep, there's enough contrast. So I'm going to put the top star on. Having measured, you have popped your pot and your bow on, and that's really your north and your south, and you're going to take it from there.
Right.
I think I might put the iron on that just so that, do I just lift that? Do I lift the whole thing?
You can, well, you can take the base with you or not.
Well, I think I'm going to just do that. And that is the magic of Bondaweb.
I know, it's just, if you've not used it before, you're going to love it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it saves, it just gives you that really neat professional finish.
Well, it helps seal the edges, doesn't it?
Yes.
So you don't get all that fraying around. Now, as I was saying, you have 4 pieces of fabric. You have your red and 3 greens. So the red, I think you need to do the bow. Remember that red is the first colour that your eye sees, so it really is very important where you put some of the red stars to just take your eye through the design.
Right, okay, so do you say you kind of need to evenly distribute them then?
Yes, and I have, look at all this cutting out that I've been doing over the last few evenings.
I bet that took you a while.
It's you need a pair of sharp scissors,
okay,
which you might have over there.
We do have scissors.
You see what a team we make
And
here?
look at that. Fits left and right hands and small and large hands.
Wow.
This cuts materials that other scissors can't.
So
there we
I'm
go.
Definitely putting one there.
Super sharp scissors called ambidex for big hands, small hands, left hands and right hands.
Wow.
$11.99 for a pair. These are June Taylor as well.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Good make. So this,
There
as
we
I
go.
say, this for me is the fun part. Yeah, I have just drawn round a number of the star shapes, put them onto at random one of the 3 greens, and I'm just starting to build up. Now you've obviously got some bigger stars, so you want to again pull them down through the middle. I've popped a couple of, remember to take the paper off the back.
Yeah, it's sort of annoying when you've done all of that and then you've
Isn't
then
it?
got to go back and take all the paper off.
Yes, it can be very frustrating, especially if you pick it up off the ironing board before you notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there have been tears at bedtime. So you can see that I might just go ahead, and I haven't actually made a lot of red stars because I thought I don't want quite as many as I had in that one.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Because it's yours.
Exactly, and it's the opportunity for you to make something with building blocks that we've given you here.
And I guess once you've got the kit and you've got the pattern, if you wanted to make another one or a longer one, you could just use your own fabrics.
And you know, perhaps you want to do silver and black.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah.
There's lots of I just find it difficult to get away from green when it's a tree.
Yeah, that's true.
But
you could make you know, a longer one. But see, I think it would make a lovely placemat.
I don't want to put my plate on it.
No.
I think that's my problem. I want to be able to see this.
Yes.
But, you know, there are basic building blocks here that you make your own, yeah? You just keep creating. Look, you know, this is similar but different, and that's what this is all about. Yeah. But it's fun. Do you remember fuzzy felt?
I definitely remember fuzzy felt. Love fuzzy felt.
And I kind of feel a bit like that about this.
Okay, so you just keep moving.
I just keep putting.
Well, it's lovely. You've got lots of different shape stars. You've got some that look like snowflakes with the little spearheads. I love those. And tiny stars.
And some, as you were saying, are the darker green, and some have some metallic on them, so you're getting a little bit of glitz, which again, I think if you want to put some of the metallic thread, you know, you get lots of different metallic threads, or this is actually a rayon thread that I've used. I find it gives you the glitz without any of the heartache, and it just picks up against each of those green fabrics that you're using, to really just finish off the top of the tree. Some gold embroidery in there.
Yes,
whether
that's
it's
beautiful.
Whether it's by hand or
do you want
machine.
to show it on your on?
Yes, don't waft.
I won't. I won't even breathe.
You know what? I'm going to do that first. I'm just going to do that.
Just to be sure. It's like, don't waft, don't breathe.
Yeah, but this is why you do this on your ironing board. Otherwise, you need lots of little applique pins, which again, I find it's best to just stab them in if you have something soft beneath it. But if I just, you know, here's the one we did earlier. There is, this has been machined in, and it's just like the light coming from a star at the top here. You could not stitch round each of these shapes, then layer it up and do free motion quilting over the entire piece, which would be a quicker finish. To secure each of these some of the shapes are quite complicated, you know, hands up, I accept that. If I turn it over, I don't know if the camera will pick up, but Linda is a great quilter, and she has quilted this for me. And she has gone round each of those stars. She has done quite straight lines around them, as opposed to going into all the nooks and crannies. But on the back, you have a lovely tree with all of these stars outlined. So again, there's an option for you where you can just stick it all on, layer it up, and some crazy quilting over the top of it.
So rather than bits, that's up to you. Depends what you fancy.
Depends, absolutely. You can do some hand embroidery. Obviously, if you are going round each of the stars, you might want to additionally quilt some stars in the sort of blank areas at the top here.
Yeah, make it your own.
That's what it's all about, something uniquely
And
yours.
then you use the dark green to bind it afterwards.
Just a solid green round the edge, because trees are green.
Funnily enough.
And I think it's a very achievable project over a weekend.
I think it's beautiful, and it's a really we only have 25 of these left. So if you want one, you need to get it in your basket and check out. I think it's a lovely, mindful project. You cut them out gently, you put them on, you consider where they go, you sew them on, and you are left with an heirloom piece that will come out Christmas after Christmas. And what a lovely gift for somebody.
Oh, I think people would be so impressed if you put this together and gave them this for Christmas.
I think that's lovely. But also, because your kits are packaged so nicely, I think if you wanted to buy someone a kit,
you could.
It's a lovely gift to give as the kit. Obviously, they do need to be able to sew in advance to that.
Yes, there
Maybe
is.
you might encourage non-sewers to give it a go.
Well, as I say, you can make it really difficult for yourself, or you can make it a little bit easier.
Nice.
And well, I just love this. This makes me start thinking that Christmas is not too far away.
and it was so nice to bring it out every year. I mean, I think it would look lovely hung on the back of a door. So, you know, like when you have a door that's, my kitchen door's always open, and nice to hang it on that, wouldn't it?
I like the idea of it sort of being like a little something you hang in the hallway.
Yes, one of those sort of little walls that you've got now.
Just those sort of, little buttressy bits that you're never quite sure what to do with.
Beautiful. Right, lovely. So is there anything else you want to show me on that? Or
I don't think so.
Well, let's move on then.
Well, there's a whole...
We've got loads of kits.
I think we need to move on.
Shall we do snowflakes? Because I love these.
Okay. Well, these are...
I'm going to bring them out because they're on a board.
Yeah.
Look at these. Now, if you've seen Yvonne's kits before, you might have seen this, but if you haven't, they are beautiful, aren't they? Who would believe they're in fabric? They look paper, don't they?
They do,
Until you touch them.
And that's where the inspiration came from.
So you could hang these on your tree?
They're 3D and they're the same back and front.
Right.
So if you had glass doors,
oh nice,
or hanging in the window, I think they look nice hanging in the window.
In the window.
You know, just attach some silver cord to them, or elastic. Then they could kind of bounce up and down on the window.
But they wouldn't they look lovely on a really special present as the bow?
Oh yes.
And then
I hadn't thought of that.
And then the person who gets to keep them as well. So we've got 2 kits.
2 colourways, haven't we?
2 colourways. So they're the same thing. So we've got the blue. So you get enough in here to make 2.
4.
4. Oh, we went through this earlier. Forgot.
4.
Enough to make 4. This kit makes 4 of the blue ones, this colourway here. So you've got all the instructions. You get this blue. It's got a little bit of metallic in it, this as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
And the white fabric as well. And you will need some Bondaweb.
Yes.
To go with that.
So, yeah, that blue fabric is a Robert Kaufman fabric.
Oh, is it? It's very nice. I'm going to have a look at the fabric.
It is a really nice
so for $15.99, you can make 4. And obviously, then once you've made your 4, you know how to make them.
Yeah.
You can use your own fabric to make even more. So how long do they take?
It's all about the preparation, as always.
I love this. That's a real icy blue.
I love that fabric.
Oh, and the other colourway, just before we start, is the grey. So if you want to make, that's the grey one there. If you want to make the grey ones, you get enough in the kit to make 4 of those. That's this kit here.
Oh,
so just choose between the grey and the blue, or both. But there is enough to make 4.
Absolutely. And 4 plus maybe 1 or 2 pieces. Let me say that you need quite a lot of Bondaweb here, because you are applying it to both fabrics, to what is effectively the inside and the outside. And then you stick the blue to the white in this instance, and you then cut squares. Keep some of the paper squares that you cut from the Bondaweb, because you'll be peeling Bondaweb off.
Okay.
Because that allows you to have a little trial run on what your cutting is for each of the squares. Now, I'm going to have to do a little bit of unsewing here, just a minute, because obviously there we go. It was as simple as that. This is the shape that you will be doing, and you have to cut this square up in exactly the right way. There are more wrong ways than there are right ways, so if you have a trial run on that square of paper before you do this, there will not be tears at bedtime. So you need to fold this in half, fold it again, and then you are going to measure and cut. There are really good pictures in the instructions for this.
Okay.
If you would please, because I do have them here, but my hands are sort of full with this. And you need to cut down the double-edged fold. Well, double-edged.
Oh yeah, no, the diagrams show exactly how to do this, so that's fine.
So you cut, you make 1, 2, 3 different cuts down this square. Then you open it up and you are ready to start creating an individual element. And this is where you will be able to make at least 4 snowflakes, and you might have a little bit left over. Okay. And the little bit that's left over, I think, can make really quite a pretty little individual decoration of its own. So you choose which you would like to see more of. So in this instance, I think I probably want to see more of the blue. So you need to start with folding those 2 pieces together, and this is the fiddly bit. There is no doubt about it, it is fiddly. I am simply going to pin it together for the purposes of demonstration, but you should be able to just put a cross of stitches to hold that in place. Then you turn it over and you do the same with that one. This time we're seeing the blue. Again, I'm going to pop a pin in. You want to make sure that the lines that you, when you stitch these 2 pieces together, you want to make sure that that line actually follows through, okay? It becomes important, much more important on the last layer of this. So I've turned it over again, and this time I have the white showing. Okay. Yeah, we decided that wanted to have a bit more of the blue showing, so the second and the fourth elements
are going to be the blue.
Are going to be the blue. So this is the last and the outside of the piece, and this is where, this is where it attaches onto its mate, okay? So the third and the fourth folds are where it attaches onto its mates, okay? So it's important that you have that line running true, because you have to try and stitch that onto its friends. And if they alternate, so you have your white, blue, white, blue, white, blue. You sew.
Okay, so it's made from 4 pieces.
It's made from, that is the element.
Right.
Yeah? That is the unit.
Okay.
Which then three of those could go together and form half, because snowflakes have 6.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yes, so
halves,
it's 6 different things.
So you do halves. Join that to that in the center. So here's my half unit, and then sew the centers together. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. I can see this being a bit addictive, that you sort of work out how to make one and then you think, oh.
And any of your little leftovers?
Yeah, that's really pretty, isn't it? Hang that on the tree.
That's my thought. These for the windows or the doors.
Oh,
but
can
this
you,
is for
Becky,
the trees.
the TV's gone off.
So yeah, looking
Hi
absolutely
Yvonne and
gorgeous.
Becky. I made these snowflakes for my daughter last year.
Yep.
From Pauline.
Oh yeah. We have been.
Well done, but they are lovely, aren't they? They are beautiful.
And you mix
Thank
them
you.
in whatever colour you want to match your Christmas decorations.
Yeah. I'm thinking, you know, if you've bought a special present, how lovely.
As on the top of the box.
Yeah, it would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
It's quite a lot of work for.
I know, but for a special person, for that very
someone
special
who would
person.
appreciate it. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's what I would say. Only the person. I've got a message from Sue. Said, "Is Yvonne going to Malvern and bringing a lovely bamboo towel in?"
Yes, I am going to Malvern in a couple of weeks' time. I hadn't thought about bringing my bamboo tiling, but I can cut some meters of that and
there you
pop
go.
it in a,
Well, Sue
pop
would
it in a
like,
bag. So
would
yes,
like you to.
Any requests taken?
So there we go.
So snowflakes are good fun.
Right, so you either can get the blue one or the grey one, and there is enough in the kit to make 4, but you will need some Bondaweb as well, and we do have that on the website. Is a small packet of Bondaweb enough, or will they need more than one?
You need a good half metre per to get all of the snowflakes out. I think you need 55 centimetres by 22 wide.
Well, you see, this is 17 centimetres wide, and then it's 1.2 metres long. So you probably will, but you'll just have to join it.
You probably can just have a bit of a jiggle.
So the one that's on the screen at the moment is the blue and white one.
Yeah.
That was the one that Yvonne was demonstrating. Shall we do the gingerbread man now? Because you were showing me your little...
we brought this to you last year, and whenever I come along here, I obviously have to have lots of part samples.
Yes.
And it can become something of a, oh my, not another sample piece that is going to lie around.
Let me show you the gingerbread man.
Yeah.
So he's a beautiful wall hanging or table mat.
I think he's a wall. Yeah. You want to put it on the table again,
Oh,
Debbie,
I know, I do.
you?
I want everyone to be sat at my Christmas table going, oh, isn't that lovely? But you see, if I've got the kit, I've got the instructions, I can make 2, one for the table.
You can. So, again, straightforward applique. Bondaweb on the back of each of the shapes.
So everything is in the kit that you need, except
need
for the backing
and
the wadding and the Bondaweb.
So if you have bought that piece of calico earlier or the wadding, then you've got plenty to do both the
I like the fact
Christmas
you've got
tree.
the special gingerbread fabric
gingerbread
as well.
coloured fabric. And so you have gingerbread men.
They're so
potentially.
lovely.
Yeah, and you have the lettering that's saying Christmas, and you have some little spotty fabric for the bows on little bow ties, I should say.
Yes, because all gingerbread men wear bow ties.
Well, they've just got to.
Because it's Christmas Day, you need to be smart.
And sometimes, which I haven't done on the sample you have there, you want to put some little buttons down there, down the front. I haven't done that on there, but these of course are the ideas that you bring to the table and make those your own. There's little French knots for the eyes, but you can do all manner of things. And of course,
look,
if you're really thinking gingerbread people, you've got to think white icing.
Oh yeah, definitely white icing.
So this is what I started to do because I
lovely.
So we have exactly the same elements, but we have Christmas just running down one side. We have some boys, but we have one girl with her frilly lace apron on, and she's got her bow in her hair instead of a bow tie.
Oh, that's lovely.
And I've been putting little white crosses on each of the gingerbread people, and been drawing on, haven't finished them all yet, some little wavy lines for their toes
so
and their
you can
feet.
really customise this and personalise it.
I think so. You know, this is about, we give you the basics.
Well, you've got the template, haven't you? So you could use that for other things as well.
Absolutely. yes, put this in the wall in your dining room, and put a little gingerbread shaped on the corner of coasters, or on the corner of placemats, or on the side of a rug, a mug mat.
Yeah, or napkins.
Yeah. Oh yes, corner of a checked napkin. One of those would look really nice. So
cool. They would be beautiful if you had some fabric, a bit like this border that you had your napkins in. I mean, you could even buy them like that, and then applique gingerbread man on it. Oh, how lovely!
Oh, yeah. You could buy some tea towels, probably some check tea towels.
So once you've made this, you've got your kit. It's only $16.99, and you've got everything that you need in it. For the top, obviously, you will need wadding and backing. We've got calico by the ½ metre. We've got the big roll of, the crib-size roll of wadding that's absolutely the right size for it, and more. But then you've got all of this lovely fabric as well. So.
I think the other thing you probably want to mention are those little pyramid gift boxes.
Yes, let's move on to that one next.
Because when I brought those to the show last time, they sold out.
Right, let's quickly do those.
So this is a bit of a top up now.
Right, do you want to
yes, let me talk about it, because I'm afraid this was the pack of. Here's the ones I did earlier I couldn't find.
Right, I'll give you the kit as well, because it's quite nice to see what's in
the kit. There's enough fabric to make 4 of these, which is a reasonable number. I see these as being sitting as at people's place settings on the table with, and we have been very good at tying this up so that it wouldn't lose its bell.
So what would you put in yours?
It would depend who it was for. I think I would probably stick with a really nice chocolate.
Yeah.
But
always a winner.
Always a winner. So there's one fabric on the outside, one fabric on the inside. And the whole is pulled together with the ribbon that goes through the little tab on the end. These again are fiddly, they're not difficult, and the difficult element is you can minimize by doing it slowly, bit at a time, and a little touch of glue just on the top. You're making 2 of these. I think they look a little boat shaped. So you've got this triangle, you have a square, and you have the triangles, all one piece of fabric. This has Bondo web on it, and it has the same on the other side. Again, Bondo web's giving the fabric some stability. And the tricky bit is inserting the rickrack along each of these sides. It's best to start by sewing that square that stabilizes the middle of it, and you just then have 2 flaps of fabric on either side here, and you are busy inserting your rickrack.
Okay, and you get the rickrack in the kit.
Oh, everything is in there.
Kit. So in the kit you get, I'll move over to this side so I can show it better. So you get the 2 fabrics.
2 fabrics, full-size templates in there for what you're cutting.
You've got this lovely cream fabric that's got all these little Christmassy icons on baubles. It's a bit vintage, that one.
It is a little, but it's...
and then you've got this lovely...
Yeah, and then you've got bright red.
Lovely bright red with the snowflakes. And then all of this green rickrack. This is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Super wide rickrack. So that goes...
Yeah, remember you're making 4 of these.
So there's enough in here, $15.99, and you can make 4. And you get the ribbon.
And you get 2 bells.
So, because these go on the top, don't they?
Yes. And 2 snowmen.
And 2 Father Christmases.
Sorry.
Which are bells, but they're bells as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So 2 gold bells and 2.
Yeah, we thought about snowmen. We ended up with Father Christmases. Yeah.
And 2 Father Christmas bells. Look, they jingle.
Yeah, and of course,
gorgeous and full instructions. Obviously,
they are fully reversible, so you can have them that way this year.
Oh, that's true. And also then you see,
That
if you
way
wanted
next
to make
year.
more than 4, you can get yourself another kit, or you can use your own fabric to make some more. That's lovely. I like that.
It's a
yes,
good
I think, like you
idea.
say, a very special chocolate would be nice.
I think so. Or maybe a little puzzle or something that you're going to play at lunch, you know. But yeah, for me it's
lovely.
It's chocolates, but then it's chocolates for me quite often if I get
Very
the
nice.
opportunity.
Should we do your crackers next? Because I love the crackers. We have to think, yes, we've got just enough time to do that. We've still got 10 minutes, ages. So these are brilliant. I'm going to pack those away in a moment.
Well, this was my daughter's fault. She said, Mum, we should have reusable Christmas crackers.
Yes, it's very, very eco, isn't it? So these come in 3 different colours. So we've got 3 different kits. So this is the red cracker kit. Let me show you the crackers first. So these are really clever. They're padded. They have embroidered fronts. And then on the back, there's a little button. So I presume, you can show us how it
No,
works.
go ahead. Go ahead. No.
You undo the button.
You undo the button and you have a cavity in there. Now, some of them I have popped toilet roll in simply for...
Oh, to give them shape.
Keep them in shape.
So you don't need to undo the...
But you can do.
Right.
Because if you undo the ribbons on the ends here, and there isn't a toilet roll inside, which is just... Then, look, they pack away flat.
Nice. So ready for next year.
Ready for next year. But there is sufficient rigidity in the central section because you have 2 layers of each 640 in there. Nearly got the wrong number. And you have quilted
that's the fusible wadding.
Yeah. That's included in the kit.
Oh, okay. I'm
Absolutely everything that you need, apart from thread, is included in the kit.
Right, okay.
And the embroidery thread is included. I'm simply talking about the thread that you would need.
Yeah, so your sewing thread. So in the red kit, we get stranded cotton. We get the red ribbon. We get the white rickrack that goes around the bottom of the...
Yeah, around the edges here.
And the little red buttons.
And the button.
Are for closing the back of it. You get Bondaweb.
No,
is that Bondaweb interfacing?
You get interfacing because that is how we have dealt with the embroidery and how you apply that on.
You get cream fabric that's for the embroidery. You get the main red fabric
which is a mode of grunge.
That's lovely. So it's kind of it's not just a plain, beautiful mode of fabric for that.
And we have fancy lining.
Fancy spotty lining, and not only that, it's got a metallic print on it. These are luxury, super deluxe crackers.
Yes, because you want to keep these.
You do. These are heirloom crackers, and you also get the wadding. So for $36.99, how many do we get to make?
6.
6. $36.99 for super deluxe crackers, pack of 6. And you get to use them every year. You could put like one of those miniature liqueurs inside.
Oh yeah, it's a sensible
bottle
size.
Of gin.
Yeah, this is a wonderful way to give a present. Now you see this.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You might not put this embroidery on, but the concept of this
that's a lovely present,
as a present is just wonderful. So then it can become very small and very expensive presents.
And there are, on the instructions, there are traces for the embroidery, so there are 6 different designs as well, so all of yours will be different. If I show you, these are the ones done.
Yeah, I think you've got one of each. That was the plan. I have made quite a few of these.
So each kit, we've got red ones, green ones or grey ones, but obviously you make 6 of the same. So there's these, but these are just so that you can see the different colours. So the green kit is green, like green stripes with stars on.
And gold rickrack.
And gold rickrack. And then the grey one is silver rickrack with little stars on. But you can see there, those are the 6 different embroidery designs. So the kit that we've got on screen at the moment, that's the red kit.
And I think, is a bit more country Christmas.
Yes, it is a bit more.
It doesn't have the glitz
that it's a bit
the
more
other
country
two
Christmas.
do.
Then we've got the green one. And as you can see from the kit, it's lovely striped green with stars on.
It's probably my favourite.
And the lining of that one, it was a lovely, is that a mode of grunge?
No, it's not. It's very similar.
Oh yeah, it is, yes.
But it's a bit more of an even marl across it.
And then you get the gold rickrack, you get the buttons and the ribbon. That's the green one. But if you prefer the grey one for a more neutral Christmas, you get the grey star fabric. That's the outside of the cracker. So I'm showing you, this will make the grey ones here. And then you get silver rickrack, grey buttons. The lining is lovely. So the outside is the grey with the white stars, and the lining is the white with the grey stars. They are super deluxe crackers, aren't they?
These are beautiful fabrics.
I love these.
Because I had to make a set of these up, you know, daughter required reusable crackers.
Yes,
so
obviously.
Of course I wasn't going to be using something that I didn't like, even though they were for her house. So we have
and what colourway did you make her?
Red. They had to be red crackers for
they are lovely though, aren't they?
For her. But I quite like the silver ones, and I think probably the green ones are the more fit in with everyone's decor
that's true,
better.
Depends. But and again, it's the sort of thing with children, isn't it, that they love the same things coming out every year, don't they? And they say, "What have you put in the crackers?"
I know.
And you can really personalise them.
And for if you need the snap, if you want to have the snap, you can just buy. They're the right length for your standard length snap
so you can
buy off. Okay. And just pull that.
Oh, I know, but then you can actually put a nice party hat in it as well.
Oh yeah, a reusable one, because
fabric crown.
Alison was doing some, wasn't she? Alison Marion
and you can pop
did
that
some
in as well.
So you've gotten really.
Oh, I think it's a lovely idea, and I think we should be doing more reusable things. But how lovely on the Christmas table.
Exactly. You know, how much paper do you throw out before you sit down to your lunch on a Christmas morning? Exactly. This is one of those things that I really endorsed it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been making these crackers at my daughter's suggestion.
Yeah, but also
I'll help, Mum.
Yeah. But I think that you would pay $36.99 for a box of the really deluxe ones anyway. But you get to keep these year in, year out.
Yeah, and you know what? You get to choose what goes in them.
Well, also, if you're going to someone's house for Christmas and you say, what can I bring? They go, nothing. And you think, oh, well, I'd like to take something. Say, well, I'll bring the crackers.
Yes. You have to start early.
Yes, but do you know what? It's only the 3rd of October.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time.
Or was it the 4th?
I've no idea. It was a bit early.
Right, we've got just time to squeeze in the wall hanging.
Okay, so this is this lovely festive house, isn't it?
So this is the festive house wall hanging. Look at that, I love that.
Again, this has such a lot of texture to it, because that background that the house is sitting on is a lovely natural linen. And the red is also linen. And it just, it looks solid, but it's still got that weave to it.
It's just joyful. It has that beautiful handmade look, and just a thing of beauty. So in the kit, I'll just show you the kit quickly, we haven't got long. You get everything you need to do it. You've got the fabric. Actually, you've got the wadding in this one as well, haven't you?
Yes.
Just felt it. You've got all of the background fabric, and it's lovely that it is a natural linen background. Then you've got all the other little pieces of fabric, like for the moon and the roof and the trees. Everything you need in there, $24.99 to make this gorgeous hanging. It's lovely.
If we've included the wadding, we will have included some calico for the backing on that one.
Well, there you go then. So, it's got the Bonder web, the embroidery. It says you will also need.
Yeah, so there's very little embroidery on it, really. There's just that little bit of smoke and a couple of trills.
Well, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. So that's Christmas covered then.
Well,
that's Christmas done. I really want the crackers.
Just snuggle in now, between now and Christmas. And,
yeah. I love the crackers. They're brilliant. So I'll see you back here in an hour, and we're going to do autumn.
I think so, and I think there might be a little bit of Halloween.
Bit of autumn, bit of Halloween. So if you're looking forward to some more beautiful kits from Yvonne, and also her brand new rail fence cushions.
Yes, I like them. The sample that I've made for that's going in my living room.
Well, that will be at 11. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Katharine Wright, who's going to be showing us how to make the most beautiful Kaffe Fassett quilt. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. If you've just joined us, welcome to Sewing Street. You've missed a couple of hours, it's been great, but we have got Katharine Wright with us on this hour. Good morning, Katharine.
Morning, how are you today?
That's a rather lovely bright thing behind you.
Fantastic,
and
isn't
you
it?
match it perfectly.
Yes, I'm going to blend in.
I know, I've been admiring Katharine's top. I really like that. What is the pattern?
It's a McCall's pattern. I did look because I knew someone would ask me.
Like me.
I think it is 8384.
Okay, it's beautiful.
You can make it as a top, which is what I've done, but you can also make it as a dress.
Really?
Which I do plan to do, just haven't got around to it yet.
I just love the fabric. Yvonne was trying to tell us what it was.
This is one of your fabrics. I did buy it from Sewing Street.
It's really nice, but she couldn't remember what it was called. Only that she had it in another colourway. But it's lovely.
I don't know.
Anyway, you look beautiful with the quilt. So this is a cave quilt.
I know, my absolute favourite.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the design because it's quite clever that it's like almost kaleidoscopy. Is that a word?
It is. They've called them hourglass blocks.
Right, yeah, okay.
With a sort of hourglass in the middle.
But because of all the different colours and patterns, they all sort of blend together. Beautiful. So should we have a look and see what you get? What do you get? It's called Chic Centred. Yeah, that will show it on Katharine's table. Because one day we're going to have an overhead camera on this table.
Are we going to? Do you want to
2
come
weeks.
over?
I'm sure I've heard in 2 weeks many times.
It's that magic number, isn't it?
Oh, apparently the camera's in the building. Oh, well, I think we could give it a go.
On the back, that's it.
There we go. So, anyway, I'm going to show you here, we and Katharine go through it together. Comes in a nice box, which I always think is important if you want to gift it.
I love this bit, because when they give them to me for the salad, and you open it up and it's just so exciting. It is.
Lovely.
Absolutely love it. It all looks so nice.
So this is the unboxing. People do this on YouTube, you know, don't they?
I know.
They have whole channels of unboxing. I could be that person. I could be a YouTuber unboxer. I'd love that. There you are, template.
Yes.
Very important. And then instructions. Now, how are the instructions?
Excellent.
Oh, good. Easy to understand.
Very easy to understand.
I always like the way they give you a picture.
Yeah, really. And also the fabrics are really different, so you can actually tell which is which is always important. And when I went through, you'll see on mine, as I've done it, let's find one, I've labelled them up with the right letter.
Okay, so you've got them all labelled up already.
Label.
Right, so we've got all of the instructions, and then there's a coloured diagram on the back, which is coloured letters as well.
Can you see my one there?
Yes. So look, Katharine's actually labelled hers as well.
So I've labelled them up as you can go along as well.
Oh, that's a good idea. Well, we'll go through that in a minute, and then we get tissue paper.
This is the fun bit.
This is the fun bit. Smooth the box. So we get tissue paper.
It's like your birthday.
I know, with ribbon.
And wouldn't it be so nice to get this for your birthday?
Oh, actually, yes. So if someone says to you, what do you want for Christmas? Go, that. Or my birthday. And then in here, you've got everything you need for it. So you haven't got to go out and find exactly the right fabrics, because I look at that quilt and I want to make it exactly the same.
Yes.
I want mine to be just like that.
And it can be.
Well, yes, because you've got all the right fabrics.
You've got all the right fabrics, and it's not a hard make, actually.
So if you're a beginner, could you do this? I mean, let's say you'd used a sewing machine before.
Yes, it wouldn't be your easiest first make. Maybe not my first make, but certainly a confident beginner.
Okay, so if you'd done a bit of making already, and you think, I'd like to have a go with this.
Yes, because it's not so huge that you're going to get, I think, daunted by it and feel like you're never going to finish.
Okay.
Because I always think that when you're a beginner, you don't work especially fast when you're new to things.
That's true.
And things can take a really long time, and then you lose heart, don't you? When you think, oh my God, I've got 194 more blocks to do.
I know, it is a bit daunting. So you get all the fabrics, but you get different size pieces on. You've got that. Oh, I love that bubbly one.
So those two are both your centre, used only in the centre here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they come in those.
That's a lovely one, isn't it? I like this purple background one. So these, I guess, are used just randomly. Well, not randomly planned. Brilliant idea.
This
cave quilt will be my birthday present to myself from Susie.
Oh yes, you have to get yourself a birthday present, don't you?
Yes.
They're in pairs.
Oh, okay.
So you find it. So, for example, these two fabrics only go together.
Oh, I see. Okay, so so it isn't completely. It's a planned random.
Yes. Well, true random always has to be planned, doesn't
well,
it?
it does, otherwise it doesn't end up as true random. I love the fishy one.
I like the fishy one.
The fishy one. So there's obviously different amounts of these depending on where they're used. You've got that lovely yellow spot, like that one. So this is a very, it's a very pinky purpley quilt, isn't it? But then we're saying that, and then he puts a bit of yellow in it. So
and a bit of black. And, yes.
It's
and you
just
sort
a cave quilt.
It's all about the fabric with Kaffe always,
It is always all about the fabric.
And they're so beautiful.
Well, I know, and when I've interviewed Kaffe a couple of times, have I mentioned that? They're laughing. Charlie's laughing. Yes, have you mentioned that? He says that when he designs quilts, they're always quite big pieces.
Yes.
Because he says the fabrics need to speak for themselves.
Yes.
It's the fabric that's important.
Well, he does a lot of very bold prints as well, doesn't it? Like this is quite a big flower.
So you don't want tiny little half square triangles in that. The whole point is the fabrics speak for themselves. Love this one.
Yes.
But you know, you see, I would be rubbish if I was him, because I wouldn't put all these fabrics together. I think, oh, well, they don't go. But when he does, they go.
Yes.
I wouldn't be very good at that.
No. He's
Lovely.
He's my hero. When I was a teenager, I basically wanted to be Kaffe.
Did you?
Yeah.
That was a very unrealistic ambition, Katharine. For many reasons.
I know, but I just absolutely love what he does.
Well, yeah, I totally.
And at that point, when I was a teenager, he mainly did knitting.
Well, yes,
and
of course,
tapestries. So I used to do a lot of his knitting and a lot of tapestries.
Oh, well, I wouldn't even think about. I would never be there. I'm just absolutely rubbish at doing something like this. I think because I'm not very good at going random. He just picks random colours, and it sort of works.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't think he's got any.
You've got to work on the philosophy that if you like it, it's okay.
Yeah, but he's like a colour genius, isn't he?
That one's your binding. So you've got everything in there for your binding.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
which you don't
nice?
Always get a binding in these kits.
Well, it's nice that you get the binding is actually a Kaffe print as well. Or you could just keep this bit and use a bit of plain from your stash, which is what I would do, because there's quite a lot of this piece, isn't there?
Yeah.
So you see, this piece here, how much is this one?
So that one, you've got, it says 70 centimetres.
So look, all of that piece there.
We could virtually make a top out of that.
Is for your binding. Well, I would be keeping that, wouldn't you?
Well, the thing is, when you cut your pieces, you've probably got, if you cut it correctly and don't make any mistakes, you'd probably have enough strips to make a scrappy binding.
Oh, okay.
As well.
See, so don't cut that one, keep that one. Because that's really nice, isn't it? Yeah, and do a scrappy binding. I love this spot. That's gorgeous.
So that's your B, that's your that's your hourglass.
Right, okay, so the centres are those three.
Yeah.
Well, beautiful, beautiful. So that's everything that you get inside it. We're going to do a special offer launch, because this is the first time we've shown this, launch exclusive. We are going to make a little saving on it for you. But don't worry if you've already checked out, you will get the saving. £10 off as our launch, $129.99. So if you've already checked out, don't worry, you will be charged the lower price.
That's over 7 metres.
Over 7 metres of Kaffe fabric. Now, you will need backing as well. You'll need 2 metres of back. If you buy the extra wide, you'll need 2 metres, 170 centimetres, and you'll need the same of wadding as well. But all of the fabric for the top and the binding is in the kit. Right, Katharine, I'm going to move now out of your little workspace.
Back to your side. It was quite nice.
There we go. I'll move out of your workspace.
Quite nice to have you visit.
I'll come back later.
Right, that's your bit though,
we'll
so you don't lose the inside of your...
Oh yes, that's true. And we'll go through the backing and in a minute, because we do have some backing bundles. So if you want to get started,
okie dokie,
and then we'll talk about.
Right, I haven't got everything out my box because you were over here.
Yes, I've been in her space. Well, I'll go through the backing fabric while Katharine's just unboxing. So we've got 2 backing fabric bundles for you, and they've been selected to be nice zingy colours that will go beautifully with this. So the first one, which is, I'll just give you the code, OPLJ20. Look at this. Magenta. So there's 3 metres in here, which is enough for the backing. It's gorgeous, this magenta. And £2 saving, so £20.74. So this is absolutely perfect for backing the quilt. Isn't it just beautiful?
That is a really good colour for it, actually.
That's lovely, isn't it? You see, if I put it, can you see? If I put it there, can you see? Yeah, look, beautiful. So if you want some backing, that's ideal, and you've got a £2 saving. Or, you know, if you're making a different quilt and you want some magenta backing. This is our Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton as well. So this is our beautiful 100% cotton that we use for quilting anyway, so it's lovely to use on backing because it gives it quite a nice weight. But that's a £2 saving if you buy the 3 metre bundle of that. If you want to go for something a bit brighter, then we have this one. Again, that's a 3 metre bundle in gold. This is gold.
I could hear them singing.
I know, they're singing, and they're singing gold. Always believe in your soul. Oh, I'm going to start. They're all singing now. So let me show you what that one looks like.
That's nice too.
That's nice too, because it
look, it just picks out that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So gold or magenta, and there's 3 metres there, and you just to make a little £2 saving. So if you get the quilt kit today, and that price will only be today, that's £10 off. Right, so those are the backing bundles. Are you ready to go now?
Yeah.
Right, where do we start?
Where do we start? Well, you do that lovely unboxing and you get all excited and stroke them for a while.
Yes, I know, and go, oh, I don't want to cut into this.
And then, so what I've done here is I've paired them up to show you how they go together in the different blocks, so you can see the different fabrics. So as we said before, we've got the nice pink flower and the spots. They're all your central little triangles, and then all the other fabrics are put together in pairs to make the outsides of the blocks. So I just thought I'd do it so you could see which ones you put together. Yeah, it's nice to see.
So do they tell you to do that, or did you just think that's going to make it simpler?
Well, as you work through, so I mean, obviously, if I'd been doing the whole quilt rather than just a demo, I would have got myself organised and cut all my fabric right at the start and then put them into nice little bags and labelled them. And then as you get into the section that tells you that you're making your blocks, it tells you which ones go together. So fabrics D and E, fabrics F and G. It's quite straightforward. So I think actually to put them together at the start will make your life easier.
Yeah, okay.
Because you've already decided which one, you know, you've already sorted it, which ones are going together. I've made up this block here. This had L and M in it, the 2 dark ones together.
Okay.
So that was my tester. Now I'm just going to show you this. So when you've cut your, because I did cut all the bits you need for L and M, and you still have, you see,
oh yeah, so what
2 strips like that left.
Oh, so you're going to have enough for a scrappy binding,
so you could easily have a scrappy binding. It does mean, you know, if you do cut something wrongly, it's not a complete disaster. You've got a little bit left.
Oh, that's true.
True. But if you think you've got one of those,
yeah, and there's a little bit of ease with all of them. So you probably do, yeah, which means you can keep that piece of fabric, which is a bonus,
because
isn't it?
You can't ever throw away a bit of Kaffe. It's too precious.
It is. And you're getting it, that's a 70 centimetre piece. Now the Kaffe fabric is normally about £7.99, £8.99 for half a metre.
I know,
so
I know.
Well worth it.
So I thought I would show you how to do a block with these. So I sort of put them together and went, oh, which one do I really like? Right, we'll have a go at this one. I really like these blues. So we'll go through our cutting for this, which is all very, very clear, I have to say. Okay. It's very clear.
So do you cut it in strips first?
Yes, so you cut it into strips. Your strips are 2 5/8 inches wide across the width of the fabric. And I have done that bit just because it can be a bit tricky to cut big pieces on this table. So I have done my strips, and then before I cut them again, I have best pressed them.
Right, talking about best press, we have got that back in stock. I love best press. Do you use it a lot?
Yes, especially for something like this, because we've got lots of bias cuts to sew together.
We'll go with the lavender and vanilla first, because this is one that I always use, because I just love the smell of it. So Best Press is fantastic for adding a little extra stiffness to a fabric, but also for stabilising it. And all you do is you put your fabric on your ironing board, you just give it a little, they come with, it's not aerosol, it's trigger action. You just spray on all over the fabric and then you press it. Now it's not starch, so it won't actually starch it, but it's more of a natural alternative there. I don't know what it is actually, but it's clear. It will wash out, but I've found also if you've got creases in fabric, particularly when it's folded, it comes out so much easier when you spray with Best Press than if you use water.
Totally.
Don't know why.
No,
it's not just the moisture, isn't it?
It just I don't know, it just makes it really crisp, doesn't it?
Crisp, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you're cutting things on the bias as well, that's what a lot of people mainly use it for when they're doing things like half square triangles or anything that's cut across the bias. A quick spray of Best Press will, and then you press it, it will stabilise it and stop it fraying. So and it just won't stretch out of shape. So we have two different ones. We've got the lavender and vanilla. But if you haven't tried it, honestly, because we used to talk about it all the time, I'd never had a go. And about 2 years ago, I bought some. And it is just amazing. And this is my favourite one because it smells.
I haven't tried the scented one, but it's nicer than starch.
Yeah, so it doesn't give you that super stiffness. And it doesn't leave any residue or colour or anything at all. It is like pressing with water, but it'll give you that crispness. So that's the lavender and vanilla. Sometimes when I'm ironing my like bed linen, I give it a little spritz of this as well because it smells so nice. But we've also got it in the scent-free as well, if you would prefer that.
Which is scent-free, but when you use it, Ben just came through because I've been doing some in the back, and he went, "Oh, it smells of ironing." It has that sort of fresh linen.
Oh, I don't think I've smelled it before.
It doesn't actually smell. It's just when it's got the heat of the iron, you get that kind of nice laundry smell.
Yeah, so a laundry smell, even though it's scent-free. So it's got starch and sizing. You can use it on any fabrics, no clogging, no waste, no flaking even on dark fabrics, that is true. No residue or shine. No, it doesn't make it shiny at all. It's not like that. Makes ironing easier, relaxes stubborn wrinkles, and that really does. So when you buy fabric that's folded, it's hard to get the folds out, but it does work with this. But what I didn't know is it guards fabric from soiling.
I didn't know that either.
No.
That's good to know.
So I would highly recommend, if you've never tried it before, either the lavender and vanilla or the unscented, give it a go. It really is lovely.
Now the reason I sprayed mine after I'd cut my strips was just because I'd got bits left over, I didn't necessarily want everything starched.
Oh, okay.
You know, if I save this, I don't know what I might use it for.
That's true. Yeah.
But you could, if you wanted to. Spray the whole.
Yeah, I just get into a habit. Whenever I get fabric, I unfold it, I give it a quick spray, and you don't need loads. It's just a quick
you don't.
squeeze.
Just a little squirt. Yes. Okay. So when you've got your lovely strips, so obviously you're going to cut these. You're cutting them across the width of the fabric, and like anything patchworky, we do want to take our time to do this, to get them as accurate as possible. Now we've got this little template.
So you've cut them to the width that they tell you to.
Yes, and then you're going to go along and cut them out you're going to use your template to then get the angle right. Now the template is slightly bigger than the strip, but that did not seem to make any difference, having made it up. So I'm going to use that, put it on. I'm going to just use my ruler to help hold it all in place, because you just need to get this angle right. And the idea is when you've cut one this way, you can flip it the other way so that you can get lots out your fabric.
And it tells you how many you need to get out of a strip.
It does. So out of each piece of fabric like this, you're going to cut 3 strips. Yeah. And then you can get 12 trapezoids out of those 3 strips.
So you've kept yours, are yours folded in half?
They are folded in half, but I'm thinking they might need to be open to get them right. Just because I'm just going to do 2 at a time.
Yeah, but I guess you could have them all folded, couldn't you?
You've still got to open them up to get the...
Oh, to get the one in the centre. Oh, okay.
I always like, when you're going to tackle something like this, just to have a really big cutting session.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you just get it all sorted.
I know, I normally move on to the kitchen table then. Clear it all, big cutting session, get it all done, labelled. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yes, it's very satisfying. I've got very nice tables at the craft centre that raise up, so they're the right height for you.
Oh, nice.
So, if anyone's doing their sewing room, I'd absolutely advise it, because they just crank up and down, but it makes it nice. So.
Well, I was in IKEA the other day, and I saw they had electronic ones, but they weren't. I wanted a bigger one. Didn't really do big ones. They were more like desks.
Well, the one I've got is from that shop, and it's like, it is quite big. It's about.
Yeah, maybe I said I'm sure they must do these in different sizes.
They do bigger
but
ones.
I quite fancied one of those.
They haven't always got them on display, have they?
No.
I always.
Well, the problem is you need a different height for cutting than you do for pinning and stuff, or sewing, because you need to be above for the cutting. But then when I'm pinning, I like to be slightly.
Unless you're here, and I always find this slightly
this is too high. I find that
I always really struggle to cut when I'm here, because it's too high. You can't get your weight on it.
It's perfect for sort of prep, for sewing things and pinning it all together.
You see, I've not gone right through, and it's only because I can't quite get my weight down on it.
Because it's too high. That's why you need an adjustable table.
Yes. Or I need to wear higher shoes, don't I, when I come?
They raised them up. I went on holiday last year, and I came back and they were 2 inches higher. Oh, I'd shrunk.
So you've got that like that, and then you're going to turn it this way, you see, to then get your next one. Like so. Okay, so you're going to go along your strip like that. I'm going to cut some of the other blue ones.
Oh, okay, so it's quite, so
it's not that hard.
Yeah, because you're doing it with your ruler and your rotary cutter, but I guess if you don't have a rotary cutter, you could pin it on and cut it out with scissors if you wanted to.
Just do it nice and carefully. Absolutely. Was he very lovely to interview?
Yes, he was actually. I did it last year at the Festival of Quilts, and then this year, and I was a bit worried because I thought, I've never interviewed him, but what's it going to be like? And he's been interviewed by so many people. But he was actually a very lovely man, very funny and very engaging as well. And I asked him all these questions about his book and fabric and stuff, but then I asked him like sort of just 20 random questions. And he was really funny. He had really thought about his answers and what he would like to do. So I did a kind of a Welsh themed one. I said like Welsh cakes or Barrabrith. He'd never had Barrabrith. I said, well, he was missing out. Needed to try that. So he went for Welsh cakes, and lots of questions, just random things like that. And he's actually, he's a very, very interesting, obviously.
Yeah, he's had a have you read his autobiography?
No.
I really recommend it, really interesting.
I listened to him on Desert Island Discs. That's right, because one of the questions I wrote was what would be your Desert Island disc? And I thought, I wonder if he's been on it, and he had, like 20 odd years ago. And so I listened to it, and it was really interesting. He has lived a fantastic life, but he's a very generous-hearted man, and lovely to chat to.
Okay, so you're going to sew all your strips, you cut into these trapezoids with your handy template.
Okay.
And I'm just going to show you how to cut these for your centre bits. Now, your strips on this one are 5 3/4 inch wide. Is this one already right? Feels it, because it feels like I've...
You've already cut that one.
I've already pressed it. I've got that many little bits, so it's slightly bigger, but we'll cut it down, that's okay. Because again, we're cutting a square, but then we're cutting it into triangles. And you have like double the amount of the spotty ones as you do for the other two colours.
Yeah, because they're used in the middle.
Yes.
They do look like the little sort of hourglass egg timer things, don't they?
They do.
I guess because they've used the same fabric for the ones that run vertically.
Yeah, now you'll notice actually if you look at it really carefully, there's the odd one, or on the diagram, there's the odd one where it's slightly rotated. Maybe it isn't on there.
No, it isn't.
It is on this.
Oh.
It just shows if you
well, maybe
start
whoever
looking
made
at
it,
things carefully.
Whoever made it when I don't want it to look like that.
So where are we going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 3/4.
I guess it depends which way, it depends which way you hang it, because on this diagram it's hung the other way.
Oh, it is right.
So these bits go that way.
Yes. So when you've cut your square, you're going to cut your square across both diagonals.
Okay.
To make it into your little triangles. So once this way, once that way. You want to move it as little as possible so you can keep it nice and accurate, like so. Then you've got them all ready.
Yeah, in the diagram they've turned one round, but I think that was an accident because it's the only one, and on the picture none of them are turned round. But I guess you can choose.
Well, I don't think it matters.
Doesn't matter at all, does it? Depends how you want yours to look.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you didn't like a combination of that pairing, you could could swap them round.
Exactly.
It wouldn't actually matter at all.
But it is lovely. You've got all of those different colours mixed up together. You can I guess because you've got the same quantities, you can change it around anyway.
Right. So I'll use those ones. They're a bit flatter. We're going to lay out our block like this. Now, you think, oh, we've got all these triangles, it's going to be tricky to put together, but it's still all straight lines, you'll be pleased to know.
So this is where your best press comes in.
So this is where your best press...
Because it's all nice and stable.
Helps. Because it's not going to stretch as much as it might. And you just want to be careful when you're dealing with triangles and not manhandle them too much. You've got to be kind of gentle with them, haven't you, I think. So they go on the sides. It's quite good because you've got your layout with, you see I've written the little letters on, but you've also got a very good picture on the front.
So you can copy
to check
the fabrics as well.
Yes, you see that one, they've done them all the same way. I think you're right. I think it is just one.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't
Someone's
it? And it's in the top row
clicked
as well.
to the wrong colour in when they've made the thing up. So this is going to go.
Yeah, see, I guess you could do, because how many blocks do you get from each pairing? 5, 6?
6, yes.
So you could do in the same colour as well if you wanted to, and not pair them. You'd get a really completely different look, wouldn't you?
Oh, totally.
Totally different look. So make this one your own. So like with this one, rather than pairing them,
yes, you could make them all the same, and they'd be like circles.
But you'd have a completely different
But then you'd kind of lose the
you would.
The sort of triangularness of it.
It'd be completely different, wouldn't it? But it's nice with that because I think a lot of people like to stick to the exact pattern, but it's nice that there's room for you to change that if you want to.
Yes. I'm not sure if we should argue with his pattern.
Oh, well, yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, well, that's true, actually, yeah. I just did say before, I wouldn't want to do what he did. I'd be rubbish at it anyway.
Okay, so when you're putting them together, we're going to go across these, the bottom of the triangles here to the top of the trapezoids. Now, you will find that your triangle sticks over the edge, and that is right. It should be 1/4 of an inch each side.
So you haven't cut wrong
so
when you get to that point.
Oh no, I've got it wrong. You haven't, you're fine. There's always like little ears and things when you work with triangles, isn't there?
Yes.
And things sticking out in places and you're not sure if it's right or not.
Now we've got these fab quilting pins. These are great. I managed somehow, because our pin cushion here Sewing Street seems to have many pins in it, and so I seem to get some random ones coming home with me. And these are fab because I've got a couple of them. So they are ideal. Well, I mean, they're quilting pins. The point of them is, let me show you the box. That's what the box looks like. The point of them is that they're very long and they're very fine. So when you are pinning 3 layers together, so your top, your wadding and your backing fabric, they're ideal for that. But I find because they're so long and thin, they're brilliant for what you're doing when you're pinning together.
I like them as well.
They are so lovely. $9.99 for a box, but you do get 100 pins in it. Some are red and some are green, but they are gorgeous. They really are worth spending the money on.
They are actually. I use them for dressmaking and everything.
They're so
I just
fine.
really, because they're really fine, so they don't leave any marks on your fabric. You don't have that. You know how sometimes if a pin's a bit thick, you can't get it
and it just
through
doesn't
the
even
fabric.
go in, does it?
Yeah.
So these, and also because they've got the sort of the brighter ends, you don't lose them the same. You'll keep them.
Yes, I like ones with little bobbles because you can see them to pick them up. Can't you?
Yes,
if
easy
you
to
drop
take
them.
it. Yeah, that's true. And they are heat resistant ends. You can be ironed, so that you haven't got to avoid them. So they really are worth. Well, I noticed that you were using them as well. They are worth having. I love those. Okay,
so I've very carefully matched up these pieces. So we're going to stitch them with a 1/4 inch seam all the way through.
Okay, nice.
Everything. So I've put the 1/4 inch foot on to hopefully keep me nice and accurate and the same all the way along. Now sometimes when you are doing these and you've got these little ends, you can find they get caught under a little bit. So just make sure you start kind of far enough forward that it's got enough fabric underneath that hopefully it's not going to chew it up and take it down in your machine.
So do you need to reverse stitch?
No.
Oh, nice.
I never reverse when I do patchwork. Do you? Do you? I never reverse when I do patchwork.
Oh, it depends what I'm doing, to be honest. No, it depends. It's where the seam is and whether it's getting sewn over.
Well, yes, I was going to say most seams get sewn up to another one,
sometimes they don't
they?
get pressed to one side. If they get pressed open, then I might reverse. Yeah, I'm trying to think. No, not with that. I don't think I would. But you know when they get pressed open or they're at the edges, but then you can just go back and do those.
So you could really, get yourself on a little production line. So you do get all of your lot of colours together, get them all pinned, sew them like this. I mean, I'm being extra careful, but once you got into it, you could chain piece these together.
That's true.
And I think I'd tackle a colour at a time.
Right, a colour pairing. Yes, I think you'd get quite confused
that you've
otherwise.
Got your 6 of that block.
Right, yeah, that's true. Well, that's why I think this is quite a good kit for new people, not necessarily complete and utter beginners, because you might take time to do the first block and think about the cutting and the piecing, but by the time you've done 3 or 4 blocks, you'll be brilliant at it, because the thing with sewing, it is just practice. It's not rocket science. It doesn't take a genius. It's just practice.
When I'm doing a quilt, that's what I nearly always do. I do a practice block. Do one to see how it goes together and to see what the pitfalls are, and then I go, okay, now how to do that now. So then you do lots.
And
you
it is
could
just
speed
practice.
it up,
I mean, things like what Kaffe does and the colour selection and the design, that's different. There is there is not only a skill but a natural talent for that. But the actual sewing, it is just practice. So this is ideal. So if you haven't worked with angles and you haven't worked with triangles, this is a really good starting point for it. And before you know it, you'll have a beautiful quilt.
Absolutely.
This quilt is £129.99, but remember, it is available on split pay. So if you want to spread the cost interest-free, that is 2 equal payments of £64.99. So £64.99 now, you'll be set the kit straight away. By the time you pay the second payment month's time, you'll have finished it. You could do this, the whole top, couldn't you, in a weekend?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Maybe one day for the cutting, depends how much time you've got. But if you think of, once you get going with these blocks.
Oh, absolutely, once you get going, yeah. So I'm pressing
towards
lovely, my smaller triangle. It just wants to go that way. Sometimes you just got to go with the way it wants to go.
And I never understand that. And sometimes when it has to go the other way, it's really annoying because it just won't.
But again, the best press is really helping it stay stable.
That's true. It does make, and it also makes the iron a lot easier to slide across.
Oh, I'm liking this colour combination.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Okay, so you've got your pieces like that, and then we're going to put them together like this. So it's all straight lines, you see. Now you can trim your ears off. I tend to wait and make sure I've got it all right before.
Okay,
just in case anything's gone wrong and I've got to unpick it. So you're aiming to line up this seam here. And actually, although I've pressed them in the same direction, that almost, it creates a little wedge. You can kind of feel if it's if it has lined up properly.
Oh, okay, because you've got two little steps.
Yes, because although it's a straight line, it's still a bias edge, you see.
So do you pin it at those seams?
I've pinned it at the seam, and I'm going to pin it at the two corners as well, just because it's getting a bit bigger and I don't want it to slide out the way. Because this is the sort of block that if you do get it a bit off, you're going to be annoyed. You want to do it again.
Although, because the fabrics are so busy, if you're not quite matched up, you don't notice.
Oh, it's not the end of the world. It really isn't.
I always think if you try to match it up, then it's going to be reasonably close, even if it isn't completely close. But I think the attempting to do it gives it a fighting chance.
Yes. And I do think as well, people can be very, very hard on themselves, especially beginners, about this kind of thing. And we have a rule when I teach these things that 3 goes and that's it. You live with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, too right.
Because mostly from a distance, no one's going to notice. Right, let me make sure I get that the right way around.
Particularly with busy fabrics and large prints like this, it's less easy to notice.
Absolutely.
It's so lovely, but it is almost like a work of art. You imagine having this like hanging on the wall in your hallway. It just makes you smile every morning.
Oh, totally. And the thing is, there's so much colour. It goes with anything.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Would look nice on the sofa, wouldn't it?
Oh, I would love this. Just have a snuggle under this winter.
Just a bit of joy and brightness.
Although, I don't know, between our dog, if we have a blanket, she's like, that's my blanket. Yeah. It's not your blanket, that's my blanket. So I would not, because then she'd want to lie on it.
Yes, clean paws only. And so does it matter which side you press these towards?
It doesn't. I'm going to do one each way because then that centre will nest together. Okay. So that one's gone up one way. I'm going to do this one downwards just because that should then make it a little bit easier to make the centre seam match as well. So when you're matching then this final seam, we've got 1, 2, 3 places. 3 places to match up.
Okay.
I'm going to start at the middle and work out. But if you've cut it precisely and pieced it precisely, it shouldn't be too tricky.
Well, I think that's why it's worth, you know, taking your time to get it cut nicely, and maybe just doing that one day and then leaving it. Because you do want this. Yeah, this is something. Well, take your time with it. Why not? You know, you've.
Well, absolutely.
It's a beautiful quilt.
It's mindful and restful and pleasing, isn't it? When you do it and it comes out nicely.
And I think it's quite nice because, like you say, you know, you can make 6 blocks in a go, can't you? So you use your one pair and think, well, I'm just going to make 6 blocks today.
Yeah.
There's no massive hurry with it, and then take your time over it.
So we'll just come down this one. I'll tell you what I found, Rebecca.
What?
That you need to check your 1/4 of an inch on your machine, because different machines are slightly different.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I sometimes when I'm making things up, I'll do some at home on my machine at home and some at the craft centre, depending on what's going on different machines. And they are different.
Oh, are they?
I have to make sure I use the same machine.
That's interesting.
Yeah, else I find things
obviously
then
not
don't...
by much, but...
Oh no, but it's just
enough.
fractionally enough sometimes that it can make all the difference.
Oh, I guess because a little bit on every single seam. Is that when you're using the 1/4 inch foot or when you're using the marking?
Well, my machine at home, I've stopped using a 1/4 inch foot because I've decided it's just really out.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it's an older machine, and I think perhaps the 1/4 inch foot, although it fits, maybe wasn't made for it, sort of
right.
thing.
Oh, I see what you mean. So it's not, because it's got to be full on. Because the problem is if you're doing lots and lots of seams, you might be doing 30 seams from one side to the nether.
Yes,
and
they do need to be
and
the
it
same.
does add up. Oh, that's interesting.
So there we go. Look at that. That is nice, isn't it?
Oh, I just love the colour combinations, and I don't know how he does it. That, you know, I would never put those colours together, but when you see them together, they just look beautiful.
They do. They look really lovely, and then you can put another one next to it. And, but of course, when you start to join these blocks together and you join them in rows, there's no matching at all. Which is nice.
No, that's true. I guess the only matching
little
you've
bit at your corners, but you should
is then when you join the rows together.
When you join your rows together, but these are straightforward matches.
Yeah.
Because they're just straight seams. There's not lots of complicated bits within the block to get matched. So it's not a particularly difficult block, is it?
No, not at all. No, I think, like you say, you just got to take care about matching some seams, but the joining of the block, because you've cut the pieces out using the template, and also because with these triangles, you're just cutting a square.
Yes.
So it's a lot simpler than I thought it was. So if you join the two together, then what do you need to match to do that?
Well, we'll join. I know these two don't actually go together. I will just trim my ears off.
But you could put those in any order.
Well, it doesn't matter. You could absolutely.
I guess what they've done with that is that they've evenly distributed them. So the ones that show up like that yellow.
Yes. Yes. So if you decided, I'm going to do my own layout, you do need to lay it out and be happy you've got it. But I mean, I don't think I would.
Well, like the yellow, because that does stand out. So you'd want, you know, there are some things that, other than that, doesn't really matter if you've got one slightly different.
So if we put these two together, we'll see how they go. But say there's nothing really to match here. Because your corners, hopefully, should just work out. That's famous last words, isn't it?
Yes. But you've got, I always find that when you've got that amount of space, you can stretch it a bit, can't you? It's only when they're small pieces.
They should be 9-inch blocks, it says. I am going to just do that one out a little bit. It's quite a nice size block, isn't it, actually? So yeah, look, your little corner bits there.
Okay.
Have matched together pretty well without me even really trying. So if your block's the right size, you'll be
then
okay.
It will work. Okay, can we see? Yeah. So when you come to then sew the rows together, I guess you need to match up.
Yes, so you've got, obviously you do your layout, put your rows together, and then when you're putting your rows together, you're going to just make sure that your blocks here with the row above are all going to match up.
Oh, okay.
But that's the only bit. And when I match a row like that, I will start at the middle and work my way out. Then if anything does go slightly off, it's not bang in the middle.
Right, so when you join a whole row.
Yeah, so I would like start, I would pin there and then kind of work outwards.
Yeah, so that you know it goes together.
And you can ease things in. If something is slightly, got a little bit of give in it, things stretch a bit, you can ease them in.
It's long enough, isn't it? It's not, when it's only tiny pieces, it's not so easy. And then it's just quilted and bound.
Absolutely.
So have they've just...
So they've done a little crisscross, haven't they? Just down the seams, looks like 1/4 of an inch either side of the diagonal seams, which I like. I mean, you don't need tons of quilting on a quilt like this because there's so much going on with the fabric, don't you think?
Okay, right, that's lovely. Thanks, Katharine. I'm just going to go through the quilt kit again so you can see what's in it. It is beautiful. So in the kit, you've got enough fabric to make the whole of the quilt top and to bind it. And as we've just discussed, there will be enough to use the pieces that you've got left over from all the fabrics. If you join them all together, diagonally obviously, then you've got enough to bind it. And then 70 centimetres that's for the binding. I mean, obviously you can do it exactly as it says and make that and use this for the binding. Or you've got a whole 70 centimetres of fabric that you can just keep. If you can bind it if you want, but to be honest, I would scrappy bind it. And scrappy binding is just where you cut short strips. I tend to cut about 10 or 12, about 10-inch strips, and then join them together at right angle, like a L shape. Join them together diagonally, and then you get a really nice sort of multicoloured binding that matches the whole quilt, obviously, because you use the same fabrics. And I think that's fab because it's quite nice. A lot of these kits that we have, because these kits are made specially for Sewing Street, the Hello Hobby kits, they aren't made for anyone else. There's always just a bit of fabric left over so that you can do that. So here we go in the kit. There's all different sizes of fabric depending on what they're used for. It all comes boxed, wrapped in tissue paper, tied in ribbon. So you get, these are for the centres. I love this one. Beautiful, bright pink. This is such fun fabric, isn't it? Big, bright pink background, cloissonné. It's lovely with pink and orange flowers. So look at these. I mean, I'm thinking, I know it's the sort of time of year, well, for me it is, when I'm starting to think about, right, what presents am I going to make, or whom have I got staying for Christmas? I know it seems to take over a bit, doesn't it? But also it's the time of year when it's getting darker and I'm staying in more to sew. So this is a lovely project for you to have on the go, or to give to somebody. I mean, I think it would look stunning on a bed, but remember, I think we often think that quilts need to be for beds, but they don't. They look lovely on sofas, they look lovely as wall hangings. A quilt like that, lovely, put it over the back of the sofa and then you can snuggle underneath it. This one is used for it's the larger piece of fabric because it's used in every one of the centres. This is what gives it that hourglass effect. It's lovely. It's like quite a maroony brown background with a pink spot. There we go. That's lovely, isn't it? Then we've got such a mixture of colours. I don't think there's any specific colourway at all in that. Those are used in all the centres, but these are all Free Spirit fabrics as well, which they're beautiful designer fabrics, so it's lovely quality. All 100% cotton, obviously. You've got this black fabric then with the feathers all over it. That's super bright. Then you've got this blue and green one, big flowers. Gorgeous. I love this one. This is featured in several ones. This one's designed by Brandon, because they're part of the Kaffe Fassett collective, which is designed. The fabrics are designed by Brandon, Kaffe, and Philip Jacobs. And then Kaffe colours them all so they all go together. Lovely, the pebbly fabric with the green background. Then you've got this is one of the iconic Kaffe ones with these beautiful big chrysanthemums. And remember that price, $129.99, is just for today, just because it's the launch exclusive. So after midnight, if we've got any left, that will go back up again. That's just a little...
Colours.
That's gorgeous,
Colours,
isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful on that one.
Well, I love the grey background. Yeah, you can see, and it's beautiful on the quilt. That's just good. I like the grey background on it. It really makes it stand out. Then we've got this one. Bright pink, Mille Fiori. And then I like the way that he's then popped in some, you know, plainer, well, there's nothing plain about the Kaffe fabrics, but plainer Aboriginal dot. Because that really makes the sort of the brighter ones stand out. Then we've got this multicoloured spot. It's a grey background, and then the spots are in pinks, teal, and charcoal. See, I'm still going. There is so much fabric in here. And it's lovely, isn't it? Because you haven't got to think about what to put where or what goes with that or how it's going to work. Love this one. It's so autumnal, isn't it? You've got a really lovely sagey olivey green background with these beautiful autumn coloured flowers in pinks and oranges. That's gorgeous. And we've got the Mille Fiori again, but in a mauvey colour background. That's quite pretty, isn't it? See, this is what I mean about the Kaffe fabric, is that, you know, and that's beautiful, and you'd never think of putting these two fabrics together, but in the quilt they look fantastic. And in fact, I think if you tried to put similar colours together, you wouldn't get the right effect anyway. We've got this lovely Aboriginal spot again, with a really lovely, like, bright royal blue background. But that works well in the stripe. Pebble Mosaic, that one's called. But the colours are so vibrant. That's the thing, is that, I mean, Kaffe's colours choice anyway is quite vibrant, but because all of his fabrics are printed by Free Spirit, they use such a wonderful printing process. It really is high quality designer fabric, and that's what you need. Oh, I've lost the telly again. When sewing cotton quilts, would you recommend cotton or polyester thread? Great show, always learn tons. Linda from Fife. What would you recommend, Katharine?
Well, I'm trying to think what we always use. We always use cotton at the craft centre, but then I sell polyester and people use polyester, and I can't say I notice a huge amount of difference.
No, it's funny. I think some people are a bit purist and say if you're making a cotton, if you're sewing with cotton fabric, you should use cotton thread so that they wear at the same rate. But we're talking quite a lot of years for that to happen. Yeah. I tend to use Orifil thread when I'm sewing a quilt like this because the reels are big and it goes a long way. You've got like 1,300 metres on the reel. I've used one in my machine. I've made a couple of quilts, still using the same reel. I think it's more important just to use good quality thread. And I really like that thread because it sort of sits within the fabric and it doesn't bobble in the machine. But do you know what? There really are no hard and fast rules. You use whatever you want to. But try, I would say, with anything, whether it's fabric or thread, use the best quality you can afford. Right, there were last ones. We got fish, leaves, purple leaves, amazing flowers, and then there's sort of the darker black Mille Fiori there. So that's the whole kit. Remember, please, if you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out. We are limited in stock now, and that £10 off will only last till midnight. Now, I'll see you at 12. At 12 with another quilt, a spotty quilt. And a fantastic book, amazing book, a quilt book, an amazing price as well. You are going to love this. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Yvonne's with her brand new rail fence cushions, gorgeous, ideal for beginners, by the way, and some of our autumn kits as well. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Join us for the Sewing Street Team Takeover. We have a few brave members of the Sewing Street team who normally work the other side of the camera joining us on the show with all their favourite products and deals to share with you. Welcome Ian, Hayley M, Hayley B, Ben and Kate to the show Monday the 3rd of October until Friday the 7th from 8 AM. See you there.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got Yvonne back with me with her brand new kit.
Yeah, we have had a bit of a tweak with an older kit. But
it's lovely, and we've got it in 3 colourways as well.
Two, because the pastel one is the slightly different one.
Oh, yeah, fatter.
Fatter, fewer.
Fatter and fewer.
Yep, where we have 4 little patches going across.
Oh, well, let me take this down. So tell me, before we'll go through the kit in a minute, but tell me about your inspiration. What was the...
Well, this came from the fabric.
Okay.
Because it comes in, look, printed all the way across like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colours.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I've never seen fabric that's printed like that.
Yeah.
Is it printed by the metre? Like
that? Yes, I have rolls of this at the
shop.
Right,
that actually printed like that.
And I thought it's very clever. It's a great way to get a certain amount, get different fabrics without buying a huge quantity.
True. And in a palette that goes together as well.
It coordinates.
Great for binding and things as well. Right, so I'm going to go through that's amazing. Right, which one do you want to do? I'm going to do this blue one first, is that okay?
Yep.
Right.
I'm going to demo the second colourway, the orange one, but so that's just...
Oh, I'll go through all of them. So this is the blue colourway. I love this. I think this is bright, it's cheerful.
I love that's sort of chartreuse colour.
Yes, it's lovely. It's zingy, isn't it? I love the orange.
Give it turnover.
Yeah, and look at the back.
Yeah.
Look. I love that.
There was just enough to have a little bit of a play.
And I think that makes quite a difference, doesn't it?
I think you can throw it on the sofa and it doesn't matter quite so much if it's the wrong way round.
This stays together really nicely, Yvonne. How have you managed that? Because often...
Luck.
No, I cannot believe that. Often when you see an envelope back, it goes like this, doesn't it?
I think there is enough fabric in there.
Is that what it...
And there's a little bit of weight in that edge.
So by putting that on, because there is more thickness here, is that what holds it together?
I think so. I think it makes it stay in place. Of course, you can put some buttonholes across there.
I know,
and put
but
some buttons on. It's another feature.
But I don't think it needs that.
No,
and I think that must be the way that you've designed it is that really sits nicely.
No,
so
I don't believe a word.
It can't be just luck.
Pure darned luck. Absolutely.
Or like you say, maybe the weight of putting the extra
think
bit
so.
on.
I think that just like a hem on a curtain, whenever you put enough weight on it, it just sort of hangs.
So that's what holds it. But that's a really good tip if you're making an envelope back, put some extra fabric.
Yeah, I'll show you how to do that in a minute.
So in the kit, obviously, we get Yvonne's full instructions, extremely comprehensive, everything's covered, all you need to know is in there. Then you get this gorgeous, so this is all Moda fabric.
I don't think so.
No, that's a new text.
That's a new text, I think.
Lovely spot.
I think both of these are new texts.
So this is for the back.
Yep.
Gorgeous.
And then
colour matching.
That blue, that is a Moda marble for that nice.
Yeah, so that's the blue is for the little strip on the back, and it's also using the border. So what Yvonne's put on the back all matches in nicely. So you get the blue for the strip there, you get the grey that's used for this border here. So that's the outer border. Very nice colour palette, Yvonne. Do you like this one?
This one came together very easily because look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous?
So you get this amazing pieces of fabric. Look, I'm going to do a little carousel.
Yeah.
That's really clever, isn't it?
It's fresh. It has a freshness to it, doesn't it?
It feels very fresh and bright, and you know, you pop that on a bed or on a sofa or an occasional chair, just adds a nice pop of colour.
It's a splash of colour, isn't it?
And
it looks quite a neutral palette. To you know, most rooms are quite neutral in colour.
But it's a splash, isn't it?
That gives you that splash of colour.
So that's the blue colourway, but obviously that's not the only colourway we have. Let's move to the orange one. There we go. So if you fancy, this is a little bit more autumnal, maybe?
Yeah, that one's going to go in my living room. Quite by chance.
And there's the back. Back looks lovely.
Yeah, no ulterior motive there or
this
anything.
is not as weird that this matches the living room. But you know, even if you've got a grey sofa, that goes, doesn't it? Or a cream or calico sort of sofa, it will go.
I have like a mustardy kind of wall.
Perfect.
Just one feature wall, so that's just going to give the pop of colour to the very beige sofa.
So again, full instructions, obviously. Now you get the lovely, mustard, goldy mustard,
I think I can sort of mustardy.
That's for the back of the cushion. Then you get the grey. That's for the outer border. The orange, well, it's more of a terracotta, really, for the inner border. And then you get this fab strip. I've never seen fabric like this that just goes like this. So we're going the way along. Have a D. There we go. And that will make the orange one. And then the final colourway. And this is a slightly different design, which you're going to explain to us in a moment.
Oh, am I? Yes. Okay, right. I can do that.
Well, it's slightly different.
I can do that. I truly can.
You can just talk us through it.
Well,
but this one is slightly different because the strips, same principle, but the strips are wider.
The strips are wider, and this is a Moda fabric in the pastel colour one.
Okay.
And this strip, actually, I'll show you an end here, has a little dividing line across it. So it's got that little white dotted dashed line. So that I have retained to go around the border, but I've cut it out. But the strips are wider and fatter, and the cutting dimensions.
So the instructions in this one, I mean, it's the same.
It's the same principle throughout, but the cutting had to be different because of the way the fabric is printed.
So again, you've got this. This is a lovely pastel palette of. Yeah. You've got that lovely chartreuse, the pink and the blue. I love the black frame there, and then look at the back of it.
Yeah.
So Yvonne has used the lovely pink spot, but with that black border.
Yeah.
Just gives that, it makes it look quite professional, doesn't it?
Thank you.
I think it gives it that little edge.
It does. It's the finishing, isn't it? It's the finishing that makes such a difference.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going with this because what it does as well is it stops the back sagging.
Yeah.
Right, let me just show you the fabrics in this one, and then we can crack on with the demo.
It's whenever you pull that coloured one out, you will see what I mean by the...
So this is the spotty pink that's used for the cushion back. So you've got everything in here, by the way, because you've got the cushion back and all the front. There's the black that's used for all the framing. And now this is the border. But it's not a border strip.
No, it's... when it's a Moda product, they call them lollipops. Don't ask me why.
Oh, okay. But it's sold by the metre.
Yes.
But it's called a lollipop.
But you can see there are more colours across, but they are short, narrower strips.
And they are divided by this sort of like road.
Yes.
It's definitely a road, isn't it?
It's a dividing road.
Because it's black with a white dotted line down the middle.
Which is... As I say, that determines how long the pieces can be.
And then you've used that in your round the border. So that was slightly different, but a really lovely sort of pastel and charcoal colourway. So where do we start then? Well, how do we make it? Tell me first, is this okay for if you're a beginner?
I think you need to be able to rotary cut.
Okay.
But apart from that, yes,
right.
I think
so if you've
it
done
is beginner level. Yeah.
You don't need any great expertise.
No. As always, you need to cut in a straight line, you need to sew in a straight line.
Handy.
If you can do that, really is straightforward. Okay. Yeah. Now, because the fabric is a little different, I thought I might just talk through how I've cut the strip.
Yeah, no, because I've not seen them before, so I think that'd be really useful.
And the other thing, the piece of fabric that we give you for the cushion back, we asked you to cut 3 pieces from that. There are 2 pieces that are the large pieces for the back, and there is 1 strip that is the part of the closure on the envelope section. And whenever you look at it, you're going to say, how do I cut those 3 pieces from the piece of fabric that you've given me?
Yes.
Well, because fabric, half a width of fabric is more than 18.5 inches wide, you cut down the side your first cut is down the side of the fabric along your selvage edge to cut the 2 3/4 inches by 18.5 inches. Then the piece that you have left, just for demonstration purposes, I'll pull that to there. The piece that you have left here is still really gives you your 18.5 inches wide without difficulty, and you need 10s, 10 1/4, 10.5 going down. So just think before you cut, but you're going to cut down before you cut across.
Okay.
Which is a little bit different to what you would normally do. Then you're going to, as normal, cut across the width of the fabric on the lollipop fabric. So, and you're cutting strips that are 1.5 inches wide. And I always find it easier to cut through 2 layers of fabric at a time. I have more control. And each of these...
Oh, what, more than if you cut through 1?
Yeah, it moves.
Oh, okay.
Moves, you can't get enough pressure.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, and it'll sort of push away from the blade, where the 2 layers, it's just easy. I find it easier, so there we go. So each of you need to line up, there are 5 different colours going across the piece, and you need to line up the dividing lines before you take your selvage edges off.
So that you get the right
Now it doesn't matter too much, but if you do that, life is just that little bit easier. And in each coloured section, you can cut 2 of the real fence strips and also little 1.5 inch squares, which are what you need for the piece that's going across the back. So if I just show you. So each time you are going to cut a couple of these and a couple of these out of each of the sections. So I'm just going to go across here. So 1.5 inches finishes that particular colorway. I'm going to, you can trim this, or because that little bit that is left there is only 1/4 inch, that's going to hide in the seam.
Right, okay, so it doesn't really matter.
But
so this is a really good price for this cushion kit, isn't it? $15.99.
And then we're cutting
and everything you need.
Absolutely, front and back. So we're then cutting 3.5 inches, right? So that's that and that. Another 3.5 inches. If you are using a creative grid ruler, make sure that you have it the right way round each time, that you don't give it a half turn, because you don't want strips that are 3 inches long, you want 3.5. And then that is the exact cut there that gives me my little squares, and my last colorway I get my 3.5.
Ah, so you need to keep those little squares.
You do.
They're for the back, right?
Yeah. So it's important And I think I might just get 1 little 1.5 square on the end. That might look a little shy, but you get enough that it is not a problem. Do you know what? Bang on.
Bang on, that's amazing.
So there was some maths involved in what we were going to be.
Yeah, but then you get that lovely little finish across the back,
this is it. And it was enough leeway to not be a problem in the cutting. So these are a combination of the little squares that you're going to be stitching together. You've got all of the colorways. Yeah, so you sew those together in one long line so that you have a strip that is the 18.5, 19 inches long. Give yourself a little bit of leeway there. So we're now down to joining these little strips together. We're going to join them together in groups of 3.
So is this so we talk about the rail fence pattern, is that what the traditional rail fence is?
It is. It's very good for beginners. They're straight lines and you have 2 seams in each block.
Oh, and you're not seam matching.
And then you turn so you're not seam matching across a row.
This is quite an old pattern, isn't it? Isn't it one of the older, like traditional ones? A bit like your log cabin.
This is easier than log cabin.
Oh, okay. But it's that kind of...
It's that kind of... Yeah, and you can throw anything at it. You know, you can mix and match a lot of colours through.
Yeah, no, it's a really good, because I think the beauty, a bit like your log cabin, is because it's such a traditional one, it feels very homemade, it's patchwork, it's beautifully pieced, isn't it? A bit like the log cabin, when you use these traditional patterns, they have that heritage to them.
I think so. I just like the fact that I don't have to think too much.
You don't
I don't have to think too much, and I get a really nice design. Now, you do have to consider the placement of the fabrics from row to row, because otherwise you can get sort of T-shapes forming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. So you haven't sewn these all together in the same order, have you?
Oh no. Because you're sewing little individual threesomes.
So does it tell you in the instructions?
No, you just have to go for it.
Go for it, yes.
Yeah, and so I have 1 3/4 made here, obviously, and I am going to make this final row to go on here. So you see that one could go there. And it might well go there, but equally I might want to do that, but that really doesn't work, but I could do that.
So when you made yours, did you just make all the squares and then arrange and see what they look like? Oh, okay.
Yes, there was a little bit of science to it, but not a huge amount. And
or you just follow the photograph, which
yeah,
is what I would do. On the front
Honestly,
of the instructions is a photo.
I just like, I can't follow a set of instructions, which is why I always tell people, do what I say in the instructions, not what I might actually be showing you here.
Yeah, but I would follow the photo, go, oh, lovely, that's exactly the order
I'm going to put. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, because yours looks lovely, so I'd want mine to be the same.
Okay.
Well, and like you said, you know, you don't want to get T-shapes or have the same fabrics touching.
And in the pastel, the more pastel one,
yes,
there is that dark, that sort of black background one.
Oh yes, yeah.
And you do need to make sure that you have those distributed well through the design.
And if they were touching, it would look really odd, wouldn't it? Okay. So you could just have a little bit of planning.
Well, just a bit of making. What I would suggest you do is, I would cut 3 of my strips up. I think I've forgotten how many. I would make 3 rows worth, lay them out, see if I was happy, and then plan the last row.
Oh, okay.
Because you can fit that in kind of where you need to. And you find you kind of have 3 of each in each row. You don't want 4 of the one pattern in the same row. And you also have to think about, you see, I think that might have, no, it can't go that way. You can end up, you see, I'm going to have a T there if I put that one there. So that one is probably going to have to go there. So I have that beside that. So I need to make sure I don't have another one of those there.
Yeah, so I guess, but there's there's lots of colours, so you can.
So I'm going to probably put that there. And then this one, could be a problem. It depends how OCD you are, really.
Yeah.
And so I didn't have the luxury of being able to make everything, so I could organise them all and...
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, because I needed to be able to show you how to do this row. Now, the fact that I am moving these things, I would be pressing these always from the front and making sure that I was pressing the seams in the same direction. Press them from the front, then you don't get that little ridge forming that you sometimes get whenever you press from the back. So where am I going to put this? You see, that one can't go there because that and that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
See?
Yeah.
So that one really, what happens if I do that? Then I get that there. What happens if I do that and put it there? Oh, that's looking good.
Yeah, that's good.
Isn't it? This one could go there. And is this going to be okay? Am I going to be in luck? No. Yeah?
Perfect. Perfect. So maybe it just works out on its own.
Well, I think it's just dumb luck.
But it doesn't matter really, does it? You just have to like visually go, oh, yeah, that'll be fine, lovely.
Yeah, with these, particularly this one, because of that black polted dot, I think you do need to just plan where that's going to be. But the rest of them, the colour value is fairly much the same, so you're okay. And of course, it's so easy to turn things around.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
That can be a little bit of an issue. So we're almost finished on this row. And because you have so many colours going on in the centre, I always think it's nice to put a frame around the centre before I go to a border. It just kind of, I wobbled. Right, I'm going back. I have wobbled along this seam, and no way is that 1/4 of an inch whenever I come to the end of it. So I'm just...
So this makes an 18-inch cushion, and the kits are $15.99, which is a great price, you know, because you've got designer fabric in them.
Yeah.
You've got them with all these different colours, and you've got the lovely back, and only for $15.99, absolute bargain. So just choose which colour where you want and pop it in your basket.
Yep, did I turn that? I think I probably did. Was that one? Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. So I'm going to...
and you've got no seam matching, and I think that's the joy of this.
Across the row, pattern. You're absolutely
because if
fine.
you had to match all those little seams, that would take ages, wouldn't it? But because you're going the other way, that's lovely.
I think we are going to have to... We do have to seam match row to row.
Yeah, but these little seams, if you were matching them...
Yeah, life is a bit too short for that, isn't it? So... we now are laying that on top of that, and where the blocks finish, we are going to just nest those seams together, because we have pressed our seam allowances that way, that way, that way, that way, so we have them in place to allow us to nest them together. So again, whenever we come to... that's the second one. This makes a huge difference to the way you are able to finish off any block that is being added on to others where you need the point to be the seam, the seam intersection. Okay. Oh, very blunt. Let's throw your blunt pins away. It's just not worth it.
I know, why do I put them back? But I was just saying, we had some quilting pins in the last hour that are brilliant. I've only got a few of them, but they are all
really sharp.
Sharp and long.
And quite fine.
Yes, and they have coloured ends.
That's very useful.
So you can see them, but you can iron over them. But they're really lovely.
Yeah.
And they're called quilting pins because they're supposed to be for basting, but actually the ones that I've got, I use them for just when you're pinning like this, pinning seams, because they're lovely. Because
this isn't very long, all I am doing is pinning the seam intersections of the blocks. I was thinking about something about pins there I was going to say, and I've forgotten. Oh. Trying to make sure that all my seam allowances are lying flat as I go along, so I've just got my making sure. And then we're just coming along over the last intersection. Pins out. And I just move that.
So that's the fourth row join on?
That's the fourth row joined on. And
yeah, I don't think you're locked. But that's fairly simple to do, like you say. Just sort of play around with the placement. You could arrange it all before you sew it together, or just see what happens.
I've remembered what it was.
Yes.
Coloured headed pins.
Right.
Are really useful because I've decided that whenever you lay your blocks out and that's your top left hand corner, and it's so easy to pick 2 rows up and put them down, whatever. I have started putting a pin in the top left-hand corner, and so that I know that that's the top, and then the next row is the next row, etc. I just use rainbow-headed pins, so I go red, orange, yellow. So whenever I pick it up and set it back down, I know if it's in the right order. I don't have to remember what coloured pin I put where because the rainbow just doesn't change. Doesn't it take life? It takes you such a long time in life to come up with something really simple.
But it is things like that, and it's like sudden genius, isn't it?
I know, it's like a light bulb moment.
And you think, oh, that's
because
amazing.
I was making both these colourways up at the same time, and
yeah, and then you get really confused.
So this is your centre made. All you're then doing is adding the frame around and then the border. So you're going to put your two short pieces on, then the 2 longer pieces. I'm not going to linger too much on this because I'd rather talk to you about the back.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to go because we've got other kits to go through as well.
And then that is what the grey.
But it's quite nice that you've done that. Let me show you this cushion because it gives having the narrow border and then the wider one. It really frames that, doesn't it?
It does. It calms it down a little bit. It lets you see
the
colour.
whole everything, even this glorious bit of the cushion, about $15.99. All there. Really fun and bright.
So, to bring the colours that are on the front around to the back, you have your 2 solid pieces of fabric in this particular terracotta kit. One of the pieces you simply turn a 1/2 inch, another 1/2 inch, and finish one of the edges. That is one of the pieces for the back. Finished.
Okay. So that's just plain?
Just plain.
Nice.
You do nothing else to that. Now on here you have the equivalent of the piece that you've just put a little hem on, and to that you're going to add one of the terracotta strip that you have cut, and it goes immediately onto there. You have joined sufficient little squares, or you know, if they're a little bit longer than a square,
as long
doesn't matter, you're just getting that splash of colour across there.
Okay.
So you're going to try and keep it from twisting. So sew in opposite directions as you're sewing your squares together, and have all your seam allowances going one way. With the piece of fabric that you have cut off first, down the side so that everything is achievable, you're going to sew that onto the one side of your strip of squares. So you've got this and this, sew this and this onto your terracotta strip.
Perfect. And that's it, and then you just join the two together.
But then, to hide all the noise,
right,
you're going to turn a little bit there, and you're going to pull that down to there.
Ah, and that keeps all those ends
so you've
covered.
You're all tidied up, and then you finish this off.
And then that gives it that extra weight so that the envelope back doesn't gape.
Yes, and I actually put a couple of lines of stitching along that. Yeah. So you've got the weight, you've got a nice tidy envelope, edging, and it's as simple as that.
Perfect. So I'll just go back through the kits one more time. The one that we've got on screen at the moment is the orange one, and that is the one that Yvonne has been demonstrating. So remember, you get everything that you need in here, including all the fabric for the back and the front. And this is a really lovely quilt design to learn. So once you've had a go at this, you know, you don't need not much of each quantity. You could use fabrics from your own stash to make another one, the rail fence design. So that's the one in orange, just $15.99. Right, we've also got it in blue, and this is like blue and chartreuse and grey and orange, really bright and fun and cheerful. I love the way that this is framed with the blue and the orange. And then you've got the cushion back there. Again, everything that you need is in the kit. You don't have to buy anything extra. And then finally, we've got the pastel. Slightly different in that the strips are a little bit bigger and there's less of them. But other than that, made in this pretty much in the same way.
Same principle.
Right, shall we, let's do one of the hangings next.
Okay.
Right, Harvest Cornfield.
Right, I have not brought anything to demo.
No, I want to talk to you about it. We're going to talk about it.
That's excellent.
I love this. This is your beautiful harvest scene, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's little. It's even got. Are they swallows? Swallows, aren't they, in harvest?
Birds. They're birds. I'm not going to.
They're birds.
I'm sure I'll upset someone if we get
in
the
the
wrong
harvest
one.
field. So you've got poppies and daisies in a cornfield, and I love the way they've got the inner border.
Yeah.
And then just the little little bit of colour.
Just bringing the colours in the.
Then you've got
in the main design out to the corners, in the borders.
So $24.99, and then what have we got in the kit? Let's have a look. This is the joy of your kits, Yvonne. Well, because it's got everything.
Let me just say that this cornfield follows on from the beach huts.
Oh, okay.
There was one that we did that was beach huts, and we're working on one that is pumpkins and houses.
Ooh.
So that'll be. Well, maybe the next time I'm on, depends what.
So that's quite nice then, so you just hang that on a little wall?
Well, yes, and you change them out season by season.
So this one's lovely. So in the kit, you get, and it's always beautifully packaged as well.
That's our Nicola.
That's Nicola.
Yeah,
Nicola and her beautiful packaging.
Absolutely.
And in fact, Nicola, can you come and repackage this? Because I'm not sure what I've done now. So you get calico.
That's the foundation.
Oh, that's
because
the foundation
there are
of it.
so many background pieces on this.
Right.
But to just make sure everything is stable,
you get the
you have
calico
your
for
piece
that.
of calico, and then you will lay the sky on.
So you've got red. The red is the borders, but it's nice. It's not a plain red.
No, it's
got a little bit of texture to it.
Border and
poppies.
And the poppies and the binding.
Then you've got a little bit of cream that's for the outside.
Yeah.
And then you've got these lovely prints. I like the way you've just got like a little bit of yellow, because you need a little bit of yellow.
Yeah, because that's for the sun.
Yeah, for the sun.
Yeah. Have we got a sun?
No, I think it might be for the daisies.
It's for the daisies.
For the daisies.
Yeah.
A little bit of grey for the birds.
Yeah.
Black for the bumblebee.
Bees.
I like this brown one. This is
that's the fencing.
That's
and
the fencing.
Trees. And the tree
like
trunks.
and trees. It looks like fencing and trees.
Yeah.
Magic.
We do try hard on
green for trees.
Yeah. Those are the hedges, which add a pop of colour through the
Flowery
middle.
hedges. We've got blue for the flowers.
With little cornflowers.
And then green, and then I love the yellow that's the cornfield.
Yeah.
Look at this sort of attention to detail here. It looks like corn. This is such a pretty picture, isn't it? And then you've got blue for the sky. So everything that you need is in there. Obviously, you'll need a little bit of wadding to put behind it. But if you want to make yourself a beautiful little scene, landscape.
Yes.
That's gorgeous.
An appliqued landscape as opposed to a stitchery.
Yes,
landscape,
and it is just lovely. And then in the instructions is all the details you need. You've got,
of course. You've got full
everything that you need. It's got templates,
and you have a colour picture
and a coloured picture as well, which is all really useful that you can use to follow. Obviously, there's a picture on the front of it as well.
Yeah.
So if you, hopefully Yvonne will be bringing out her pumpkin scene soon.
Yeah.
So if you want to get ahead and you want to do the series, there was a beach hut one as well. So if you want to be part of the series, or you can just have one, then you need to get hold of this kit. I love that. Right, next kit. Should we do the table centre? This is the autumn table centre. Perfect for this time of year.
Absolutely. It was so dark this morning.
It really was. It was actually dark when I arrived here. And sad now.
Yes.
Sad. I love this. So where would you put this? Is this for your harvest festival at home?
A coffee table.
Okay.
I would have this as my my coffee table because, excuse me, I like to, whenever I have an empty space in the middle of any of the things that I have made that I am prepared to set something on.
Okay.
So you see there is a space in the middle there, so I'm happy to put a bowl or some kind of flower or something in the middle there. So this is coffee table worthy in my house.
Okay. Yeah, you see, but I would put that on my table. Just tell everyone not to spill anything on it. But it is really
I've got
lovely.
little grandchildren.
Yes.
It's a no-no.
You know. But so, what do we get in the kit? Everything again?
Well, as everything for the front.
Yes.
So
I love the fabrics that you've chosen for it.
Bulk of this is all Moda, Kansas Troubles or Joe Morton. So it has some of the
so you've got these lovely
Civil War
like
kind of fabrics.
And you've got like just a little piece of that because that's what you need for the
that's
hearts.
all you need for.
And that lovely golden but really deep autumn golden colour, like in the check. That looks really good for the oak leaves, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it that touch of red warms it up.
Green for the leaves. Then you've got this lovely red print. That's used for the binding.
Yeah.
And then you've got this really nice. The background of the whole place setting table mat is a cream, but can you see it's got like a slightly swirl print on it, which gives it a really nice 3D texture. Okay.
All I want to say is obviously this is an oval, so you work with the rectangle until you are got your applique all sorted. And then we've given you an A3 sized sheet of paper in there.
And this is all in the instructions?
All in the instructions. So, you know, cut this out and you've got your template for how you're going to put the curved edges on. So don't panic about getting that curve,
right?
Because you'll get it even. You know, this, you know, there's a vertical fold and a horizontal fold, and just sort of let that live there. Then you can pop your folded piece of paper so you know that's your center.
Right.
And yeah, you're going to come down there and you're going to come down here. Yeah.
So you cut it into a rectangle first, and then the template is in the instructions.
Use the fabric as is to start with, just making sure you're centered. Yeah. And then you're just working your way gently around.
And because the quilting on here is quite interesting. Let me put it on your table, because we've got an overhead here, so we can see that.
Yeah.
How do you do that then?
Well, I don't.
Right.
All of the pieces have been stitched on in detail, but then this is just free motion quilting. I never have the time to practice free motion, and if you don't practice, it's not fair on the bit of work you're working on if you haven't practiced. But like everything, you can quilt this in whatever manner you want.
Yes, true.
This has been machine quilted, and this is, you know, this is all that has been done. It's been worked across like this.
But it's nice that actually, when you look at it, she hasn't quilted over the leaves.
If we turn over.
Okay.
Yeah, if we turn.
Can we get a close-up?
There is lots of quilting to hold the three layers together, but the stars and the hearts.
Yeah, so if you look here, you can see that the two hearts haven't been quilted over.
Now, I have made one of these for my house. Now, because I love to hand quilt, mine, I have simply drawn lines and cross-hatched it by hand, which gives it a different...
Yeah, no, I like hand quilting. I think it looks lovely.
I think it does, and it gives a softer finish.
Yeah.
I find that this tends to make things stiffer, which is fine whenever you're looking to have it in the middle of your table or whatever, you know. But I enjoy the repetitive, mindless mindfulness.
Sorry,
you know. Well, the two things work hand in hand.
Yeah, they do, actually.
I enjoy the hand stitching, but I think the colours here, the warmth of this, are just right to bring out at this time of the year.
Well, they are, and I particularly like this check. I think that works really well.
And again, it has a different weave to the printed fabric, so it's providing its own texture.
Right. So let's do the Halloween one.
Yeah, Halloween cats.
Halloween. Let me hold this one up to see. Look at that.
Now, I think this is a bit of fun.
Well, it is, isn't it? And you hang it in the window. You know, why not? Well, we get more into Halloween in this country, you know. More and more people are into it. It is a bit of fun, isn't it? And again, you can bring it out every year. Hang it in your window. So in the kit, you have got everything for the hanging. You've got all of the background fabric. You've even got the purple for the lettering and for the spider. You've got the grey for the background, this sort of orangey crosshatch, and the orange for the binding as well.
Wow.
So $16.99. What's the finished size of this one?
21 inches long and 13 and a half wide.
And that's the Halloween. So what tips can you give us for this one then?
Well,
tips and tricks.
Again, it's a pair of sharp scissors.
A pair of sharp scissors. Yeah, very
definitely
important.
The sharp scissors. Start at the bottom and work your way up, because the cats have to stand on each other's backs. So you do need to make sure that where you are positioning them.
Is that because they're mad?
Well, I suppose so, but
Scared.
you do have to think that sort of realistically they can actually stack and not be at a very jaunty, unreasonable angle. So
I always see what you mean.
So the background fabric just fold into vertically, fold into horizontally, so you know where your center is, and there are 5 cats. So you want to, I think, to make sure that your bottom one and your center one, then it's not quite so difficult. All of these have been Bondo webbed, and it's sitting in your armchair, making sure that you get nice smooth lines so that it is easy to. Now you see, I wasn't close enough to the bottom. This is why you need to just
well, that's good to see that you lay them all out first.
This is it, and give yourself enough. And what my favourite thing about this is if you look at the lettering, they're like little bones. Can you see that they've got little?
Oh yes, and I can see them on the fabric.
Isn't that just?
Lay them down and we'll be able to see them on the camera.
Look, let's see what is in here. So they've got that little sort of indent.
Yeah, so the letters are like little bones.
Yeah, especially you can see. And again, this, this is on the first sample. Halloween has been sort of allocated side to side, but you can put it all down one side.
Oh, that's true. Well, it's nice, isn't it? You can sort of have a look at the picture and get a vague idea.
Well, see, this is what I like to do. I like to give people options as to how to deal with things. Do I need a W in there somewhere? Hello.
Yeah.
And it just, there's what you do. You play, and I quite like that. Yeah, so we've just pulled the colour right the way down through, as opposed to splitting it out.
Oh yeah, I think you've got your O and your W round the wrong way.
Halloween. Well, why not?
But it doesn't matter, you can spell it however you want. I quite like it that way. That's different to this way. I quite like that. It sort of goes round.
It does.
Round the cats. Yeah. That's quite nice, isn't it?
It's a bit like the gingerbread man.
Yes. Make it however you want.
Make it.
And then there's a spider. 2 spiders.
Yep. And just ovals and a little bit of embroidery. All of this, you peel the paper off, you make sure you're positioned, you press it all in place, and then you can decide whether you're going to just stitch these in black. You can get some, I want to say luminous, and that's not the right word, threads. Sort of glow in the dark threads.
Glow in the dark, yeah.
So, certainly some green eyes for the cats.
Yeah, definitely, when he's got green eyes here.
If you have kids that like that kind of thing, you could do black around the purple. You can go stitch gold around the purple. I think, have we done gold on there? I can't.
I'll bring this over, then we can see it.
Let's put the 2 things side by side. So I put gold around here to lift it a little bit, but I think maybe because these are such small letters, you might be better just letting those stay purple and making more of the cats. Now, you want to give them each an eye. You can do that, a French knot. You could do it with I think a little bead.
Yeah, that would be nice. And then I love this fun orange border. That really lifts it, doesn't it?
We did run out of this one, so some of the kits, I think, have gotten.
Yeah, no, mine's got.
You've got that one.
But some might have an orange spot.
They might have that.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Very similar, and
it's lovely,
not a problem. And the solid orange for the binding, which lifts it. If we'd done this in black, this would have become quite
a little bit,
bit gothic.
And it's supposed to be a little bit fun, isn't it? So if you want a Halloween wall hanging for your house, Then pop it in your basket. You've still got time. It's only the 4th of October. You've still got time to make it. And, you know, you can send it to somebody who's doing Halloween. Put it in your window and everyone will know to come to you.
Yeah, I think my grandchildren would love this. They haven't. I haven't let them see this, really.
They would, wouldn't they?
They would. And
you can send it to them. They can hang it up. It's just a lovely thing to have hung up like a week in advance or put it up that morning.
Yes.
Exciting. Right, we have got one more to go through just before we finish.
Oh, we do. Oh, right.
Which is the shelf. Now, I love this because I love the fabrics. It's called the Shelf Edger. So let me show you the photo. So that's what it will look like when it's on your shelf.
It's ideal if you have a French dresser.
Yes, I have one of these.
A Welsh dresser.
Yes.
Never mind a French dresser.
Look. So what happens is it goes on the, you will see it here, it goes on your shelf like this.
Yeah.
Creates a little bit of
a little
padding. Yeah. You can obviously make it to the right length. And then you get that on the edge. But the fabrics, I'm going to get them out of the pack so you can see them. They are just perfect. But you can put them on any shelf.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's nice on a dresser, but it doesn't have to be. But
no, because I have this new kitchen that's probably not as new as it used to be. But I did put some shelves up not very long ago, and they're grey. But to actually just pop that along, I've suddenly got this splash of colour that I'm looking across from my sink across to this. So.
And you can make it. You make it the length to fit your shelf. But look at the fabrics.
You've got such fun.
I love the fabrics. Look at the blueberries. That's so realistic. Bananas. Love the bananas. Tomatoes.
Yep.
And then we've got some plain green that's used for the binding.
Yeah.
And then
that's the setting triangle. So we've got some pineapples.
Yes. And broccoli.
Yep. Gotta eat your greens.
I've never ever seen broccoli fabric. Look at that. I'm gonna hold it up. Look, broccoli fabric. That is really lovely, fun project, isn't it?
Well, it makes me smile.
Yeah, it's the perfect use for that fabric, though, isn't it?
And even the little red square that we have with the centre, I think that looks like.
Yes, well, I saw that one.
Like
that
strawberry or raspberries.
Yes, it is. It is like strawberry seeds, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just joyous. I love it, absolutely love it. It's the broccoli fabric, that's the one for me.
It just does it for you.
Yeah, I've never, I mean, I have seen other fabric, but never seen a broccoli fabric.
We even, well, I don't think we have at the minute, but we even have sprouts
from
time to time.
Fabulous. These are really good. Well, thank you so much, Yvonne.
Well, it's been my pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. I haven't seen, we haven't worked together for ages.
Yeah, I think it was way before I started, just about to start the block of the month that we started at the beginning of this year.
Wow, that is a long time ago then.
It was something like that. And we did the last one of those.
Depends what day. You see, I don't normally do a Tuesday, but I swapped because Vix wanted to not do this one but do another one, so we swapped over. So
yeah, I don't normally do a Tuesday either. I normally do a Wednesday.
Do you know what? It must have been fate then.
It must have been. Or it's a cunning plan to keep us apart, perhaps.
No.
But we've circumvented it this time.
We have. Well, thank you so much. Do you know when you're back with us?
I don't at the moment because I've had a bit of a break and I haven't caught up with Ian because I've been over in Belfast doing
of course, at the
Quilt fair.
At the show, yes, I saw all the posts about that.
Oh, we had a great time, and we're so grateful that Sewing Street sponsored our creative workshops for us, and ladies just had a wonderful time, and the goodie bags that
it was lovely.
They got
I know
really
all the viewers certainly loved seeing all the different posts.
And so, of course, I've had to go and lie down in a darkened room.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, when we will look forward to seeing you back.
And I will be here. So take care.
Yeah, you too. I will see you back in a couple of minutes' time. Katharine's going to be back with me. We have got a fabulous quilting book, amazing price, packed full of quilts, and Katharine's going to demonstrate how to make one of them. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Join us for the Sewing Street Team Takeover. We have a few brave members of the Sewing Street team who normally work the other side of the camera joining us on the show with all their favourite products and deals to share with you. Welcome Ian, Hayley M, Hayley B, Ben and Kate to the show Monday the 3rd of October until Friday the 7th from 8 a.m. See you there.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working so it doesn't take up too much space.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We have got a fantastic new book for you. This is brilliant. And the price, you will not believe the price. So this is easy peasy, 8 designs for 2 colour quilts. So all you need is 2 fabrics, easy. $9.99 for 8 quilt designs. Now normally we would be charging $9.99 for a quilt pattern, but this is $9.99 for 8 of them, and they are lovely. Now Katharine is going to be going through one of them and demonstrating how to do it, but before we do that I want to show you what's in the book. So should we, oh, you've got one.
I've got one as well.
Well, we can go through it together then. These are fab, aren't they?
It's a really good book actually. I can't believe it's only $9.99.
I know, this is what I said earlier. I don't know which one's my favourite. I do like this one. I don't know whether it's the colours.
This is nice because she's kept it 2 colours, but she's used scraps. So there's a real range in this book, all different levels, but also some that are just literally 2 fabrics, but some like this where she's used 2 two shades.
Well, she said from a
but you
sorted
can be,
red and a
you can be
sorted
scrappy,
cream.
and that's really good because you can use up all your bits, of which we all have.
Well, that's right. I mean, the fact you need like 15 9-inch squares, 3-inch squares, so they are your little bits, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love that. It looks like strawberries, doesn't
It's nice,
it?
that
Strawberries
one.
and
I
cream.
do like red.
That's
Red
what
and
they
white's
should have
nice.
called it.
See, that'd be nice. You can make it for Christmas.
Yes.
Red and white, but it's not overtly Christmassy. But
No,
you
it's
could
not.
give your room a bit of a
that's gorgeous, that one. So that's just one.
That's just one.
And we'll vote at the end of our
It's
favourite
nice
one.
because also there's nice little tips in here, how to make your half square triangles.
Yeah, that's quite nice, isn't it? And then they always put in an assembly diagram as well, and you can look at the colours to get an idea. That's one. Number 2, Rocky Mountain. So this really is 2 fabrics.
Yes, and a slightly trickier one because you're using templates.
Okay.
So if you've never used templates before, great place to start.
And it is blocks as well, isn't it?
Yes.
It is make a block and then move on from there. So that's creative piecing forms rings. So does it have in the template? Oh yes, the templates.
Yes, they're all in there.
So then you've got your the full diagram, and then that, and there's tips and techniques in there. They are all the templates for you, so you can just photocopy that or trace them. House of Gems.
I like this one. I like the colours, I think. I'm fond of blues.
So blue and aqua sparkle in these easy blocks. So again, they've used dark blue, white, aqua tonal and light blue. So it is just shades of blue and white, really, isn't it?
And it's quite nice because you've got 3 blocks to do here.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't get boring.
And not a difficult one, particularly.
No. Well, she calls that one confident beginner, so I'd say so.
And then again, you've got your full thing. So we still go $9.99. This is brand new to us today. House of Gems. Beacon in the night.
This is nice. It's a little bit different.
It is, isn't it? What happens when you cross a courthouse square block with a pineapple block? Oh, well, I guess so, yes. Because you're working round it, aren't you? But then you're doing it as a pineapple. It's lovely, isn't it? But it actually looks like gemstones, I think.
Yes, you're right.
With the sort of the centre.
How she's made the sort of ombre effect.
So again, this is shades of blue, isn't it? So you've got white, light blue, light medium blue, medium blue, dark blue and dark blue.
Yeah, I think I do like that one.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard to choose a favourite, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I'll let you know at the end. And then you've got the full layout diagram there. Now, this is the one that you're going to be demonstrating, Indiana Ivy. So this is a star in a star block. Now, I always thought these were called sawtooth stars.
Well, they are, aren't they?
And then when you put them together, it's called the rising star.
Okay.
But you know how you think that there are rules, and then you find out somebody's called something else, and then you think they're obviously not called that at all. There are no rules. There's just no rules, because I always thought that's what it was called. And then you've got the chain.
Yes, this one's a huge quilt.
Is it?
Look, 88.
Oh wow,
inches,
yeah, that's really big king-size bed.
Big quilt.
So it's what you're going to be going through with this. This one is 2 blocks. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Creates a lovely pattern, yeah.
Really
absolutely.
like that, Indiana Ivy. It's quite nice having the trailing thing between it as well. Right. Oh, hang on, just move one of your white squares. That will ruin things.
I'll be hunting for that.
But again, this is definitely 2 colour, isn't it? It is white and another colour. Poison green. Why would you call a fabric poison green?
Yeah.
And there's the whole block.
It's a stunning pattern, that is.
Love at first sight.
Again, this is nice. This is you can use your scraps up.
Yeah, and like you say, this is red and pink prints and white prints, so it doesn't have to be just 2 fabrics, but it's 2 colours, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I see now. So what it's saying, they form heart shapes. I was thinking, why is it called that? It's made with simple piecing of squares and rectangles that form little heart shapes.
These are little hearts, aren't they?
But that's nice, isn't it? I like that one. Wow. Is that a big quilt?
61.
Yeah, okay. It's just it suddenly looks big there, doesn't it?
I mean, there's nothing to stop any of them being done to the size that you want.
But they're really nicely explained. There's little diagrams. I mean, I'm amazed that they can do them for this price. $9.99. Hashtag, that's a bit cool, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
It doesn't look overtly trendy.
No, not really, does it? It just looks like quite.
But I like this one because it's the technique of strips and then cutting up. You've got a lot of different techniques in the book as well, which is really nice.
That's quite a useful technique, isn't it? So you've got the block there, but then they've used strip piecing and then sub-cut. So it's quite a nice way to see it diagrammised.
Yeah.
Is that a word? Diagrammised.
It is now.
It is now, yeah. Press as you go, following the arrows to the block seams or nest. Good tip, good tip. So again, and you can easily picture these in your own colours, can't you? If you think, well, I actually want blue.
Absolutely.
There we go. But are good for if you wanted to make something maybe for a teenager, for male. I don't know why, just because it's grey. Cherry tree. That's pretty, isn't it?
That's nice. That's because that's all half square triangles, and I'm very fond of half square triangles because they just make so many patterns.
They do.
They're so clever. Simple but clever.
Yeah, Ben wants this one. I don't think Katharine will make it for you though.
No, not today. I've got a bit on.
Yeah, it's a bit on. But tomorrow, absolutely fine.
Yeah, when I've set up my stand for Ali Pali, I'll start making you quilt.
She'll pop in then. Yeah, Ben goes, I could make that if I learned to sew. Well, yes, you could, but you'd need to learn to sew.
He hasn't learned to sew yet.
I know, the sewing machines, if you stayed on for an hour every day, you can make this. He's got a lot to do though. So this has got white print, teal and pink. I love that one.
Pretty, very pretty.
Because it looks quite, actually, let's see the big picture. It looks quite technical, doesn't it? That looks quite complex.
Yes.
But it isn't, actually.
But it isn't, because it's half square triangles. I think that's why I like them so much. They make it all look a lot harder than it really is.
So you've got all of this for £9.99, and these are full, you would never get for £1.10 or whatever it is, a quilt pattern. And then at the back, I don't know where you get that saying from. You just said, for this price it does not butter my parsnips. Where does that, have you ever heard that before?
No.
Oh, this doth butter no parsnips. I think you've made that up, Ben. Have you ever heard that?
I've never heard that one.
No, we haven't heard that one. This doth butter no parsnips. Is anyone else?
It doesn't even really make sense.
No, it doesn't really make sense.
We're now going to get like a million messages going, oh yes, we always say that.
That does butter no parsnips. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Because it's a very, very good price.
I think you'd want your parsnips buttered. They'd be tastier.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, or maple syrup. Ooh. It's very nice.
Is it?
Mm.
I'm not a fan of parsnips.
No, I'm not either. If I've got to eat them, then they've got maple syrup in them, so I don't really like them anyway. So we go through the basic techniques of the different types of applique, mitered border, quilting terms, and pressing. So everything is in here that you need to know.
It's
amazing.
A fantastic book.
So my favourite, now I've decided, now I've gone all the way through, that my favourite one is actually the first one.
It is the first one. Mine's the beacon one.
Oh, okay.
I think, because it's just a little bit different.
So please, is it about parsnips? Go on then. With you, Ben. Love that saying, but aren't you a bit too young to know it from Sue in Staffordshire?
Oh no, he's about 70, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah. That doth butter no parsnips. I'm loving that. Oh, look, that's your book, isn't it? Right, so you're going to show us how to make Indiana...
Ivy.
Now, we have got 3 bundles. We'll do that first. So... it's a 2-colour quilt, obviously. So for this quilt, we've chosen 2 colours, a white spot for this one and a green spot. So here's the bundle here. Now, in the bundle, you get a lot of fabric. You get 7 metres of green and 2 metres of white. And this is double bed size, isn't it?
Well, 88
oh yeah, so this is
square. It's big.
You could put this on a king size bed easily with enough overlap. So for $59.99, you're getting 9 metres of fabric. That's enough fabric to make the quilt top for a king size bed. I mean, obviously you'll need wadding and back, but that is an amazing price. Now the no, we're not saying again. $59.99 doth butter no parsnips. You're not going to reduce it. Wow. Doth butter not even less parsnips. $49.99. So you're getting 9 metres, 7 metres of the green spot and 2 metres of the white spot. Obviously you'll need the quilt instructions too, but that's only $9.99 and that's been taken off the price now anyway. So when do we ever do a king size bed quilt for that price? That's amazing. This is beautiful, by the way. It's a cotton poplin, it's rose and hubble. It's a really lovely quality. It's nice to sew with,
it's very nice to sew with.
It sort of cuts
it
nicely.
Does, yes. Doesn't
crisp. It's a crisp.
It's another crisp one.
It's a crisp one. So that's the green and white one. Let me show you this because Katharine's made a small bit for us here. There we go. It's made, well, we'll show you in a minute, but it's made from 2 blocks here. I'm going to give you a little... So there's a small piece for it. So it's made from the sawtooth star and a star block and then the log cab, the chain block. So you'll see that in a minute. The other colourway is pale blue and pale pink. So again, you get 7 metres. So the main colour is the pale blue. And you get pale blue. Apparently Joe Lysett says that. And he follows Ben on Instagram. Are you sure about that, Ben? Oh. Well, maybe you obviously copied Joe. Or you copied you.
Are they from a similar area? Is it one of those sort of, you know, regional sayings?
Oh, maybe it's a regional saying.
Which is why we have
no idea what he's talking about. We've never heard of that. So there's the pale blue, 7 metres of. And the pale pink, 2 metres of. So this is a really pretty one, isn't it? Again, it's your cotton poplin. $49.99, and that's for all of the fabric. That's £10 off, so you will need to buy the book, but you know we've taken the £10 off for you for $9.99. And then the third colourway is the one that Katharine is going to be demonstrating. So you get 7 metres of the red, exactly the same as this, but 7 metres of the red spot. You'll see her make it up in a minute, and 2 metres of the white spot. Again, that is $49.99. So if you fancy it, I think it will look lovely in the red and white. Ben said he's going to actually get into trouble for them. Just say the parsnips thing to them and they won't understand what you're on about and then you can just walk off. Don't worry. So $49.99, that's the 7 metres. That is an amazing bargain, isn't it, for that size quilt? 7 metres of the red spot and 2 metres of the white spot. And, you know, if you get started on it, once you get it back, that's your Christmas quilt done.
It is, and it would whiz up quite quickly.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so where do we start other than reading the instructions first?
Yes. Well, when you do read the instructions, always a good idea actually when you start anything to read it all the way through.
I'm not very good at that.
No, most of us aren't really. We're like, oh, we're going to get going, right, what are we doing, okay. But actually, if you take the time to read it all the way through, you'll get on better.
Yeah, I know. So it's a bit like, though, I always feel it might ruin the surprise a bit. I like kind of working through things and going, oh, that's what's next.
Yeah.
It's like reading a book. I've got a friend who always reads the last page of a book first.
Oh, no, I could do that.
I know, that's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know I have a similar feeling about instructions.
Okay, fair enough.
But it is, you are right, it is the best thing to do.
Yes. So when you do start with this one, the cutting instructions are for the entire quilt. So the order it gives you in, I suppose, is the best way to cut it when you're doing the whole quilt. But if you decided you were just going to try a block or two, like I've not done all the blocks, because we did say they were great size for just a cushion, didn't we?
Yeah, they are, because what's the size of the finished block?
They come out as like a 16-inch block, so a really good size block. So if you decided you just wanted to have a go at that particular block, the chain block, which I'm going to show you first, are letters A, B, C, D and E, and then the sawtooth star block is like F, G, H, I, J and K. It's just in that list, they're not done in that order.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I read it and I was going, oh my goodness, but I didn't want to cut up all 7.5 metres of the fabric. Right, at that stage. Because I knew I wasn't going to make the whole thing.
So if you're, so would you suggest cut everything out first?
Yes, well, again, I'd probably try a block of each first to see, you know, how you're getting on. I mean, it's so big. 7.5 metres is a huge amount of fabric to handle. I'd be inclined almost to chop some of it up first, just to make it a little bit more
manageable. Because if you're got trying a very long table.
Yes. Otherwise, you've got this big weight of fabric, haven't you? So you could just take sort of 1 or 2 strips off first to cut things up and do it in sections.
Right. Okay.
I just think it's unless you've got a really big space.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I try and sort of fold it up, and then when I'm dealing with a lot of fabric, and cut bits and do it that way. But you need to clear a table, don't you?
You
to have the space.
Now this nice block is this first one is all rectangles and squares, as you can see. And your squares make a lovely little sort of diagonal running through. So I'm just going to lay it out for you so you can see how it goes. And I have got these ones cut in advance because I did it on my very big table.
Oh, okay. It's lovely. That's really
I thought,
fresh.
well, if I try and get 7.5 metres of fabric out here, you just won't see me. I'll be like buried under it.
That is true.
Okay.
It's so fresh, isn't it? Because you can't really see on there, but the white has got the spot on it in the same way as the red.
You want to be careful that you get the right side of it. It's slightly paler on one side than the other.
Yeah, you can see it. But I guess you need to,
yeah. But you just want to make sure. So we're going to start off by putting small squares and rectangles together. Right, we'll start with the centre block. Everything's a 1/4 inch seam, as you would expect. Oh, got myself a bit on the edge there. Let's just I was going to tell you something then. It's gone out of my head because that got caught. So you can chain piece these if you've got them already.
Oh, okay.
You can sort of whiz this one through a bit. You're going to make in total 13 of these particular blocks.
It is a stunning quilt though. I do like a blue and white quilt, but I think I'm always drawn to a red and white. I don't know why. Maybe it's that kind of traditional look, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm always drawn to that. It is, and you see a lot of the traditional Americans.
Yes, it is sort of traditional American, and it's a bit cottagey, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
That goes in the middle, then we're going to attach these to either end of our rectangles. I always have lots of grand plans with quilts and then never actually quite execute them all.
I've spent my whole life not making a quilt for my bed because I couldn't find the perfect quilt pattern, and I finally found the perfect quilt pattern, and I've now bought the fabric. And I think I've cut out half of it, and it's all sat in a lovely box on a shelf. And every now and then I cut out a little bit more of it because I've got a big Super King bed, so it's going to be massive.
That's going to be huge then.
And it's all red and calico.
Oh, it'd be beautiful.
The whole thing, because it's finally found the perfect quilt pattern. And I just feel like I'm never ever going to finish it because something else always comes in its way. It's always more important. And every now and then I clear the kitchen table and I get my box out, and because it's got, I think, 14 different fabrics, and I cut another one up. And one day...
Oh, but think of the pleasure when you do actually do it.
One day, what I need to do is like take a whole week off, but not go anywhere.
You still wouldn't get it done.
No, I still wouldn't, I know.
I had this plan when I was on holiday. I was like, I've got this embroidery that I'm doing. And I was like, I'm going to take it on holiday, I'm going to finish it. What did I do? I started some knitting.
No, I know, it's awful, isn't it? I know. Always have these great plans, and I'm going on holiday in a couple of weeks. I'm thinking, right, what am I going to take with me? I'm praying that it's going to rain so I can't go out. I'm just going to take something nice with me to do. So this one isn't strip joined.
No.
At all, it's individual pieces.
It's individual pieces.
Okay.
But the cutting for this one is relatively straightforward. You're still working with 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
And then it's just different sizes of rectangle that you're chopping them into.
That's quite nice, isn't it? So you could use, if you had design rolls, you could use that in this book.
You could.
For some of
them. You
them.
can get your stripology ruler out.
Yes, indeed. Which makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Because the one that I like the most, oh, no, that has it actually all in squares. That is a lovely quilt. They should have called it Strawberries and Cream, that first one.
What did they call it?
Always to the point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe they don't do.
You can put that on your list of things you're going to make one day.
Things I'm going to make one day when I finish my quilt that's still sat in a box. At least I bought the fabric and I found the pattern. I mean, that is something, because I really wanted it to be a mode of French general. There was another problem. Finally bought that. You know, you have this dream. So I've never made a quilt for my bed because I've never found the right pattern. The problem is at Sewing Street we are surrounded by so many lovely patterns.
There's too much choice, isn't there?
That there's too much choice.
Yeah.
But I would actually make this one that you're making because I really like that.
I think just a simple spot as well. It's just
it's lovely. The
fabric goes everywhere.
The thing is, the fabric doesn't need to be anything. You don't want big prints with this one. You want something simple, don't you?
It's all in the pattern, isn't it? It's this.
Well, it's quite nice to have the texture of the spot, isn't it? But
yes, particularly the white on white spot's nice. It just lifts it a little.
Well, it gives it a bit more 3D.
Okay, so we'll give these little squares a press.
So is that how you would do this one? Would you lay it all out like this?
Yeah, I always think you can't get muddled up.
True.
Or it's less likely to get muddled up. I mean, obviously, if I was going to do a lot at once, then I would sort of say, if I was going to do them all at once, I would start by doing like all of those and have a stack.
Right,
and then I'd do all my pieces that were that size and have a stack.
But by doing one first.
Just,
then you can see, well, I guess you've got something to copy then as well, haven't you?
You have, and you've found where it might be tricky. You know, the bits that maybe don't go together as well as you like, you think, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing there. Or this happens, you might have accidentally cut something wrongly on your first bits.
Yeah.
And if you've cut them all, and then you're like, oh no.
I know, it's very, that is the problem with it, isn't it?
That does happen.
Yes, I can see that.
Had that in our patchwork class the other week. And or you can't do this so much with this one, but sometimes if you've got similar things that are slightly different sizes, you can do them the wrong way round, and then suddenly it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. So to do one at the start just gets you into the rhythm of it, I think.
Yes, that's true.
And you can work out what you're doing. Then hopefully the rest goes nice and smoothly. My daughter helped me piece this.
Oh, did she?
Yes, she likes doing patchwork.
Well, it's quite a nice thing
So I tend to cut
piece.
and pin and press, and she sews.
But that's quite nice, isn't it? Because you can then put all the blocks together in order. That's lovely. And it is something, as you say, you can work on one block at a time and make some matching cushions.
Absolutely. Oh, yes, so actually this one is huge. It would fit on any bed, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But if it didn't, to make matching cushions for like where your pillows go is really nice, isn't it?
No, it's a really nice big quilt. Well, it's quite nice in this book, actually, is that they have covered all different sizes, haven't they?
Yes, there's lots of different sizes, lots of different techniques. You know, you could buy that book as a beginner and kind of work your way through different ones and learn so much as you were going.
Well, it's nice that you've got that one that uses templates as well.
Yeah. So when we start to put this together now, we're going to match our seams up so that the white is going to go up in the diagonal. So I tend to just do that and then roll it down into place. Now, if you're organised and you've remembered to, if you always press everything towards the dark fabric, then you'll find that they nest together. I think I managed to do it with some, but not all, as I was talking.
Well, that is it, but then that is handy, isn't it, to have done that?
Yes. But yes, so when you're concentrating at home and doing it, press to the darker side.
We've got a message. Hi, Katharine, it's Amanda. I will definitely do a block first next time. I'm off work again with another bug, so I don't think I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh no! Oh, Amanda!
Not sure whether she meant me for that to read that out, but she won't be in tomorrow.
Oh dear. Yeah, we were doing a bit like a sawtooth star.
Oh, okay.
But she managed to muddle up some of her colours and sizes, and
oh, okay.
But she'd done it for all of them.
Oh.
So, and it was like, because she thought, I'll be good and I'll cut them all at once and do it all at once.
But that's a bit me. No, I do tend to make one block, but I am a bit of a cut the whole lot.
Yeah, it's really easily done, actually.
Well, I've done this for the...
You've only got to be, read one of those little dashes wrong, haven't you?
Well, I got the instructions for this, my perfect quilt, and I decided, I'm going to rewrite those. It'd be so much easier if it's all sub-cut and stuff, so I've redone it, so I've got it right, because I've cut everything. Really? I haven't cut one block at a time, I've just gone through.
It'll be fine.
Let's hope it's okay. That will be the quilt stays, one of those quilts you just put back in a box and back on the shelf and walk away.
So there's our nice middle section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all coming together now.
Oh, it's looking good. Looking good already.
It's looking good. It's becoming a block.
Then our little side ones. I think patchwork's so clever, isn't it? How it just, geometry and maths, and it all just fits together.
It's lovely. It all just fits beautifully.
Yes.
As long as you get all your seam allowances on and then you join it all up, and it just looks lovely, doesn't it?
It does.
But then, when you see like some of these original quilts were made hundreds of years ago, and they're not exact at all, are they? They're none of the... Because they're all done by hand.
Well, and they didn't have computer programs to
work
it all out.
Or graph paper.
Yes.
Or quarter of an inch seam allowance. Or rotary cutters. I know. But they're just...
But they're still amazing.
But they look amazing, don't they? So maybe we should not worry so much about points.
I think we shouldn't worry so much.
And just go lovely.
I think we should just enjoy doing them.
Yes. I think a lot of the beauty of them, though, is that they used old clothes. And when you use old fabric, it has that sort of softness and slightly faded look to it, which makes them look nice. But we don't do that. We use new fabric.
Well, there is the joy of new fabric, isn't there?
I know. It's so lovely, isn't it? That's what I love about these bundles. I mean, imagine getting this in the post. 9 metres of fabric, all lovely, with lovely Rose and Hubble selvages as well. Wasn't that lovely? I'd cut all those off first, though.
That would actually make a really, really gorgeous dress as well.
It would.
Like a really nice 1950s
yes,
swirly
if you
one.
think about this, even if you're not buying it for a quilt, you're getting 9 metres of and it's poplin. Cotton poplins are lovely for dressmaking.
You could, in fact, probably make dresses for the entire family.
Yes, you could. $49.99. It's worth having. Because Ben wasn't supposed to do that. You will get told off, but he'll just hide behind these parsnips and he'll be fine.
So again, this next row, we're just matching up the little white square seams.
Yeah, so this is where you could do it after you've done one block. You could do all of those, the next layer, because you start from the inside out and just... Yes. And then pin all of them onto everyone, and then all of them on.
Yes.
Then you finish it all at the same time.
So you have a little, pinning session.
Yes.
And like a little sewing session, and you get into a production line of it, and then it's not such a huge project then.
Well, I find the problem with sewing is that I get quite excited and quite interested when I'm doing it for the first time. And the second time's okay, but by the third time I'm a little bit bored and I want to change then.
Yeah.
So maybe I should make a quilt that has all different blocks.
Sampler quilt, yeah, maybe.
Is that the is that the really big one but isn't that all like hand done? Not machine done.
Oh.
Isn't it the really old original one that's really big?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm like that with socks, you see. I can't knit 2 socks because I'm bored after the first sock.
Oh. Yeah, that is actually true. I have actually knitted 1 sock, but it fitted.
Well, that's
really
good.
Pleased. However, if you knit socks using like the large circulars, you can knit 2 in one go.
Well, I know you can.
So maybe you should do that.
I'm not that bothered about knitting.
No. Oh no, I've knitted 1 using Winnick Mum's method and the West Yorkshire Spinner's yarn in green, like it's called spring green, it's shades green, and I knitted it exactly following her book, and it fits beautifully.
Oh yeah.
But I've only got 1. Well, 1 1/4. I'm gonna finish it.
So it's very pleasing when you've got this nice little
it's lovely,
line,
isn't it? And then when you then join all of those blocks together,
it makes a lovely crisscross.
They keep going, don't they?
They do. So just the last round to put on. So you can see this one goes together really quite nice and quickly, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, so you've got your plain ones on one side. So there's not too much seam matching there then?
No, this not with this one. This one's, I'd say, if you're going to do it, start with this block. This is easier than the other block.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I'm just putting a couple of pins in to hold it, so because it's starting to get, a bit bigger and longer.
Starting to wave a bit.
Again, you can use your best press.
Yeah, don't forget the best press.
I did on the Sawtooth Star one.
So we have the best press on at 9, 10. Can't even 10, the best press. Yes, it's lovely. So best press is really good to make your fabric a little crisper. If you weren't with us then, you spray it on. Have we got that, Ben? Yes, comes in 2 flavours. Lavender and vanilla, which is my favourite because it smells amazing. And you spray it onto your fabric. Once you get it, takes all the creases out. Oh, no, there's one there. Takes all of the creases out, so when your fabric's folded, but it also gives it a little bit of stiffness. So it's not as much as a starch, the old traditional starch, it's just a little bit of stiffness. It does wash out as well. But when you are trying to get the creases out of fabric, particularly when you're working with fabric on the bias, which Katharine will be doing in a minute, it's called sizing, it stabilises it slightly. But it makes fabric much nicer to sew with. So it's a trigger action, it's not an aerosol. The lavender and vanilla smells amazing, just like lavender feels. It's gorgeous. I often spray my bed sheets with it when I do the ironing. And then we've also got it available. It's $11.99. And if you've not used it, it is really worth it. It does make the pressing, cutting and sewing process easier. It just gives it that little bit of crispness. It doesn't make any difference to the sewing. And we've also got it in a non-scented, although as Katharine says, it smells like ironing.
But in a good way.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Not like a smell, but just like a laundry. So you can choose. I love the lavender and vanilla, but you will have heard lots of our guests talk about it. It's worth having, particularly if you're working with fabrics on the bias, or if you're just working with a cotton fabric that you want a bit of stiffness for while you're sewing it. It's really nice. So $11.99, pop it in your basket. So this is the final row, Katharine?
This is the final 2 strips. I mean, to be honest, an Irish chain on its own is a lovely quilt.
It is lovely, yes. you could just join all of those together because it is a really nice design, isn't it? This is just a single.
I demoed one of yours that was a double one.
Oh yes, the double one for the birds.
Nice.
Like a double as well. I know. Well, I always like I like to have a block you can then surround by something, and the double and the single Irish chain works really well for that.
Okay, so we can see how this one comes out. I think I liked the green and white, but now I'm doing red and white. I think I like that best.
It is lovely. It's just fair. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I love blue and white quilts, but I think you're always drawn to a colourway, maybe.
There we go. How nice is that? It's a lovely
Beautiful.
block, isn't it?
So that's one block of the double Irish chain. So you can see how it's working now. $49.99 for that bundle of the red. You get 7 metres of the red spot and 2 metres of the white spot. So the sawtooth block now. Block number 2.
I'm just going to give these very quick. They've got a bit scrunched up in my bag.
Would you like to spray them with a little bit of best
press? I'd love
press?
to.
Because then you can smell it as well.
Yes, I can try this.
It's just amazing.
And you said it was good for getting the... Hold on, turn it on.
Turn it on. Give it a little pump.
Ooh, probably got a bit close there. That's more of a... I think I've turned it to the wrong one. So.
Oh, well, has it got 2 things?
Well, I don't know. It didn't spray as such. It sort of squirted.
Yeah.
So anyway, there you go. You see, it leaves left. Although there was a bit of you could see where the water had gone. When you press it, it's gone.
Yeah, there's stream. And
yes,
then
I've got it on the wrong one.
Okay.
Let's do it again on this one.
That's
Actually,
great.
that does smell nice. I'm a bit funny about smells sometimes.
Oh, I think, yeah, you see, I
nice.
think, because some lavender smells sort of
better.
artificial.
Yes.
But I don't, I just think that's lovely.
Well, it's I can find vanilla a bit sickly, but actually, no, that's nice.
And my ironing board, because I use it all the time, smells of it as well, it's lovely. But I use lavender fabric conditioner as well, because that's really nice. I love lavender.
Fond of lavender. I think you either love it or hate it,
yeah,
don't
no,
you?
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
So, but that's just, it's just a lovely smell. It's not an artificial one. And it makes your fabric smell nice. And then when you press it, it retains that smell.
Somehow, just standing and squirting, and it's just really fun. It's just like quite relaxing. So you can spend a happy afternoon. You want a nice rainy afternoon and a film on, and you've got all your pieces cut, and you're just going to squirt and iron.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah. I would spend ages doing that. I'd have a little drama on Radio 4.
Right.
I listened to a drama on Radio 4 driving up here yesterday morning in the dark and the rain. And it was like a psychological murder. And I'm thinking, what am I listening to this
they have
for?
some quite good ones,
I know,
though,
I felt a bit shaken when I stopped at the services. I thought, oh, who's looking at me? Never again. Silly idea. Right.
So this block is made up of flying geese and squares.
Okay.
So our white squares are, when you've cut them out, you then...
Oh, you just cut them in half?
Cut them in half.
Okay.
To get
so no
your...
triangular templates needed?
No, you just cut them in half. So that's nice and easy. And the same with your little squares. I had spray starch these and done them all in advance. Best press them. So they are ready. And then we've got... I've got to get this right. So we've got our central and corner squares. They're 4.5 inches. That's those. I may, oh no, that's a bigger one. Right. That one is the one I think we cut up for our flying geese. I had got them already, I just haven't labelled them. That's my problem.
No.
Oh, okay. So you can see the bigger squares I've done ready.
Oh, for the outer edges.
For the outer edges. And then this is so that I can show you what to do. So this is a 5.25 inch square, and again you're going to cut it on both diagonals. And it shows that in the book that that's what you've got to do. And this method of making flying geese has so you've got no waste from it at all. Okay. Right. Okay, so you make 4 little ones and 4 big ones for each block.
Okay, yes, so for the internal sawtooth.
Yes.
And then the external sawtooth.
That's right. So when you're going to do this, because obviously that line of your triangle is bigger than that side, but it is supposed to be. It's the bottom corner that you're going to match up. And so you will have some overlap here. And that should be 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Because the whole thing with flying geese is that when it comes out, you should have a nice bit
of
the top
line, yes,
for joining.
So flying geese is just a rectangle with 2 triangles.
It is. And I always want to say when there's only one that it's a flying goose, but apparently you're not allowed to say that.
Oh, well, you can't have one flying geese.
Well, I know it sounds weird to say.
You'd have to say flying geese block.
Yes.
Because it is a block, isn't it? Yeah, you can't say one flying geese. Yeah, it's one flying geese block. Because actually, it's the body, the big triangle's called the goose, and the little one's called the wings.
Oh, is that what it is?
So, it is a goose. It's never called a geese and wings, it's called a goose and wings. But because they're always joined together often in a row, then they're called flying geese.
Yes.
But it is one is a flying goose.
Okay, so you stitch one side with your 1/4 inch seam, and then you open it up and you're ironing towards the little triangle. Okay, and then your next one is going on. Now don't think you can do this without ironing it in between, else it won't work. So your next one's going on like that, and again it should. Well, sometimes people think, oh, I'll be really quick and I'll stitch both on, but then you can't open it.
But then again, you can do this as you can do all the sides of one and then come back and do all the sides of the others.
Absolutely. Now, as you can see, we are working again on a bias cut, so you just want to handle it carefully and not pull it around too much. Your best press will help it to keep nice and stable, but you're doing your best to keep it all square, really. Okay, so then when we push that one up, you can see that we've got this nice bit at the top here, which should be 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Shall we measure it to see? Shall we test
it? Yeah, do it, and then just. I'm sure it is.
It is.
There we go.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. So
You're
it worked.
careful with your cutting
so
and your
as long as you
piecing.
follow the instructions.
That's right. So, and I will trim my dog ears off, and then you can see it nicely.
So if you've done this before, you can make flying geese in groups of 4s, which will be quicker. But you need to have done this before, and then you can recalculate how to do it. There's nothing to stop you doing that. There's nothing to stop you, but there is a way of doing flying geese where you use 2 squares of fabric and you sew them together, cut them apart, sew them back together, cut them apart, and you get them 4 in one go. But I would say if you're doing this quilt and you've done that before, then that's fine. You can recalculate it all. There will be enough fabric because it actually uses less fabric, that method. But if you're new to it, then stick to the instructions.
Absolutely, yes. And they're good instructions.
I mean, all of these books, whenever we sell them, they've somehow managed to condense it because they're quite brief, but they are very good. They really make sense.
The diagrams are really clear.
I think maybe that's what it is, that there are diagrams everywhere to keep it, to show you exactly how to do it. So if I show you, like this one. So where there's a section that you might think, well, I don't really understand that, they're really good at putting step-by-step diagrams, and they're computer ones, so they're really easy to see, and layout diagrams. And I think, just putting a block diagram in really helps when you come into assembly, because then you don't need any words, you just say follow the diagram.
Yeah,
which makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Clear. So if you look at my little sample that I did,
yes,
you can see that on the sawtooth stuff, one of them is a bit flatter than the other. That's because one of the blocks I did without best press and one with, because I did one at home to test it out and hadn't got any. And then
there we go. So that one,
and you can see it's flatter and better.
So that's a best pressed one, and that is a not best pressed one. Yes,
it's just got a bit more wobble to it. It's not lying as nice and flat. So you, because when I'd done it, I thought, well, it's okay, but I'm going to try it with the best press.
But then what best press is good for sometimes, if I've done a block and it's got lots of seams in, so it's a bit tight, I'll pin it out to the right size, best press it, and then press it, and it will dry to that size because of the wetness, which seems to work better than water for some reason. So really good for block. I don't often block patchwork, but sometimes you need to. If it's quite if you're doing miniature patchwork and there's a lot of seams involved, then it's useful to block it.
Yes. So I thought I'll leave it in there to show you the difference.
And I can feel it as well.
Yes. I mean, obviously, when you put it all together and you washed it, it wouldn't feel stiff.
It goes then. But that is, that's floppy. So can you see that? Does that come out on telly, do you think? So this one here is being pressed, so you can see it's got a bit more stiffness, and this one here hasn't. Well, yeah, actually you can see completely.
Yeah.
But that will come out, but it just makes the sewing easier.
It does. Now I've put one of the larger ones together there.
So that's an edge one.
And again, also 1/4 of an inch. If you're doing it and you've got it and it's too small, I would say redo it, because by the time you come to put them all together, you'll really struggle to get it nicely, because obviously when you put it together with your square, when you sew them, you're aiming for those points just to hit your square like that, and it looks beautiful. So if you haven't got 1/4 of an inch there, and you're doing a smaller seam, you're either going to lose your point, or it's not going to come out the right size because you've not done the right size seam.
Yes, or you just pull it really hard to sort of stretch to fit it, and it'll be fine. Nobody will really notice.
That too.
I do that all the time.
But
that'll be fine.
When you do come to put it together, so what you want to do is, this is my tip for when you're sewing flying geese, is I put a little pin up to where my stitches intersect, that little cross, and then when you sew it, you know that's where you mustn't go past, because that gives you the point that you're trying to hit.
So sew it on that side.
Yes, so sew it so that you can see it.
And if you follow this and you aim for that kind of perfection, if it's off, it's not going to be too much off, is it?
Oh no, and I mean, you can use the odd tiny bit, and when it's all in a big thing, no one's going to notice. They're just going to go, wow,
that's
did you make that?
Amazing. Your points don't match. They just won't. But it is difficult, isn't it? Because when you're doing one block and you're that close to it, you do always feel it should be right.
Let's have a go. Shall we see if this one's going to go together?
Yes, do it.
All right. Big reveal. Oh yes, it's all right. I can show you.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Go, yeah, no, that's fine. I can look. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, so just putting that pin there, just gives you something to aim for.
Yes, it does. That's a perfect point.
And something to look at. So, and it's so pleasing when it does that.
Yes, it is.
You do feel pleased with yourself.
Yeah. No, it looks lovely. So, do you then sew all of those all the way around the edge?
Yes, I've kind of done this not in the right order at all, haven't I? So you've actually, just like when we were constructing this one, you've got you put 2 of your flying geese on this side, then you've got 2 top and bottom, but you're going to put a little square on the end as well, so you've got a strip across. So just the same, it all goes together in rows. Helps if you get your points the right way around. I've done that wrong. You've got to have your points coming that way, that's it. So it actually does look like a star. That's the way. And you've got these squares on the end, and then you do just the same with your top row, and you've got some slightly, I don't think I've cut them, you've got some slightly larger squares on the ends as well.
They look really nice, it's lovely.
It is a really nice block actually, a little star in a star.
And I guess, like you say, do one block first, and then you can then chain piece the whole thing for all the other bits. So you can cut all the centres, do all the next thing.
And then it will go together nice and quickly.
Because what have you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got 12 of
12
those blocks.
12 of those and 13 of the other. Doesn't sound too bad, does it?
No, it's fine actually, because you're only repeating something 11 times because you've already done one.
Yeah.
So that's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's fab, that's fab. I'll just go through the book one more time. So £9.99 for the 2 colour quilts books by Annie's Quilting. Remember, you are getting 8 quilt designs. 8 quilt designs for £9.99. Now, the instructions are really simple to read. They've put lots and lots of diagrams. I was just going to show you the one that we've just done. Like when you get to the sawtooth star section. So look at all the diagrams that are in there. So it makes it really simple. And when they come to the row construction, you know, they break it down. So there are borders around here as well. So they've broken it down with, you've joined that, and then you just put that row. And it, you know, I think maybe it's the diagrams means they don't have to put so many words, which actually makes it a little bit easier. So you've got 8 quilts in here. That's my favourite one. Love that. Just red and white. I mean, it's called 2 colour quilts, but obviously some of them they've used several shades of the same colour, so you've got lots of reds and lots of white. But these, you'll find there are a lot of quilts in here that would be really good to use for your stash. So have a look at it. Think, well, actually, I've got quite a few reds. Probably only need to buy 2 more, and then I can buy some cream. So if you can use it, sometimes I work with my stash in that way, is that I think, well, this is what I've got. I only need to add in another couple. And then it's quite nice to use it up. So you've got the lovely red and white one. You've got the this one. This is one where you'll be using templates. So if you haven't done templates before, that's quite nice.
Do you know what I've just noticed?
What?
As you look through, it tells you what pattern they use to quilt their examples.
Oh, do they?
Yes. So this quilt was quilted with an abstract leaves design.
Oh, that's quite nice.
So it gives you little ideas.
If you look at it, you can think, well, I'll do that as well.
Yeah.
House of Gems. Yeah, that's us. House of Gems, aren't we?
Yeah.
Then we've got the Beacon in the Night. That's lovely. That is kind of a mixture between, what's it, Courthouse Steps and Pineapple. But again, you know, if you've got a couple of shades of a colour and you just need one dark one, that's a really good one to use for it. It's a lovely book to have when you think, well, actually, I really would like to make one. Now, this is the quilt that Katharine's been demonstrating for this hour. Indiana Ivy. And then we've got Love at First Sight. That's a lovely one, isn't it? See, now that would look lovely. You don't even need to use 2 colour. Maybe you're thinking, well, I'd like to do it with florals, so you could use plains and florals and do it that way, or spots, or even that one would look lovely in stripes. But it's the contrast. That's the whole quilt. It's having the sort of the contrast that is what these quilts have been designed for. Love the hashtag one. Now, for the quilt bundles, you need 9 metres of fabric to make that quilt that Katharine was showing. It's a big quilt, will fit a king-size bed. So we've got a bundle with 7 metres of the green spot. Now, this is 100% cotton poplin, and then you've got 2 metres of the white spot. $49.99. Now, we've taken £10 off that. The book is $9.99, so you can have the whole, with the fabric and the quilt, for $59.99, which is an amazing price. Or if you just want the fabric, $49.99 for 9 metres of 100% cotton poplin, Rose and Hubble. It's beautiful. So that's that one. We've also got it in the pink and the blue. So again, you're getting 7 metres of the blue and 2 metres of the pink. Beautiful pastel coloured quilt if you want something really pretty. Again, $49.99. Now that price is for today, just today only. And then the final bundle, which I haven't got here, but it's the one that Katharine's been has been making with is the red and white. So we've got 7 meters of the red and white spot, and we've got 2 meters of the white spot. Oh, there's a picture of it there. So it's the red and white. Okay. Thanks very much, Katharine. Lovely to be with you today.
Right.
When
Always
are you next in?
Sometime towards the end of the month.
Okay, sometimes towards the end of the month. Well, have a great time at Malvern. Are you going to go?
Or even Ali Pali.
Oh, and Ali Pali. Are you going to go to Malvern as well?
No, I'm not going to Malvern.
Oh, okay, have a good time at Ali Pali then.
Yeah, we'll do.
Fab, that would be really nice. I don't know whether I'm going to go this year. Be nice though. I love Ali Pali. But I will see you very soon.
I will see you soon.
Okay, so tomorrow on Sewing Street, thank you for joining me today, but tomorrow John is going to be on air again. It's Team Takeover, we've got it all week. So at 8 o'clock, it's Team Takeover with Hayley Bryant. She's our head of marketing, bit of a lover of knitting, loving knitting, so it'll be interesting to see what she's got. Yeah, just top tip, Ben is Team Takeover on Thursday. We've had fun choosing his products. 9 o'clock is Fabulous Fabrics, Philip Jacobs and Dina Designs. So Philip Jacobs, he works with Kaffe on the Kaffe Fassett Collective, so they will be nice. 10 o'clock, Sarah Brangwyn is in. She's going to be doing the made and making crossover apron. 11 o'clock is Sewing Room Tools. And 12 o'clock is Made and Making, that's quite hard to say, isn't it? Made and Making Happy Curves Quilt. So we've got a bit of everything. We've got Team Takeover, we've got Fabulous Fabrics, we've got General Sewing. Thank you for joining me today. It's been great. Enjoy the rest of your day. And John will see you back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.